And a warm welcome back to Saudi Arabia and to the English language channel of the Jockey Club of Saudi Arabia. Once again, we're racing here at King Abdulaziz Racecourse here in Riyadh, a 12-race programme to look forward to the middle day of 3 days racing. We focused very much on the maidens and the open races yesterday, but today we've got really competitive handicaps and some championship finals to come towards the back end of the card. Rory Delaghi is once again alongside me. Slightly different fare to yesterday, Rory, and some of those handicaps look really competitive.
Yeah, they do. We've got a few across different sort of divisions. Obviously, being a Friday again, we have a couple of races on turf, which is nice to see. And then we've got the final championship of the race courses. The last 3 races, we had the primary championship just well, it feels like a couple of weeks ago. It was actually in mid to late December, and a few of those who were successful there are looking to win the second leg of those contests. And a couple of our Arabian races on the card today. One of those being one of those championship races in race 11, and a really improved horse in Vizier going to post, who's won the last couple of starts by 5 1/4 and 10 and a bit lengths. Yeah, he looks a massively improved horse in his last couple of starts. He was third behind one of today's opponents back in meeting 69, but improved enormously next time out to turn the tables with a horse who was second that day, beaten by 19 and a half lengths. Went on to win by a big margin on his penultimate start, and he goes into that race with a rating of 123, which I think puts him 17 pounds clear of the next one in. So he looks banker material, if you like, tonight, and he looks a really exciting sort for the future. Yeah, the international markets very much have him as a stone-cold certainty. Right then, coming up on the programme today, Rory's nominated 3 horses to look out for. The first of those is Loving Feeling, who goes in race 5, the 2100-metre handicap. This horse has been first and second on the last couple of starts. Second this day here on turf, and looks to continue the good run of Tamer Al Dahani. One of 2 races we'll bring you, as Rory said, on the turf today. Also, we'll see in race 6, Alaham going in this open 3-year-old race, scored here in a 2000-metre handicap before finishing second last time out over the course and distance, top rated in the field. And Hezam goes in our 10th race, 2 from 7 this campaign. Course and distance winner last time out back in December, goes in the fillies final over the 1800 metres, taking on 17 rivals. So that's all to look forward to. It's going to be an exciting afternoon. The sun is shining, and to call home the races and to give us a flavour of what we've got to come across our 12-race programme, let's welcome along to proceedings John Blantz.
Martin, thank you very much. Yeah, we've got a 12-race card coming up, and we are using all the facilities here at Riyadh today with a couple of turf races as well to look forward to. First race gets underway at 3:30 local time. 1200-metre fillies maiden. Tilda could well be rather difficult to beat. Race 1, number 1. Will it be as easy as that? 1200 metres the trip for the first. Then the 3:55 is race number 2 over the 1600 metres. Up to the 1800 metres for the 420. Back to the 1200 for our first turf handicap at 4:45. Then we've got more of a middle distance to staying turf handicap there at 5:10. Then an open race on the dirt at 5:35. Then an Arabian horses handicap over the 2000 metres at 6:05. Then we have the Abdullah Al Bassam Award race over the 1600 metres at 6:35 local time. Then we have the Ben Saud Islamic University Cup over the 2000 metres for the 7:05 starting time. 7:35 we've got the first of the champion of the race courses races over the 1800 metres. 8 o'clock over 1800 metres as well, and then we've got the 8:25 to close things off up to the 2000 metres. So that is your schedule here this Friday at Riyadh. And the first race is coming up very shortly under gorgeous skies here, and the first is horse number 1, Tilda, the one that we talked about. Nawaf Al Mudiani is aboard. Horse number 2 is Rahamat Abdullah Al Fayrouz. Number 3 is Mijan Abdul Ella Al Hussein. Horse number 4 is Mijan. Horse number 3, sorry, is a non-runner. Horse number 5 is Al Jafla, that's the man of Ayed Al Turisi. Number 6 is Mossa Farha, the man of Mohammed Al Daham. Number 7 is Perlit Turki Alofi. Number 8 is TNT Abdulaziz Al Musa, and number 9 is Butuleya in the hands of Fawaz Wanas. Number 10 is Nufat Abdullah Al Kradis. Number 11 is Hala Saud Tariq Al Hassan. Horse number 12 is Sirana and is a non-runner. Number 13 is Henna Al Jude. That's the mount of Victor Gutierrez. Number 14 is Kashashar, the mount of Yusuf Al Hussein. Number 15 is Bazrea Abdullah Al Odib. Number 16 is Al Masad Al Zakar. Tariq Al Mansour gets the leg up. Number 17 is Tabrak Al Kalak, Alexis Moreno. Horse number 18 is Shaba, in the hands of Jose Rodriguez. And 19 and 20 will both be running, so they get the late call of horses 19 and 20. Lahafar, Salman Al Rashid rides, and horse number 20, Gala Salia, in the hands of Sultan Al Mimoni. So those are the runners and riders. Note those two non-runners as they make their way into the sun-drenched parade ring here at Riyadh for the first. They've been looked over in the pre-parade. Let's get you across now to the guys in the studio, and also Shamila as well.
Yeah, thanks, John. Camilo was spinning there in the paddock. He was stood down after riding in the second race yesterday. He took a smack to the lip when a horse ran up on him, and he was stood down for the rest of the day. We were expecting him to be back today, and indeed he is there in the paddock. And just worth noting, Rory, John there touching on it, a sun-drenched paddock. It is sun-drenched, but it's quite cool out there today.
It is, yeah. It's been cooler the last couple of days than it has for a while. There's a bit of a breeze blowing as well, which is keeping things cool. So it's interesting to see if horses get particularly warm. It certainly isn't because of the sunshine.
No, it is very, very nippy out there today. Let's take you through the contenders for this local bred fillies maiden for 3-year-olds. We're racing here for the 12 or over the 1,200 metres. And number 1 is Teldar. He's got a rating of 68 and ran 4th at Open Company last time out. Form that was boosted by the second.
Yes, top rated in this fairly modest maiden is Teldar. She's been 4th in a course distance, been 2nd in a mile maiden, and then a good 4th to Ayat Al Mohammadiyah in a 1 mile fillies open in her last 3 starts. As you said, the form has been well franked. She's got the best form in the race. I suppose the one worry would be that she stayed on well over a mile last time out, and she does cut back to 1,200 metres. She wouldn't be a natural sprinter. She's hoping her class will pull her through here.
She was 4th over the 1,200 at meeting 73. Number 2 is Ramiat, who's down in grade and down in trip today, not from 9 then.
Yeah, he was running in the King Khalid Military Academy Cup 2 starts back, so he could put a line through that. 10th, was 4th of 7 to Major in a course and distance open back in meeting 64, and was well in front of TNT, who he meets again in a 7 furlong open last time out. He doesn't have an awful lot to find. He's only got £2 to find with Teldar, and he might just be a little bit better suited by the 6 furlong trip.
Yeah, they were 6th and 10th, that pair. Take out the 3, which means it's down to number 4, which is Mijan. Just had the 2 starts so far of 1,400, and then on 1,600 as well, drops in trip today.
I think the drop in trip actually will be a benefit to Mijan. She showed speed from a wide position before finishing 12th of 20 at a 1 mile maiden last time out. I think she's definitely got the speed to be at least as effective at 1,200 metres, and although her form figures suggest she's got plenty to do, I wouldn't be at all surprised to see a much better run from her. 5 and 6 are both fillies on debut. Al Jafla is a half-sister to a useful winner called Teher. He won 3 times over the 6 furlong trip here, and that's an interesting one on paper, more so than Mosafaha, whose dam was on pace and full starts.
Well, 5 and 6 are on debut. Shamila, either of those two taking your eye down in the paddock?
Thank you very much, Martin. Happy Friday to everybody. Good day of racing we have here in store for you, but we're starting off with a fillies maiden contest. And it didn't have to look very far for my first eye catcher of the day. It's horse number 1 at Teldar, rated 68. She is a 3-year-old by Macho Macho, 4th last time out at meeting 84, and ridden by Nawaf Al Mudahani. So she has a really nice apprentice jockey on board there with her, and I think they should do really well. Highest rated in the race as well. I also really like the look of the first reserve horse number 19, La Hafa, as well. She's looking really stunning. 3 horses to put on the naughty list for you in this first race. Horse number 4, 5 and 11 being very difficult to handle in the preliminary stages. Now, I say we have a good day of racing ahead of us today. I'm most looking forward to race number 11, where we see one of the most impressive looking Arabians I've seen so far this season, Vizier, and he is looking to make it 3 on the bounce today.
Yeah, and very warm on the international markets for Zia, who we'll come to a little bit later on. And as we touched on at the top of the programme, looking to continue his good run of form. Let's move then down, Rory, to horse number 7, Perlit, who has got form with Teldar. They were 4th and 17 when they clashed here at meeting 84.
Yeah, her best effort came when 5th in course and distance maiden back in meeting at 62. When beaten 11.5 lengths by Lauren, and she drops from open company. She was well beaten last time out, but she might well be more competitive back at this sort of trip, Perlit, and in a race lacking depth, she's one to bear in mind.
Any reason why TNT couldn't improve the form with Ramiat?
No, I didn't think so. I thought TNT was pretty exposed, even though she's only had the 4 starts, but she's not really showing any signs of progress at the moment, and I thought she would need to do a fair bit better to be competitive here.
9 is Boutalea, who ran over 200 metres further on debut, just had the 1 start so far.
Yeah, well beaten in 16th that day, and not easy to see her making the requisite improvement needed.
And quite exposed off a mark of 47 is number 10, Nufat.
Nufat I thought was very, very hard to fancy. She's had the 10 runs, her form is not going in the right direction. She wasn't disgraced 3 starts ago, but her last 2 starts are disappointing.
Halassad's been well held in 3 starts to date, over 1400 on 2 occasions, and on debut over the 1200 drops back in trip today. Take out the 12, which brings us down to 13, which is Henna Al Jude. Just had the 1 start so far. That also was over 1400.
Yeah, no, I think this is an interesting filly here, Henna Al Jude. 4.5 lengths, 5th to Zawora in the 7 furlong maiden on debut. She was just behind Johanna, who then went on to win next time out. Zawora has won an open contest after that as well. Henna Al Jude showed speed to lead that day, knew her job well. I think she will benefit from dropping back to 6 furlongs. And the race where those who set the standard are not necessarily either they don't set a particularly high standard, and they're not necessarily dyed-in-the-wool sprinters either. I think Henna Al Jude has a very good opportunity here.
Kashashar is number 14, another one who's been over further on the last couple of starts, over 1400 and 1600 on the last 3 outings.
Yeah, glimmers of form for Kashasha, but a rating of 40 does tell you the story there.
We then get down to another newcomer in number 15.
Dan was unplaced in all 10 starts for Basraya, so no real positives to glean from her pedigree.
Bashraya on debut. 16 is Al-Masat Al-Zarqara. 2 runs so far, again well beaten on both outings.
Yeah, well beaten both times, and she looks pretty limited at this stage, so line went through her.
Tabarak Al-Kalak is number 17, 1 run so far. That was over the course and distance in a similar grade of race.
So it's been a while since we saw Tabarak Al-Kalak, and she was fairly well beaten, but she was very green, I thought, on that occasion, and I think she's liable to step forward a fair bit.
Yeah, sure, that was actually meeting 49 back at TAFE. Here is the horse we're touching on, number 13, Henna Al Jude on debut, running 5th, and as you say, form that has worked out well. Yeah,
so when we come to the race, she's shown good speed to lead this field, and she gets run down inside the last furlong and fades into 5th. But I thought she ran very well first time out. The form has worked out as well. As Zawora we see coming through in the noseband to get there on the line. She stepped up and won an open company since. The filly just in front of Henna Al Jude has gone and won a maiden since as well. So it looks like good form, and she also looks like a drop back in trip to 6 furlongs will suit her down to the ground.
Okay, runners making their way down to the start. There's a visual clue. Are you going with Henna Al Jude to improve on that debut run?
Very much so.
So Rory very much with Henna Al Jude, who on the international market is 3rd best in. 2nd best in is number 2, Rahamat, and the market leader is Teldar, who has got the best form in the race and the best rating. Just whether she can cope with that drop back in distance. Been over 1,600 metres over the last couple of starts, but did run 4th over the 1,200 back at meeting 73, and so the form has been boosted by the 2nd from the last outing when finishing in 4th place. Shamila's pick as well, Teldar. And as we speak, Rory, a little bit of money, a little bit of support, I should say, on the international markets for Henna Al Jude into a clear 3rd best. Would you have that horse more towards the head of the international standings?
I would, yeah. I mean, obviously you can look at the form and see that both Tilda and Rahamat have maybe achieved a little bit more, but I think there's a lot of upside to Henna Al Jude, particularly at the trip. So I would nearly have made her favourite if I was pricing it up. Interesting that we got a couple of newcomers who can sneak into this race as reserves, and it'll be interesting to see if there's any support for La Hafa, particularly number 19.
Not really.
She might have slipped under the radar a little bit.
But sixth on the international markets.
Okay, well, she's obviously making her debut. It's never easy first time out, but she is a full sister to a useful 3-time winner here called Gamran. And I thought I wasn't paying particular attention to her in the first place, but now that she's got into the race, she's of some interest, and I was interested to see if there was any support for her.
Okay, well, they are down at the start then. First of 12 races here at King Abdulaziz this Friday. Of course, we do race this week again next week. Take a pause then before we're back on the 23rd and 24th of this month for the Saudi Cup meeting. Again, that wind that was blowing around yesterday, you can see that just rustling the trees in the background. It is quite a windy day and quite a cool day as well, despite the sun beating down. Just one horse down at the start having tack adjustments. We'll go back to John shortly for the call here over this 1,200 metres. And I do think Teldar is the standout here, but you more see this horse maybe being outpaced and putting in the best work late.
Yeah, and I've been caught out before thinking that class will come through. If you don't have the pace to get in a good position early on, then it's difficult to get that back, and you can get yourself in trouble. So, although Tilda certainly has the ability to go very close here, I'm not sure that things will pan out the way she needs them to.
And does stall one like that even more difficult if she doesn't break on terms to have that early gears?
It can do. I mean, obviously you can drive up the inside, and missing the brake slightly isn't always a disaster, but you're also likely to run into trouble if others come across. So it'll be interesting to see how she fares in that draw, and where Nayef Al-Mudiani puts her in the early stages of the race.
And you go back 2 runs to meeting 80 when she was second. She was clear that day and just got caught in the closing stages. The wind surely can't be too far away from it. It's just whether it comes over this short.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the problem is when you're a maiden like this, you've got to run whatever races are available, and they're not always over the right trip. So Tilda, she could get it done today. And as she said, the run 2 starts back was a decent one. And she ran well last time, but she was a bit outpaced before staying on. So I think ideally, if her rider can get her close to the front early on and give her a fairly aggressive ride, that will help her. But if something else is able, to be honest, I like Henna Al-Jud because I'm pretty sure she can pop out and actually make the running herself from stall 13.
Okay, we'll see how that pans out. Of course, you can give your selections on the Jockey Club of Saudi Arabia YouTube channel if you're watching us on there. Do leave your comments in the chat section and give us your selections throughout the course of today. Number 11, Al Assad, about to go forward. So big fields for our first race of the day. Number 4 goes in. Me, Jan, as we head back to John for the call here on the first of our 12 races from Saudi Arabia.
Martin, Rory, thank you very much. Yeah, going in at the 1,200 metres. Tilda, I'd absolutely take what Rory says on board. I think Tilda probably has enough pace from gate 1 to get herself into a reasonable position and hopefully stick around in the latter stages. Henna Al-Jud did run quite well and did strike me as being slightly big on the international markets from a price perspective, but she has got good pace. She certainly showed good pace over the 1,400 and stuck it out pretty well as well. So no stamina issues here, you wouldn't have thought, back to the 1,200 as they continue to file in. We've still got Tabrak Al-Khalak to go in. Also to go in is TNT. This is horse number 5, Al Jaflar. A nice start to proceedings in terms of identifying them, because the saddle cloths correspond to the gates of which they emerge in some of those handicaps a little bit later on. That is not the case. There's Rahamat, who's got the class, but is a horse who tends to get quite far behind in her races, and she'd be up against it today from that respect, unless they really do overcook things in front, which can happen, and closers do occasionally win here, but as Rory says, it's not easy. This is horse number 18 going in, Shaba. Full complement. Stand by for the first local bred fillies maiden 1,200 metres. They're off and racing. Tilda not particularly quickly away. Good starts in the early stages from Perlit, the 7, showing good early pace. Also trying to get across is Almazat Al Sakar, who's prominent in the early stages. There's quite a lot of speed out wide here. Another one who's flashing that is Shaba towards the outside. It's possibly Shaba just shading it at the moment. Another one showing pretty good early pace is Henna Al-Jud, is in danger of taking the turn a little bit wide as Tilda forces on in into the lead here. Tilda the leader to Lahafar, one of the reserves, who's racing pretty prominently in second. They're followed by Perlit round the outer in third there in the sheepskin noseband. Field at the moment trailing back to one of the other reserves, Gala Salia, who doesn't have too many behind, and Mosfahar, who's just about at the back of the field as well. They're starting to make the turn for home now. Just over 400 metres left to go. And it's Tildar who leads by about 3 lengths to Perlit, who races in second. Round the outside in third now is Henna Al Jude, who will be staying on down the centre of the track. It's Tilda the far side. Henna Al Jude towards the centre now. Henna Al Jude with Tilda trying to battle back. Then in third, Perlit. They're miles clear of the rest. But it's Henna Al Jude who's kicking on here now. The Tilda in second. Henna Al Jude and Tilda, who's boxing on gamely. Then after that in third, Perlit from the back of the field. Al Jaflar is absolutely flashing home, but racing up towards the line. Henna Al Jude has won it. I think Tilda just held on for second. Tight for third, or in second. Al Jaflar has finished in third. And then the fourth horse home there was Perlit, who was pretty prominent as well. Rory Delaghi has correctly predicted the winner there. A very nice performance from Henna Al Jude, who got into a decent posse from round at a pretty bad draw as well from stall 13, but Victor Gutierrez was managing to keep the horse in a relatively prominent posse, which, as we've said many times, is what you need here. And in the end, the early speed that Tilda had wasn't quite good enough to hold off Henna Al Jude, who flew home in the closing stages. So well found by Rory. Henna Al Jude, the winner of the first, improves on that 5th place finish over 1,400 metres last time. I think Tilda's got second there. We'll await confirmation, but that was the winner of the opening race here at Riyadh this afternoon.
Al Jude is our first winner of the day in this local bred fillies maiden contest over 1,200 metres. She was 5th last time out at meeting 85 over 1,400 metres, so they dropped her back in distance, and Victor Gutierrez rode this filly first time out as well. So we should get some nice insight as to how she got on today, definitely, and very well done as well to trainer Faisal Al-Rashid for this training performance. She jumped out of stall number 13, absolutely no bother to her, and took on the favourite for this race, who was horse number 1, Tilda. But really nice looking filly. She should go on and do some good things. She looks strong. And Victor Gutierrez is just weighed out here now. And hopefully he doesn't run away from me and I can get a quick word with him. Congratulations, Victor.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
You rode this filly first time. She came 5th. How was she today?
Well, Philip, today is very, very good. I come there. Thank you for trainer for opportunity for me. Oh, thank you for God. This today is very, very good. All the thing all ready for us. Philip is very, very good.
And she was perfect for this distance, like sprinting distance?
Yes, you. Today is very mistake in the jump, but
When she gets more experience.
more yes.
Congratulations, Victor.
Much. Thank you.
Yeah, well done to Victor and well done to Rory. That's why I was here to point you in the way of the horses likely to come to the fore, and it was Heina Al Jude back in distance after a run in a race that has worked out strongly to beat Tilda into second, and one of the newcomers, Al Jaflar, staying on for 3rd place. But a likeable performance, the winner aided by the second hanging away towards the inside and thrown her chance away effectively.
Yeah, she did. I mean, I think the winners won it quite nicely in the end, but you'd have been reasonably happy, or very happy, if you were with Tilda and she managed to drive up the inside to get to the front before the bend. And knowing that she stays a mile, you'd have been very confident that she would have stayed on strongly. But she didn't much like being in the lead, did she?
No.
And she's on the rail, but she's hung and carried her head awkwardly and basically said, "I want some company." She got some company, and in fairness, she sort of ran on when she was passed, but that was of no comfort to those who sided with her, and she's rather thrown it away here. So you need to be a little bit wary of her next time. Again, it's a tricky one because she clearly wants to come late, but she doesn't really have a particularly sharp turn of foot either, so she needs everything to fall her way to win the maiden that she's more than capable of getting.
But she was in, go back 2 starts, she was in front and didn't do that kind of thing when she was in front that day, when she was caught late.
No, but this was obviously a worrying thing to see. She's beginning to hang off the rail now, but yeah, the head carriage wasn't particularly attractive, and she did jib it a little bit, didn't she? Now it may well be that she's run into a decent winner here, but the time's nothing special.
1:15.10.
1:15.10 is not a particularly strong time for this. But the winner was caught very wide, as you see. She's about 5 horses wide in about 10th place. Sorry, I take that back. She's 3 horses wide at this stage. She was wider earlier on. I was looking at the wrong horses. We looked at the replay there. But the horse who finishes 3rd in the end also had to endure a wide trip. Al Jafla. Now she didn't get a positive in the paddock from Shamila, but she's got a decent pedigree. As I said, she's a half sister to Taylor, who's a 3-time winner over this 6 furlong trip, as well as winning at a mile. So she's got a pedigree, so suggests she'll come on for it. But yeah, I was a little bit disappointed with the time for the contest. In fairness, I mean, Tilda did 1:16.17 the last time she ran at this trip. She's improved a little bit since over further, so it's not like she was running slower than she's done before. But in a 6 furlong maiden, I'd like to see them break 1:15. But the 1st and 3rd are both inexperienced horses, so you give them a pass on that.
And really the way that Tilda's performed down the stretch, it's no surprise she does wear headgear like that. She's got the blinkers on.
Yeah, I mean, and I think Saudi trainers are a lot happier to put blinkers on than we tend to be back home, because the minute you put headgear on a horse, you're almost, calling it names, whereas in other jurisdictions, it's just an aid to concentration and no one gets too wound up by it. But yes, you just see the way she's thrown her head around and looked unbalanced there, and not giving Nayef Al Muriani much of a chance to ride her out at that stage. And it didn't take long for her to lose that comfortable enough looking 2 or 3 length lead, and her chance had gone by then. She's, as we said, she's more than capable of winning a race when things fall her way, and she hasn't looked tricky before. But this was a golden opportunity. It appeared when she got herself in front, and her attitude under pressure was a little bit suspect.
Unlike the winner, who was straight and true and very honest, really. That was dropping back to 1200. The way she's stayed on going back up to the 1400 shouldn't be an issue either.
The way she's kept on here, I thought she'd show the speed to get handy here, but obviously she was dropping back and chip from that debut, and she was drawn wide, and she had to work her way into it, but she showed good speed to get round them on the bend and then kick for home. So she's promising, and you'd like to think there'll be a fair bit more to come. As you said, 7 furlongs should be fine for her in time. She faded over it on debut, but you'd always suggest that's more about lack of experience than lack of stamina.
That was our first of the day. Well done to Victor Gutierrez and also to the winning trainer Faisal Al Rashid in our opening event. Race 2 is a local bred contest once again. This is for 4-year-olds, colts and geldings. We're over the 1,600 metres. Significant absentee here as well. Number 10 has come out, who would have been one of the international leaders here. Sarwar is an absentee. And the field headed by number 1, Karfu Kareem, looking to get off the mark at the 6th attempt. Mawafaq Al Ibn is second best for Camilo Ospina, back in the saddle after his injury scare yesterday. Number 3 is Farid Ghali. Number 4 is Mot Atta. Number 5 is Jamia. Number 6 is Kamikaze, looking to get off the mark at the 10th attempt. Al Montajab is number 7. Number 8 is Scarface. Number 9 is Baira. We move on to 10, who is the scratch, so take out number 10. Number 11 is Najim Oscar. Number 12 is Tarf Al-Bada. Number 13, Soat Al-Rahij. Number 14 is Esther Wakat. Number 15 is Glail. Pullman is number 16. Moving on to 17, that is Akalak. Number 18 is Takni. Number 19 is Al-Shihab Al-Qasir. And number 20 is Mo Jazziz. We take out 21, 22 and 23. The reserves are all gone, which brings us then down to a field of 19 for race 2, this 1,600 metre contest, which, Rory, does feature all of the top local riders: Marino, Ferreira, Alfaredi, Morales and Ospina, all taking to the track here, although Alfaredi's intended mount, number 10, does come out. But all the top local boys in action here.
Yeah, and it looks quite an interesting little contest. Again, it's not packed with obvious quality, but there are one or two who are open to a fair bit of improvement in the field. And as you said, the big guns are all here, so it's an interesting contest.
Number 1 then, Karfu Kareem, winless in 5 starts, but was over the course and distance in handicap company last time up.
Yeah, that was back in Taif in meeting 25. Has been off since. Showed reasonable form here last season. His best effort probably coming with 5th in a 7-furlong maiden this time last year, beaten 11 1/4 lengths. Didn't really fire in 2 starts in Taif, and probably needs to step up if he's going to make the frame in this race.
Moafak Albin, and number 2, has also been off the track since Taif a few months ago. 0 from 8 so far, but Camilo Ospina does get on board today. Yeah,
the jockey booking does catch the eye. He represents a top trainer in Gaith Al-Gaith, but I find him difficult to fancy. It was only that 4th in meeting 9 that looks okay. The time of that wasn't particularly good. The early meetings at Taif tended to throw up some iffy results, and I struggled to get behind Moafak Al-Ibn here.
Number 3 is Farid Wagali, who's had 2 starts so far. They've both been here in Riyadh in local bred maidens.
Yeah, he was dead last and tailed off last time out, and that was certainly no improvement on what was a fairly poor debut, and he was the first one the line went through, I'm afraid.
Mota Etta, number 4, another one who's been in local bred maidens for 2 runs to date.
Yeah, he's unexposed, and he comes from a stable whose horses are pretty much never wound up for debut, so I'm always interested in the Red Stable runners, sort of 2nd and 3rd time out in races like this. His better effort to date came when 11 lengths 4th of 18 behind Madrash in a course and distance maiden last time out. I thought he'd come forward for that again. He needs to. I mean, he did 1:43.56. I'd imagine the winning time here will probably dip under 1:42, so he needs to improve. But horses from this yard do tend to improve markedly from 1st run to 2nd run, and then again from 2nd to 3rd.
Jama'i is number 5, 1 start to date, back at meeting 85 over the course and distance.
Yeah, and very well beaten in the 18th. So while, again, you don't want to judge them purely on the 1 run, that's all the information we have, and there isn't anything positive to say, really. 6 Kamikaze has an official mark of 65.
0 from 6 so far, but has hit the frame on a couple of occasions.
Yeah, we saw a bit of Kamikaze in Taif as well. He's been placed a few times, been in the frame more often than not, and bounced back to form after a moderate run, when a 1.5 third to Umbra and My Knife in a course and distance maiden last time out. I thought that was a decent race. Umbra's run well since. My Knife is quite well fancied to go well later on as well. And I thought Kamikaze was one of the more obvious ones in the race.
Yeah, Unbrow finishing 4th here yesterday in slightly better company as well. And Montajab is number 7, 1 run so far. That was here a couple of weeks ago, over 1,800.
Yeah, it caught the eye that day, despite finishing back in 9th place, 9th of 20, beaten 9.5 lengths. Not a bad debut run, I thought. He was a little bit slow to get into stride from a wideish draw, and I thought he ought to improve a little bit on that. That run behind Jcsa last time out, so not ruled out.
Scarface has a bit to find on what we've seen so far.
Yeah, showed a little bit on debut. Didn't build on that at all last time out, and makes little appeal outside of handicaps.
Yeah, this does look a tricky race to work out. Let's see what Shamila can offer us here in the paddock.
Thank you very much, Martin. So the first race was for the fillies. Now we're on to the colts and geldings in the second race of the day. Horse that initially caught my eye was horse number 4, Moater, for the Red Stables, 4th last time out. However, that was up until I saw horse number 12, Tarf Al Badr, rated 62 with Naif Al Anazi on board. 12th last time out, but has been consistent before then, 5th 2 times in a row. I just couldn't take my eyes off him. He's a stunning looking horse. So I think he will be my paddock selection for this race. But obviously, horse number 4, Motoater, as I said, looks very good. And so does horse number 6, Kamikaze, as well. 3rd last time out at meeting 91. But I couldn't make a case against Turf Al Badr, so that is the horse that I'm sticking with, number 12.
So good luck to Shamila with her selections. Then we touched on Scarface. Berea number 9's been off the track since December 22. We take out the 10. Najm Oscar number 11. Rory, 2 runs so far, just 1 so far this campaign.
Yeah, 13th a couple of weeks ago, meeting 93, was 15th on debut, so no sign of progress at this stage for Najm Oscar. He may well do better somewhere down the line, but of limited appeal here.
We'll move on then to the horse that Shamila gave a good mention to, Tarf Al Badr. 0 from 8 so far this campaign, had 9 starts overall.
Yeah, he's got a couple of unplaced efforts to his name, but generally consistent. For me, the twice he's run poorly, he's failed to stay the 2,000 metre trip, and he was back to form when 6.5 length 5th in an 1,800 metre 2 starts back. I think the drop back to this mile will suit him, and although he's fairly exposed with a rating of 62, I think he'll be in the frame.
Soat Al Rahij is number 13, Marcus 60. Just 1 start this campaign here over the course and distance.
Yeah, he was 5th of 18 behind Madrash in a course and distance maiden on his return to action, just behind Motetter that day. So there's very little to choose between that pair here. You can read that in a couple of ways. That was Soat Al Rahij's return, so he should improve for that. But I also think that Motetter is the least exposed and is liable to step forward as well. But both of those are players on paper.
Estacade number 14 has got the services today of Louis Morales. Ran that handicap over 1,600 metres here last time. Not here, but in fact back in Taif, and returns to Riyadh after a layoff.
Yeah, this isn't an awful lot more difficult than a not to 65 handicap, given that there's only 1 horse in this race rated higher than 65. So he should be fairly competitive. On the ratings, he's got a little bit to find. But you know, that was a respectable effort last time out.
Excuse me.
And he's not fully exposed.
Glahill's number 15, not from 28 so far. Got an awful lot to find from a mark of 46. Pullman's had the 1 start so far, number 16. That was at meeting 91 2 weeks ago in a local bred maiden over 1,600.
Yeah, that was actually a second start. He doesn't get a finishing position for his first, which is a meeting 56. He was dropping off the back of the field when he unseated his rider that day, and then he ran 13th. So I thought it was slightly disappointing.
Let's take in some form clues then. Shamila gave a bit of a mention to Motoater, who we can see here finishing 4th from way off the pace in the red stable colours.
Yeah, he's got an awful lot to do at this stage, Motoater, but he was still pretty green, and he runs on through horses to finish 4th. He's beaten a fair way in the end. We'll see the winner later on as well. On paper, he's got a fair bit of improving to do from this, but as I said, horses from this yard tend to be slow in the uptake, unlike those from the wide stable who tend to really know the job first time out.
That was Shamila's second selection in the paddock, Motoater, until she saw horse number 12, Tarf Al Badr. Of the rest of them, Rory, we've got a mark of 64 for number 17, Al Clark.
Yeah, this is the one I like. I'm going to be making my selection, Al Clark. His best effort to date finished when 3.5 lengths fifth to Nazai in a course and distance maiden last time out. The second, third, and fourth from that contest have all won since.
Okay.
So it's working out really well. And I think in a race where he won't need to improve an awful lot to get involved, I thought Aklak, with Victor Gutierrez looking for a double already, can go very well.
Third best on the international markets. Before we go back to John, just to mention horse number 18, Tackney, 0 from 7 this campaign so far. Has had 11 runs. Did finish third over the 1400 last time out, but that was a bunched finish.
Yeah, it was. In fairness, his one disappointment I think was a little further. He's been consistent largely at up to a mile, and he was third in that bunch finish behind Walad Al Dawahi last time out. That form hasn't worked out particularly well so far. A few of those who were close up have run since and disappointed, so he probably needs to step up a little.
And just a quick word as well on number 20. Moji Aziz, who was over 2,400 last time out, but you go back through the form, has finished the next second over the course and distance back in March, and the front two that day came a long way clear. That standalone bit of form, though, in 6 runs.
Yeah, exactly. There's a bit of a standout on his card, but a repetition of that probably wins this race. And unfortunately, that was almost a year ago, and he's been disappointing since. But in fairness, his 2 starts recently have come at one at 6 furlongs, one at 1.5 miles, neither of which seems to be his trip. Back at a mile for the first time in a while, he might just bounce back to form, and the booking of Alex Moreno obviously takes the eye.
Yeah, so Shamila's with the 12, Rory's with the 17. Let's get back and get thoughts with John as they approach the stalls here for race 2.
Thank you very much, Martin. Yes, good to be back with you. And the horses are making their way behind the starting stalls. I like Kamikaze here, horse number 6. Last 3 draws, 15, 17 and 20. It's never been easy for this horse to get a position. Won't necessarily be that easy from stall 6 here, but I think it should be a little bit easier. Ali Al-Mutib aboard, and I think can go well. And obviously the absence of Sawa now in this contest has just made things a little bit easier for Kamikaze. There are 1 or 2 others, obviously with live chances. I'm sure Rory and yourself will have gone through them. And they should be loading up very shortly down at the 1600 metre mark. There's horse number 3 in shot, Farid Wagali. 7 is in the background there, Al Montajeb as well, Abdullah Al Hussein rides. This is Mojazez, Alexis Moreno in the green colours, and there's Tackney, Ricardo Sosa Ferreira has got the leg up on that one. There's horse number 20 as well, Mojazez. So we've got a couple of reserves that do take their chance as they are about to make their way in. There's horse number 7, Al Montajeb in shot. And there's the 11 as well. Horse number 5 is Jamar. And the 14 horse is Estocad, Luis Morales aboard. 5th last time. It wasn't a bad effort, actually. 14, there was going to be a slightly tricky gate to emerge from. And they're the green colours there of Barrera. Isa Al-Shamari rides Barrera, making its Saudi debut today. So they continue to circle down at the start. Of course, we've got a full 12 race programme as ever. Quite a few handicaps though, so lots of form to sift through, and it's a little bit tricky. And the first handicap I looked at today, 5-1 the field in the international markets, gives you an idea of how tricky those races are going to be. This is Farid Wagali to come forward. Mohammed Al Habib is aboard that one into gate number 3. No wins from 2 starts thus far, needs to improve on all known form. The 7 is Al Montajeb, Abdullah Al Hussein. 9th in meeting 91 last time out, so relatively quick backup for this one. The 6 is a bit detached from the rest of them at the moment, Kamikaze. Now this is Barrera, just a little bit leery at the start. Isa Al-Shamari rides this one on Saudi debut. Barrera to come forward, Glael to move in as well, that's to stall 15. One thing you do notice about Saudi racing is the alacrity with which they get the horses into the starting stalls. Motaeta in the red stable colours, definitely interesting, staying on from a long way off the pace last time in a pretty decent contest. Scarface there in the purple colours, the pink saddlecloth, the 8 saddlecloth. This is Kafu Karim in shot, who will be emerging from stall 1, Asir Al-Sahani riding. Estocad and Luis Morales to come in now, sheepskin noseband for that one. 4-year-old colt by Munnings. The 5 is Jamais. Moving forward, the 8 horse is Scarface. 6 still to go in. That's Kamikaze, who, like I say, I think will be able to take advantage of a much better draw here this time, and does race pretty prominently too. Not an out-and-out trailblazer, but prominent enough to pounce in the latter stages if everything has gone well in the run. Next to come forward is Motaeta. Motaeta is in. 12th horse to come forward will be Tarf Al-Bada. This one not without a chance on form. Naif Al-Anazi. Naif at Taif was the way to go when we first started this broadcast. He hasn't had quite as good a time of things at Riyadh, but last couple to come forward. Moafak Al-Ibn and the one, Kafu Kareem. Two to go. In goes Kafu Kareem. Moafak Al-Ibn and Camilo Ospino. He's got off as Camilo. He's going to do the old horse into the gate first, and then he'll get on himself. Moafak Al-Ibn. There's a bit to find on all-known form, but Camilo gate 2. Had a bit of a problem yesterday with a cut lip, did Camilo. It'll take more than the cut lip to stop him riding. Tell you what, there's a good example there of why stalls handling is a job that I wouldn't do for all the tea in China. That horse there, lashing out, flighty thoroughbred, both legs in the air, Renier Guita style, and Camilo's got back on. He's a muy valiente. I'm going to try and turn him here. Moafak Al-Ibn, 4-year-old colt by official visit. Could do with visiting the starting gates, really. Very good silks. Haven't seen these in all my time calling them at Riyadh thus far. You remember this stuff as a race caller. Go to bed dreaming of colours at times in this game. Moafak Al-Ibn, gate 2, Camilo Ospina. In, stand by, 1,600 metres in front of them. Gate, crash back, and away they go, they're racing. Slightly awkward beginning for Motaeta there in the red stable colours, has just been nudged back through the field as they make their way through the early stages. Good start from Najm Oscar in the dark blue and red colours. Another one that's going forward is Farid Wagali in the blue and orange, or the orange and blue colours. Towards the inside, Kafu Kareem has got away well. Then towards the outer, the green jacket of Modjazez from a very wide starting stall has floated into a decent position. One that's also got a decent posse is Kamikaze, the 6, who's just off the speed there in the dark blue sleeves. One that's forcing forward is Tarf Al-Bad, another one well quite fancied on the international markets as they make their way down towards the end of the back straight. And it's Modjazez that leads them just to on the inside in second position. A horse that's trying to get a bit more prominent is Al-Shaheb Al-Khazar. So it's these two who are 1-2 at the moment. 2 in third spot round the outside. Takni in the grey colours and the blue cap, followed then up the inside rail by Farid Wagali, who's trying to get that little bit closer. Right round the houses now is Kamikaze, the big white face there, looking to try and circumnavigate his way round that part of the track. They're followed in the 5th place by Kafu Kareem, starting to make the swing for home now. And the leaders with Al-Shakeb Al-Khazo, who's beginning to struggle though. Also now under pressure is Takni. Here now down the centre of the track comes Kamikaze, who's getting into a very good stride and quickly goes on. Now just veering towards the rail though. It's Kamikaze that leads them to in second position Kafu Kareem, who's trying to box on. Kamikaze, Kafu Kareem, they've just paired off now from Takni in third, but it's Kamikaze that leads deep inside the final furlong. Still trying hard, Kafu Kareem, but racing up towards the line. Kamikaze is going to win it. Kafu Kareem has finished in second. Third horse home was the 4 who was staying on very well, Motaeta, who once again got going late, and we'll sort fourth out in a minute. But it's Kamikaze, like I said before, Gates 15, 17 and 20 for its last 3 starts. Stalls 6 this time round. Took up, if you like looking at your Saudi form on the website, and all the races are there in video form, you see this horse took up almost exactly the same position as he has done in all his races thus far, but this time round he hasn't had to work too hard to take it. That said, he did come via the Cape round the bend, but I think in that situation Ali Al Mutib was just keen on this horse getting as unrestricted a run as possible in the closing stages. Kafu Karim has finished in second, and Moteta has stayed on well to finish in third. So that was the 1, 2, 3 there. Moafaka Liban has finished in fourth, and Estocard was fifth. But Kamikaze, who prior to today had yet to win in 10 starts, but was at a level at which there was a very realistic chance today, and he's got the job done at the 11th time of asking in the hands of Ali Al Mutib. That was the winner of race number 2.
Kamikaze's off the mark then at the 10th attempt. The horse had been pretty consistent over the 1600 metres, was over 2,000 at one stage, but back in distance here today, having had that form behind Umbra boosted wins under Ali Al Mutib, coming from the back of the field, circumnavigating them and hanging on tenaciously in the closing stages. For a horse who has tried further, Rory, he does see out the 1600 well.
He does, and there's nothing much wrong with his attitude, as we saw in that finish. He's been maybe a little bit frustrating to follow, but as we heard from John in commentary, he's been parked out wide in a number of his races, and possibly shaping better than the result, having to do an awful lot of running and covering ground. Here from a lower stall, he's been able to save a little bit of ground. He's up against a slightly weaker opposition than he has been as well, and he's done it nicely. An improved effort from Mosa Etter, despite still not quite looking to finish article in third. And Kafu Karim was back to the form that he was showing last season. Been a little bit disappointing in Taif, but a lot of horses who've not really handled Taif have come back to form here at Riyadh, and he's another of those. We see from the starts, those in the widest stalls, Al Shahab, Al Qasr in stall 19, and Mojazez in stall 20 getting forward. And Mojazez, he travelled well for a long way. We mentioned that his form this season has been poor, but he's been running over different trips, and he did run a good race over course and distance last season. He looked back in good form for a long way in this contest. He's not one I'd give up on entirely, given this. We also saw a bit of early speed from Najim Oscar in stall 11. He hadn't shown an awful lot to date. Tarf Al-Badr was also up there with a black cap, but the winner was never particularly poorly positioned here, and he's come through with a strong run in the straight, without probably not having to improve an awful lot. He did a time of 1:42.23 on his most recent start when he was third to Umbra and My Knife, and his winning time here is 1:42.45. So he's pretty much just running to form and getting a decent opportunity. It seems with Kamikaze. I don't think the handicapper is going to be particularly harsh on him after this. He gets a nice run down the outside of his field there, and wins in decent style. You see a couple of those who were up there just fading out of things late in the day. Kafu Karim runs on well next to the rail, and the horse doing the best late work is Mota Etter, and he runs on into third, having looked unlikely to play a part in the finish for most of the race. You also saw good late work there from Mowafaq Alabin, who hadn't been particularly impressive this season. He ran well in his debut and hadn't really gone on from it. This is the first good run he's put in since, and Connections will be hoping he can build on that. Camilo Ospina, given the ride today, I think he looked like he wanted to drop himself out off the bend. He wasn't badly positioned early on, and he's then got a second wind and run on.
Well, nice performance from the winner, and I think you can take encouragement from both the second and the third. We're just hearing there from the trainer. My eye straight away, Rory, when I read the name, just said Kamikaze, but the pronunciation was with the L is Kamikaze. But the trainer's just been telling Shamila it is Kamikaze, but it's been spelt wrong on the database. So
well, this is not a massive surprise. There are a few spelling errors. So what we will do from now on is we will make a note and say Martin was right all along. Kamikaze is what we should be calling it.
It just makes sense.
Yes. Yeah. There's no. If there was some sort of play on words in there, that would make sense. Or if they weren't allowed to call it Kamikaze and they wanted to, then make a change to it. But yeah, we do see a few spelling errors here, and that is one of them.
So it is Kamikaze. One for the notebook there, John. Next time you're calling him home, let's get the details with you on race 3.
Thank you very much. Yes, keeping me on my toes, all this, certainly. Right, we're going to move on to race number 3 now. The first of the handicaps of the day. It's for local bred horses rated 0 to 70. And we can take a look at them now. Estijad, horse number 1 in the hands of Eddie Castro. Horse number 2 is Najmat Al-Shaib, Abdul Ella Al-Hussein. Horse number 3 is Hush, Abdul Aziz Al-Musa. Horse number 4 is Al-Dahed or Al-Haded in the hands of Mohammed Al-Hubail. Horse number 5 is Farid, that's the Madam Mohammed Al-Daham. Horse number 6 is Moata Sema, Naif Al-Anazi. Horse number 7 is Al-Najim Al-Kazeb, the Madam Mohammed Al-Shurima. And horse number 8 is Nasayem Al-Riyad, Luis Morales. Horse number 9 is Ahmadi, Abdullah Al-Fayruz. Horse number 10 is Solana, Adil Al-Faradi. Horse number 11 is Madrash, Tariq Al-Mansour. Horse number 12 is Zamar, Abdullah Al-Orfi. 13 is Afaf, Mohammed Al-Nassar. Horse number 14 is Sam Al-Muqtara, Mohammed Al-Nefsi. Horse number 15 is Ali Darbi, Mohammed Saeed. 16 is Bihabs Al-Karim, Tariq Al-Hassan. 17 is Waradom, Nawef Al-Mudiani. Horse number 18 is Aural, Camilo Ospina. Number 19 is Onyx, Ali Al-Mutib. And number 20 is Chama, the mount of Abdulaziz Al-Yesh. All 20 got a post here for this local bred handicap. Horses rated 0 to 70. Like I said before, when I looked at the international markets about half an hour ago, they were going 5 to 1 the field here. It's an open-looking contest, and it's time to get back to the boys who'll go through it with their proverbial fine-tooth comb.
It is, yeah, probably not the most open race of the day. Really competitive, and just £3 separating all the runners, Rory.
Yeah, it looks like a really tough handicap, and if you looked at the international market, you'll see they were struggling to find what should be the market leader in it. So plenty of opinions, and yeah, well, toughest race of the day. I thought I put it to the back of my card when I started and got through the easier races first before working back.
Let's take you through the field. At number 1 is Esther Jard, who won a local bred maiden at meeting 35, steps up to the 1800 today.
Yeah, 7 furlong maiden winner in Taif. Recent Everton handicaps have been poor though, and I thought he was one of the least likely winners on paper.
Number 2, Najmat Al-Shaibi, another one coming up in distance as well. 1 win from 13 starts. That win, a bit like the top one coming in, a local bred maiden over 1400.
Yeah, has a reasonable record in handicaps. 7.02.803, her full record in handicaps. So placed a couple of times, a couple of fair runs and a couple of clunkers in there. Third to Tahadi in a 0-72 starts back. That was over a mile. The 1800 metres should be neither here nor there. She puts her best foot forward, she's got a chance.
Push, number 3, is a very likely race. Just had the 4 runs so far. 2 runs this campaign, both are local bred maidens. Promises to be suited by the step up in distance on handicap debut.
Yeah, the step up and trip should help. And she's been runner-up in those 2 1-mile maidens. Neither of them were particularly deep contests. Well, that was the only concern I had. But to be honest, a mark of 70 is not unfair on balance. And he's if he does improve a little bit for the step up to 1800 metres, that suggests that then he should be in the mix.
Alad would look to be one of the leading contenders here. Went up to 2,000 metres last time in a handicap company. Alda Hammer won the race that day and has since gone on to be 3rd next time up. And the first 2 came well clear that day.
Yeah, I think Aladed was the international market leader on that occasion. A few people were disappointed that he got turned over in that 0-65 handicap, but it was a solid effort in retrospect. He's been placed in his last 3 now. This is strictly speaking a slightly more difficult race, but given how well that form has worked out from last time out, the third's a decent sort as well. I think you have to have Aladed on your short list for the Lucas Gaitan yard.
Yeah, it has to be there or thereabouts. Number 5 is Farid. 2 runs this campaign, both over 1,400 metres. Another one coming up in distance by 400 metres.
Yeah, he might improve for the chip, but I thought looking back through his form, he's had 14 starts. I thought his best form seems to be up to a mile, and probably 7 furlongs would be his ideal trip. So a little bit of a question mark about the step up and trip for me for him.
Number 6 is Motor Seymar, 2 wins from 13 starts. Quite well exposed, but does have course and distance winning form in handicap company.
Yeah, she was well held in a handicap here last week, but that was a strong contest, the Howden handicap. I thought she was a bit disappointing that her start before that went 9th to Tahadi, having won a handicap on meeting 87. She's inconsistent, but she is capable on her day. The race she won at meeting 87 was a 0-75 handicap over course and distance, so this is easier on paper, but she hasn't really delivered since.
Okay, well, let's head out to Shabila and see what she likes here for our...
Thank you very much, Martin. I'm walking alongside my paddock selection for this race. It's horse number 4, trained by Lucas Gaitan, will be ridden by Mohammed Al Hubail. Second last time out at meeting 91, and Lucas Gaitan, he knows how to train these horses really well, tees them up really nicely and gets them prepared. He looks ultra fit here in the parade ring today, and I just couldn't look away from him. Lots of paddock positives though, no paddock negatives in this race. Horse number 3, Hush, as well. Horse number 10, Solana, and one of the Red Stable runners looks really well. That's horse number 17, Werdom. But I will be speaking with the Lucas Gaitan and Athba stables with Al Adhed. He is just the best looking to my eye. He's a 4-year-old, looks ultra fit going around here like he owns the place. So definitely keeping my fingers crossed for Lucas Gaitan stables.
Well, the international market's finding it really hard to nominate the horse they find as the principal contender. It may be just as though the 9, Al Mahdi, the 4, Al Hadhead, certainly up there as well. Let's come on to the 9, a horse making handicap debuts at 8 goes so far.
Yeah, has been in frames, in the frame all 4 tries in maidens at around this trip, between a mile and a mile and a quarter. And has been racing an open company since. I thought he was, although you look at his overall record, he's not for maiden, he's been unplaced in his last 3 starts. He's been popular in the market. I can understand that because most of his races have been tougher than this, and this is the first opportunity he's had to race in a race where on the ratings he's got a chance of winning. So it wouldn't be at all surprised to see Ahmadi improve a little bit here, but he's been well found, hasn't he?
Yes, indeed. And Al Farouz takes the ride. Solana is number 10, just the 1 win in 19 starts, and tries this 1,800 metres once again.
Runner-up and not the 75. Sorry, not the 77 furlong. No, take that back. I'll do it again. And not the 70 behind Tahadi over a mile, beaten 3/4 of a length. 2 starts back. Again, is another one who was tried in open company last time out and found that a little bit too tough 2 weeks ago. She should bounce back to form. She's on the right sort of mark given the balance of her form, but she's one to consider given that decent run 2 starts back.
Tariq Al Mansour gets on board at number 11, Madrash, who's had the 1 start so far. That was a win in the local bred maiden last time at meeting 85, but has got some other form as well that reads well going back to January last year.
Yeah, it was runner-up twice last season. Generally showed a fair degree of promise, and I think the handicap has been kind enough with Madrash. That was a mile maiden he won last time out and beaten Al-Zamawi, who's a solid enough 64 performer, has been running to that mark. He beat that rival by 3.5 lengths in pretty good style. We saw the video of that earlier on because the horse who finished 3rd in our previous race was in that contest as well, running on from the back of the field. So I thought that was a decent enough run from Madrash. You beat a 64 horse 3.5 lengths. I think getting a mark of 69 is perfectly fair. He's only had the 5 runs, less exposed than most. He'll do for me.
I'm very much with you because the 3rd horse that day as well was Al Dahammer, and Al Dahammer ties in with the 4 as well, Al Dahed. So
yes,
the form line's there. Certainly, it's got the beating of the 4 on that performance.
He does, yeah, and obviously Al Dahed is pretty popular in the market here, given the 3 good runs. But if you tie all that form together, Madrash does look well treated.
There's indeed moving on to the 12, and that's Zama, who was a winner at meeting 79 over the 1600 in maiden company.
Yeah, that wasn't a bad performance. He only scraped home there, beating Onyx by a head. He may do better after 7 runs. Again, the runners from this yard tend to be slow burners. He would need to, and he's a much shorter price than Onyx in this race. I think maybe a little bit skinny based on what he's done, but obviously he comes here off a win, and people do like to see winning form, don't they? 13
Ifaf has a lot to find, just the 1 start and well beaten on that occasion. So let's move on to the 14, who's had 4 goes so far this campaign, but Salm Al Mokhtar hasn't won since December 2021.
Yeah, that is a worry. He's 3 from 28 in his career. He's a 7-year-old now. I don't think he's quite as good as he was. He's run in several handicaps this season. Mostly better on paper than this, but he's been unplaced in them all. 2 of them over 2,000 metres. His most recent one coming over a mile when he was 8th in a not to 75. Hard enough to fancy.
Well, let's have a look at Madrash, and actually we're just saying how this horse could well be nicely treated, and this was the win here a few weeks ago at meeting 85. Lots to like about this.
Yeah, he does this well. As I said, he gets there and gets the job done. Ends up winning by 3.5 lengths. And we see Motheter is the horse he comes from out the back of the field to grab a distant 3rd late on. That form's already been franked to some degree. I like the way he did this. It looked very straightforward. The runner-up has been running to a mark of 64. He came clear of the rest. So I think the mark of 69 the handicapper's given him does seem very fair to me.
And number 18, Oral, in shot there as well. Just the 1 win in 5 starts. That was a win over the 1,200 metres going back to meeting 59 in a local bred fillies maiden. 3rd last time up here last week, though.
Yeah, the runs. This is probably more relevant. Came on the 26th of January, and Oral runs on well to be 3rd. This is a 7 furlong contest, and I'm sure that she will benefit from stepping back up and trip. This is probably a bit stronger than her maiden win. The maiden win, as I said, came over a shorter trip, but she shaped again here as if a step up from 7 furlongs would suit her, and she's one to bear in mind. She's going on nicely at the finish. She would have been 2nd in another couple of strides.
Yeah, likely race turned open to improve over the longer trip as well. A quick word on 19 Onyx, who's run okay in maiden and handicap company the last couple of runs. I should say the maiden form before that was okay, has been in handicap and open company the last 2 starts.
Yeah, disappointing the last twice, but obviously the runs in meeting 73 and 79 read pretty well. 2nd to Zamar on the latest of those. And listen, you can read it 2 ways. You can say that you can maybe forgive Onyx a couple of moderate runs and think he looks overpriced here, or you can say that Zamar doesn't have the price the market suggests he does because that form in beating Onyx just hasn't worked out particularly well.
Well, Madrash, as we've been talking, has certainly been popular in the international markets. 4, 9 and 11 are the 3 top picks at the moment. From the 8, then we have 10 and 12 as well. But as a bit of value on those international markets, where I thought Madrash does make plenty of appeal, unexposed, the form looks good, and certainly could step forward for that comeback win a few weeks ago.
Yeah, and as I said, I don't think he needs to an awful lot. No, I would say with a horse with this profile in the UK, the handicapper would have slapped it with another couple of pounds, because that was quite impressive. He's basically treated it as exactly what it looks like on paper, but there are reasons to believe that Madras should do better. That was his first run of the season. He's only had 5 career runs all told. Everything points to him taking a step forward, doesn't it?
And we know from that course and distance run 12 months ago, he'll certainly stay as well.
Exactly. Yeah. There's no concern on that front, and it is a difficult race. There are cases made for quite a few, but he's the one that you probably make the strongest case for and find the least negatives.
Okay, local bred horses handicap 0 to 70 company, just £3 separating the field here over the 1800 metres. They are down at the start. We are actually on post time as well. It's due off at 4:20 local time. So Rory, we're very much with the 11 Madrash.
Very much so. Yeah. Yeah.
And Shamila with Alad Head as well, number 4 for Lucas Gaitan, who's enjoyed a good couple of weeks here and has got a couple of live contenders going forward to Saudi Cup weekend, including his winner of the Saudi Derby qualifier last week, form which will be tested a little bit later on today. We have got runners from that race back on track a little bit later, but the runners are at the mile start, the 1800, over on the far side of the track. So as they begin the loading up process, let's go back to John here for the call on race 3.
Martin, Rory, Shamila, thank you very much. Yeah, they're about to load up. Obviously, handicap company here, so the saddlecloths don't correspond to the starting stalls. Some of the wider drawn runners going in at the moment. We've got the 3-horse Hush coming forward now in the hands of Abdulaziz Al Musa. They're some of the colour-coordinated grooms who've been leading up their horses today and watching nervously down at the finishing area. Solana to come forward in the beige and brown colours. Horse number 13 is Afaf. Afaf goes in. Next to come forward into stall 4 is Najmat Al Shaib. Estijad, saddlecloth 1, but into gate number 8. Still waiting at the back for Barrett. And here's number 17, Waradom, has got the white distinguishing cap on and the sheepskin noseband. Zamar wears the first red stable colours. Farret goes in, a grey. This looks quite promising. 1800 metres the trip. Stand by. Gates back, and away they go. They are racing. Naseem Al Riyadh is a little bit slowly away as they make their way through the early stages of this 1800-metre contest. Another slow starter was Amadi in the grey jacket as they make their way onto the racecourse proper through the first 250 metres or so. And the lead is held by Estijad, who's gone forward. Also prominent there is Farret in the early stages, the grey horse. Another one that's up with the pace towards the wide outside is Aladed from a pretty wide draw. And another one who's up there is Al Najm Al Kaseb as they head on towards the middle part of the back straight, and it's Estijad who's just about the leader here and has floated across to the inside rail. To in second position on the outside, Aladed. Another one that's forcing through now is Madrash, who's got itself into a very nice position in the green and yellow colours. Field trailing back still to Sam Al Moghtara, who hasn't got too many behind him, and neither has Ifaf. But as they start to make this long sweeping turn, the leaders with Estijad and Eddie Castro leads by a length or so. To on the outside, Alderhead in second, now getting a good bit closer in third is the beige colours there of Solana, who's making good headway. Then the green and yellow of Madrash, who's still not too far away. Then Farret as well, the grey horse with the red cheek pieces. But as they swing for home, it's Estijad that leads them, but travelling strongly on the outside is Aladed. Estijad and Aladed, these two getting a lovely seam up the inside rail is Farret, who's now got through that gap as well and stuck to the rail very nicely. After that, in fourth position is Madrash, who's got to find a little bit now down the centre of the track, getting into this now is Moata Seamar as well, as they come towards the closing stages. The bird might have flown here, though. It's Farrett who's stuck to the rail like the proverbial limpet, leads by 3 or 4 lengths. Moata Seamar is staying on pretty well, so too Zamar from the back, but racing up towards the line, it's Farrett, beautifully ridden by Mohammed Al-Daham, who wins. Motasser has finished in second, or Motasser has finished in second. It's tight for third there. The judge will be sorting that one out, but what he won't be sorting out is the easy win of Farrett, who, as I said in the call, took up a nice position just behind the speed, and then it all opened up beautifully as they made the turn for home. The gap appeared, and Farrett was straight through there and has won very nicely indeed. Third run up for the season, 2 wins going back to last year, has been nicely prepared for this and has scored. Moata Seamar has finished in second. Zamar stayed on from a different part of the Arabian Peninsula to finish in third, and Najmat Al-Shaib was fourth. But it's Farrett in a time of 1:56.54 who wins by 2.5 lengths. Moata Seamar in second and Zamar in third. 1 or 2 closers got into that, but in the end, it was all about Farrett, who went the shortest way, right round the inside, the quickest way from A to B on any racetrack, and no different here at Riyadh. And Farrett has scored and has now won 3 from 15. And I'm sure we'll be moving up into slightly better handicaps than this in the fullness of time. Some very happy connections there. Race number 3. You'll have been happy as well if you back Farrett, who scored.
Race number 3 goes the way of horse number 5, Farrett, who adds a 3rd win to his name. First time over this distance, has won twice over a different distance, and they've stepped him up in trip massively. The last 2 runs he's had this season have been over 1,400 metres. This race was over 1,800. So very well done to jockey Mohammed Al-Daham for doing the steering, and Badr Al-Muhami for the training performance as well. Very well done to the Al Hussam stables. Very classy colt by Flashy Bull out of Ankara for this local bred handicap 0 to 70, rated 70, so one of the highest rated horses in the race. Jumped out of stall number 6, and it looked a pretty easy job for Mohammed Al-Daham, in fairness. He's flying this season, of course. We love talking to him. He is not a man of many words, but when he is in a good mood, he does usually give us some nice insights. And it's his first time riding this horse, and a really classy individual, so I'd say he's really happy with that performance. Can't not be happy when you've had a winner, can you? So Mohammed Al-Daham has just finished weighing out here now, and hopefully we can get a quick word with him. Congratulations, Mohammed.
Thank you.
What did you think of that race? First time winning over this distance.
Yeah, Alhamdulillah. This horse, before I see before this horse, here I'm good, here good. But I think he go to another place. Maybe rest and now come back. MashaAllah, nice horse.
And how did he feel in the last 400 meters? Was it easy for you? It looked easy.
Yeah, MashaAllah. I see my horse. He go, no stop. Yeah. Alhamdulillah. Thank the God.
Do you think that he could go a little bit further? Maybe he'd be good over 2,000?
Yeah, no problem. 2,000, no problem.
Did the trainer give you any instructions before the race?
He say this horse he can stay close, just good break and stay behind the base. Alhamdulillah, come back.
Thank you, Mohammed. Well done.
Welcome. Thank you.
Well, he did stay close. He was never worse than about third position. He scraped Pate down the home stretch and to sting out the distance well to win. Farhat to beat Motamasa into second. Zama finished from way off the pace to take third place. But the previous two wins for this horse, Rory, had both come over 1400. Hadn't shown an awful lot, did a couple of runs at Taif in the summer, but has returned a different animal, Farhat.
Yeah, seems to have shown improved form for the step up to 1800 metres, but it wasn't obvious.
No.
From his previous runs that he needed it. And sometimes it's not a case of staying on late in the finish. It's sometimes just been taken off your feet a little bit over a shorter trip. That sees horses run below form, and being able to go just that stride slower and being able to take a good position is what sees them showing improved form, and that's what's happened with Farhat here. I must say I'd have needed 10 or 12 goals to find him in this contest. But if you knew he was going to stay, he was interesting enough, and he got away from the stalls very well. Estage Dad got away well from stall 1. Farhat was always in a very good position. There are a few just in front of him from wide posts here, but they couldn't get across. Majrash was always well placed as well, just in front of the winner at this stage. Yeah, he had no excuses, Majrash. He got himself in a good position, and you thought that things were setting out quite nicely for him. Similar comments apply to Aladed. He got himself in the perfect position, led off the bend, had every chance, but he was a beaten favourite in slightly lesser company than this last time. With the form worked out okay, but again he's seen one or two of his supporters come back with burnt fingers. And yeah, I thought that was, given how the race panned out, I thought that was a little bit of a disappointing finishing effort from him. Otherwise, you're looking at the winner just burrowing through on the rail there up the inside of Estage Dad, who begins to weaken at this stage. Aladed, as I said, was perfectly positioned on the outside to strike, but is rather one-paced in the finish. And Majrash just weakened out of it, having been well positioned.
He's a horse probably who does stay that little bit further, Majrash, but I just wonder, given the win last time was 1600, whether just his run like today is almost coming back in trip might actually suit him.
Yeah, on the evidence of that run, yes, because he's travelled well into it and hasn't got home, whereas the run over the mile last time out was much more promising. We had a couple of Zamar rather has run on well to get third in the end, having been parked very wide on the track. He was drawn out in stall 16, and he must be about 10 horses wide on that bend, so he's done well to finish as close as he did. And we had some late work from Najmat Al-Shaib to get into fourth place in the end. But pretty typical handicap, really. You can take a few positives, a few negatives. The one I haven't mentioned is Motasema. She came back to form to finish second. She's a bit of a low on to herself. She had that really good win in better class than this in meeting 87, but 4 runs either side of that have been nothing like the same level. But she's bounced back to that form to finish second today, and she is capable of this mark when she fancies it.
That's the key thing. But Farhat takes out the win to land a third win and a first win over the 1800 metres. We move on to turf for the next couple of races. The turf track has been narrowed quite some way. They're saving ground towards the inside. The far rail has been pushed out. The bend on the far side has been pushed way out. But John, we go into handicap company once again here on the turf here. 0 to 90 rated for race 4, and it's a sprint handicap over the 1200.
Yes, indeed. Nice to get back onto the turf track, and some ground being saved for some bigger days in the future. Just a 10 going to post here with the 3 non-runners. 1 is Sunset and Vine in the hands of Ahmed Al-Azari. Horse number 2 is Alula, Ahmed Al-Shra. Horse number 3 is Hapipi, Go Lucky, Asil Al-Sahani. Horse number 4 is Sir Titus, Adel Al-Faredi. Number 5 is Jcsa, Ricardo Sosa Ferreira. Number 6 is Rustam Basha, plenty of early pace from that one. Alexis Moreno is aboard. Number 7 is Amarillo Gold, Camilo Ospina. And number 8 is Labarossa, Ahmed Al-Kradis. Horse number 9 is Zef Zaf, That's the mount of Nawef Al Mudiani. And horse number 10 is Line of Departure, Ayed Al Turisi. Horses 11, 12 and 13 do not go here. Small field, obviously we're working in a fairly narrow iteration of the turf track at the moment. It'll be wider for Saudi Cup night, of course, but for this particular race, quite a small field. And we'll see if we can find the winner in the company of Martin, Rory and Shamila.
Yeah, small field, John, but a really competitive event. I've been looking forward to this race for this sprint handicap on the turf. And Sunset and Vine is horse number 1, a horse we saw here last week finishing in 3rd place, 0 from 9 for the campaign, but was 3rd in the turf sprint qualifier last week, in behind Cold Front and
Honky Tonk Man. Hard to forget that, really, isn't it?
A form that was boosted yesterday.
It was indeed, yes. And Sunset and Vine we'll see in action shortly, finishing a creditable 5 lengths third to Cold Front in that turf sprint qualifier. This is a weaker contest, obviously. I know he's carrying top weight, but there's no reason why he shouldn't give his running again, and he's an obvious starting point for this race.
The only concern I've got with Sunset and Vine, it was nearly enough 1400 last week. All of his wins and all of his best form is over a little bit further.
Yeah, that is a fair point. It's 13:51, isn't it? The distance of that tour sprint. When we call it a sprint qualifier, it's almost 7 furlongs. So, yeah, he is cutting back slightly in trip, and he was doing his best work late in the day last week. So it is possible the cut back to 6 will just inconvenience him a little bit. But he clearly comes here at the top of his game. He's rated 90, and he has more positives than most of these, I would say.
Let's move on to number 2, which is Alula. 1 win from 8 starts. Has been over 1400 the last couple. Drops back in distance, but the win did come over this trip.
Win came over this trip in maiden company, and it was a perfectly good run 3 starts ago. But the worry is that disappointing effort last time out, and Alula does need to bounce back. But on his best form, he certainly got a chance here. But you need to ignore that last run.
Habibi Go Lucky is number 3, 1 from 15 for the campaign. Has been busy and is a 5 times winner, but has been racing over further of late.
Has been racing over further, and she does tend to do her best work late. But
all 3 wins come over this trip.
All 3 wins come over this trip, including this race last year, and then the International Jockeys Challenge over the trip at the Saudi Cup meeting itself. She is one of the most popular performers around here, particularly in Taifisor. We seem to see her almost every week there, and I know Shamila's got a real soft spot for Habibi Go Lucky. You wouldn't swear, if you didn't know she'd run on the turf before, you'd have thought she might find things happening too quickly for her here. But her form from last season suggests that's not the case. I think she'd prefer an even bigger field, to be perfectly honest. What she wants is a real burn up and to be cutting 3 horses late on. But 2 wins here last season suggests that she's on a fair mark of 87, and she'd be my pick here with the hope that the return to turf just sparking her back to life. She's been a wee bit below her best in her last 2 runs. She's normally ultra reliable.
Yeah, 3rd, 4th and 4th in the previous 3 starts. Let's head down to Shamila and see what she thinks. Have you had a chance to see Sir Titus, Shamila, on debut here, having left Michael Dodds in the UK? How's that horse acclimatised?
Looks really well, to be honest, with you, Martin. But the horse that I'm going to go with in the first turf race of the day is this horse right here, horse number 6, Rustam Basha. I was really impressed by his performance last time out over the turf as well, at meeting 90 when he came first with Alex Moreno on board. So I had to go with this horse yet again. Really nice looker in the parade ring. Typical turf sprinter, as you would imagine their build to be. The other horse that I had noted down as my second choice is horse number 9, Zefza, for the Jimmy Jerkin stables. Will be ridden by Nawaf Al Mudhani. First time starter here this season, 1 win to his name, but does look really well and super fit, but probably not as fit as Rustam Basha. So hopefully Rustam Basha can get that first win of the weekend for Alexis Marino.
Yeah, one of Jimmy Jerkins doubly represented here in the race. Let's continue working down the field. We touched on Sir Titus. Was sold for 10,000 guineas the back end of last year, formerly trained in the UK by Michael Dodds. Most of the form, though, the majority of the form, in fact, over the 1,000 metres as opposed to the 1,200.
Yeah, and obviously no 1,000-metre races in Saudi Arabia at all. So Sir Titus forced to race at 6 furlongs here. And yeah, you're right. I mean, he had plenty of racing in the UK. He tried 6. We ran over 6 furlongs early in his career, and ran over
very, very early, yeah.
But I would be much more inclined to judge him on the form he's shown in the last couple of seasons when he looked a 5 furlong specialist. So the extra furlong here is a little bit of a concern for me.
Number 5 is Jcsa, 1 win from 16 so far this campaign, and second in similar company last time out, beaten just to length. But that was beaten by Beehive, who was in the turf qualifier last week and well behind Sunset and Vine. So collateral form gives him a bit to find.
It does, yeah. Obviously, there's the question about how well horses adapt to turf, which maybe was an issue with Beehive last week. Jcsa's a winner over this trip on turf in his younger days for David O'Mara. He bounced back to his best form last time out. The question is how well he will adapt to the switch back to turf here. It's not always a given that when horses have got turf form early in their careers and then racing on dirt here that they will actually show that form straight away back on the turf. You'd imagine it's a bit of a given, but from my experience, it's not.
No, we'll move on to the 6th then, Rustam Basha, who Shamila gave a good mention to. 1 from 5 so far this campaign, was the winner of a course and distance open on the turf last time out, and I thought showed a really good attitude under Alexis Marino, who's back on board again today.
Yeah, got through on the inside last time, showed plenty of dash, as he had done. He won all 3 of starts as a 2-year-old. Just took a while to find his form at Taif earlier in the season. Again, showed really good early pace in his races, wasn't really getting home, but clearly showed himself to be well suited by the turf on first start over this course and distance last time out by winning that. The handicap has given him a bit more to do here, but once again, he's well drawn to attack from stall 4, and he should go well.
Well, let's have a look at Sunset and Vine in action. Yet to win this campaign, but a really good third in behind Cold Front and Honky Tonk Man here just last week.
Yeah, the front tours are a slightly better class than the rest of them on this occasion, but you have to like the way Sunset and Vine has finished off here. He really gets rolling in the last furlong and a half and gets within 5 lengths of the high class winner who'll be coming back here on the Saudi Cup night for a big prize. Sunset and Vine not quite up to that, but it was a really likeable performance. As you said, the slight concern is, we've got to bear in mind that's 13:51, even though we're talking turf sprints, whereas this is dropped back to 1,200 metres, which he'll be doing his best work late on again. He just doesn't want them to let them get away from him. That's the concern for him.
Well, he was in the turf qualifier last week. Amarillo Gold was in the dirt qualifier, finishing 7th.
Yeah, Amarillo Gold is a turf winner as well. He won as a 2-year-old over a mile on turf back in the UK. But he's proven himself to be at least as good over 6 furlongs since switched here. He's been kept pretty busy, as plenty of these colours do. His best turf form, as I said, over 6 and 7 furlongs. And he does have the speed to cope with his low draw. Obviously, you don't want to be getting behind from a low draw here, otherwise you run into traffic problems. You don't want to be spinning wide in the bend either. But from stall 2, if he can bounce back to his, we know he can handle turf. If he translates the dirt form he's been showing recently back to the turf straight away, then he's got chances here.
La Barossa's odd handicap debut, been racing over a variety of trips, was down to the 1,200 last time out.
Was a very useful 2-year-old in the UK when running on the Godolphin Silks, winning the Group 3 Somerville Tattersall Stakes over 7 furlongs. He was then tried in the Criterium International over a mile, so they had him down as sort of a potential Guineas horse. Didn't really train on from 2 to 3. He's dropped in the handicap a lot now, but I don't see him as a sprinter. He was never all flashy speed in the old days, and his form has looked a little bit regressive this season.
Zefsaf Solwyn came in open company over this trip, but he was last seen over further in the Saudi Derby qualifier last January.
Yeah, I mean, I can see why they wanted to have a try at the in the Saudi Derby trial, because if you can stretch out, you've got races like that to go for. But he looked like he ran out of stamina in that contest. His only win came over this trip. His other runs when he was beaten, although run respectably, were over 7 furlongs and a mile. I'd say 7 furlongs is probably his ideal trip, but he is worth a try back sprinting, given that the experiment over a mile and beyond didn't quite work out for him.
And the other one to mention to complete the field is Line of Departure, who's been racing in 0 to 90 handicaps the last couple of times.
Well, this is a horse he ran in the July Cup in the UK a few seasons ago. He won the Cathedral Stakes, I think, at Salisbury, and then ran in the July Cup. But he's been largely disappointing in his early runs here. He was well held in his first couple of starts in Taif. He's gradually sort of refound some form, but he does seem to have lost a bit of his speed, and his best form probably over 7 furlongs. And he did take a step in the wrong direction last time out when finishing 13th. I don't think he retains quite enough speed from what I've seen of him to take advantage of that stall 1 draw.
Well, the turf course looking in really good condition ahead of the Neom Turf Sprint, the 13:51 sprint, and of course the Red Sea Turf Handicap here, all taking place on Saturday. As regards today, they're loading up. I'm very much with the 6, Rustam Basha. Good win on the turf last time up. I think he's certainly on the improve. Shamila with that horse as well. But Rory, you go.
I'm going Habibi Go Lucky, and Shamila will be very sorry if this wins, given that she's been with Habibi Go Lucky in most of her starts. I very much respect where you're coming from, and I think Rustam Basha will show plenty of speed, but I'm hoping Habibi Go Lucky can find the form that saw her win this race last year.
And one man who's always Habibi Go Lucky is John Blance.
Oh, what a link. If you ever need to fulfill a career in television, just copy Martin's links. That was an absolute belter. Anyway, they're about to put them in here. Sunset and Vine to go forward. In goes Jcsa as well, Ricardo Sosa Ferreira. Rustam Basha was quite impressive last time. Strongly fancied him then. And he saw out the trip very well too, which is encouraging as far as today is concerned. And he certainly should have plenty of speed in the early part of the contest. Still waiting for Jcsa to go in. White distinguishing cap for that one. Amarillo Gold's got the white distinguishing cap. We've got 4 horses who are representing 2 different owners here, so just keeping your eyes peeled. There is Amarillo Gold going in. Camilo Ospina, stall number 2, nicely drawn. Alula still to come forward as well in the first red stable colours. So 6 furlongs, 1,200 metres, the first of the turf races today. And they're nearly ready. Alula just causing a problem or two. But when Alula is in, we will have a full complement. Still waiting for Alula to go in. Wide gate for that one in stall 10. 1,200 metres in front of them here. Stand by. They're ready and racing, and a pretty good start towards the near side by Amarillo Gold in that white distinguishing cap. Rustam Basha, as ever, flashes terrific early pace and leads there in the sheepskin noseband. Also prominent is Sir Titus in the green and yellow colours. Amarillo Gold is up the inside, followed by Jcsa, who takes an inside line as well. They're followed by Jcsa in the yellow and brown colours. Towards the back of the field at the moment, Laba Rossa. Habibi Go Lucky's got a bit to do from there. Then up the inside, we've got Line of Departure, who's a bit outpaced in mid-division at the moment. Alula, they're starting to make the turn here. Green colours, Sir Titus out in front to Rustam Basha up the inside. Then Amarillo Gold is just short for a bit of room as they go inside the final 600. They're followed by Jcsa. Right round the outside comes Sunset and Vine, who's going to try and do this tough 3 or 4 horses wide. They're swinging for home. Rustam Basha has now come through to take it up. Sir Titus is trying to battle back. Jcsa down the centre of the track. Amarillo Gold, Camilo Ospina looking for a gap or two to appear. Then Sunset and Vine as well. But it's Jcsa who's now reeled in Rustam Basha, and it's Jcsa now going on for Jimmy Jerkins. Leads by a couple of lengths to Rustam Basha, who can find no more. Then Sunset and Vine and Amarillo Gold, but racing up towards the line. Jcsa is careering away. A very easy winner in the end. It's going to be a right old lineup for second. Very close for the silver medal. Maybe Sunset and Vine, but that is really tight. All sorts possible for third as well, but absolutely no doubt about the winner, Jcsa. Nawef Al Mudiani for Jimmy Jerkins. This horse positioned up just behind a ferocious early gallop and then has pounced in the latter stages. Second win in 6 starts, been off the track a while. That doesn't seem to have been a problem. Scored here very nicely indeed. Had the distinguishing cap, the second red stable colours on, if you like, but was well clear of Alula at the line. He was well clear of all of them at the line. A very nice performance from Jcsa. Looks like what's tight between Sunset and Vine and Amarillo Gold there for the minors. Sunset and Vine has just got second, we reckon. Beaten 5.5 lengths into second by Jcsa, who clocked a time of 1 minute 11.30 seconds round the bend here over the 1200. Sunset and Vine in second, and we'll await official confirmation of the third. It's got excellent technology here at Riyadh, which can sort this stuff out pretty quickly. Don't need any form of modern technology to work out that the 9 had won. Amarillo Gold finished third, horse number 7, in a time of 1:12.18, so 1/100th of a second slower than Sunset and Vine. And Rustam Basha battled on okay to finish fourth, but probably needs slightly less than the 1,200 metres. Rustam Basha, he certainly got loads of early pace and flashed that along with Sir Titus in the early part of the race. But it was Jcsa who picked him off in the closing stages and did so very, very convincingly.
Well, not that easy to fancy. Jcsa, lightly raced over the last couple of seasons. His sole win did come over this trip. He was last seen finishing 8th in the Saudi Derby qualifier of 2023, but has shown them all a clean pair of heels and has been a comprehensive winner.
Yeah, he's not the easiest horse to weigh out, but obviously Connections had dreams of turning him into a Saudi Derby horse last year, so his campaign was mapped around that, stepping up in trip after winning his maiden over 6 furlongs. But they clearly decided that he was, having finished only 8th in a Saudi Derby trial on his last start last season, the experiment with a mile and further was over, and now he's worth trying as a sprinter and indeed as a turf horse. So those are both departures, but he was, looking at the field, probably the least exposed in the race. That doesn't always mean the likeliest winner, but it means it's hard to rule horses like that out, and Jcsa has proven himself to be well suited by this sort of setup. Obviously, we had a very strong and contested pace here, which has helped him sweep through late in the day. The likes of Rustam Basha would have liked to have had an easy enough time off it in front. That wasn't going to happen today with Sir Titus, a real 5 furlong specialist in there, and the pair of them got involved in a bit of a war up front, which set it up for closers, and Jcsa got the clearest run through in the end.
Another win for Jimmy Jerkins then in the colours of Prince Faisal, and a significant moment for Nawaf Al Muldiani as well. He's 50th winner, which apparently Rory takes him into the ranks of fully fledged professionals.
Yeah, big deal really. We saw one of the promising young riders here ride his 50th winner a few weeks ago, and that was a massive moment for him. So yeah, riding out your claim here is a real rite of passage.
Well, Jimmy Jerkins making a big impact here in Saudi Arabia, and he's with Shamila.
Jcsa wins our first turf race of the day for trainer Jimmy Jerkins. So congratulations, Jimmy. This is a pretty lightly raced horse, so it was impressive watching him there.
Yeah, we couldn't get him doing very good in Taif and the first part of this meet, but he finally came around and put some weight on and got sounder. And you know, I know his sire very well from back home. He was an okay horse on the dirt as a 2-year-old, but as a 3-year-old he kind of petered out. And a good friend of mine trains Motown, and he put him on the turf, and he was a Grade 1 winner on the turf, so I was kind of looking forward to that.
Was the plan always to try and keep him for the turf, or were you just trying to keep him steady up until now?
Well, no, you can't really wait for the turf. Turf season just isn't long enough. I certainly would have ran him a lot sooner than this if he was doing good enough, but it was a funny horse. He just didn't bounce back from last year at all, and we had a lot of problems with him, but like I said, he finally came to hand one day, and we had a little. He is an 85. They had a 0 to 85 last week, and we got messed up and couldn't get him in. But we didn't need it. I guess he was, I had a sneaking feeling that he would run well. He showed good speed in his races before, and of course he's bred, like I said, for the turf. And I'm sure he likes it firm, which it is. And he just ran like we hoped.
What's next for Jcsa after this?
I don't know. Like I said, we're closing up. Not too long from now. I don't probably isn't a whole lot for him, but at least he showed that he, hopefully we can, being as he's so lightly raced, he'll, when it comes time to put him away, he'll rebound better than he did last year, and we'll have a productive next season, I should say, not next year, but hopefully he'll make up for lost time next season.
And fantastic performance from Nawaf Al Muldiani for his 50th winner as well.
Yeah, Nawaf's he's a natural. I really like him. He helps us a lot in the morning, and he has a certain knack. I think he'll even though he loses his apprentice thing, I think he'll go on and do good things.
Thank you so much, Jimmy.
Thank you.
Well, a really insightful interview there from Jimmy, not just taking into consideration the horse here and how he's had to sort of get him back, but looking into the pedigree and drawing on his experience back in America as regards to sire.
Yeah, that was really interesting to hear. And again, every time we interview Jimmy, you get nuggets of wisdom. It's very easy just to have sort of interviews where it's just niceties. But Jimmy, he doesn't always look massively enthusiastic about it, but he gives you all the information you want and more, and you learn something every day you speak to him.
And here's that speed Julia talked about as well. Rustam Basha got away well, as though did Sir Titus, who was on his debut here. We know he's got plenty of natural speed and he's really applied that early.
He has, yeah. I mean, as we said, all his best form is over 5 furlongs in the UK. He's got to learn to ration his speed a little bit here, but he showed real dash to go forward. We know that Rustam Basha likes to dominate from the start as well, so that it ended up being a little bit of a burn-up. You saw some of them struggling to go the pace. I mean, Jcsa is quite well back in the field at this stage. My selection, Habibi Go Lucky, struggled to go the early gallop towards the back of the field, but she picked up really well in the closing stages and might have actually grabbed second or third, but for being stopped in a run about a furlong from home. She's bounced back to form, but the pace they were going has played into the hands of one or two. But this is impressive in the end from Jcsa. He peels wide and kicks on. We knew we'd get a good run from Sunset and Vine as well. The step back and trip has counted against him a little bit. You can't really see, looking at this race, if they got an extra furlong, he wouldn't have got any closer to the winner, who's very impressive. And he's clearly a horse who is going to be better on turf than he was on dirt. And essentially, he's starting from scratch here, isn't he? So it's a clean sheet for him.
I know he's only rated 85, but you consider the run of Sunset and Vine, who was in behind Cull Front and Honky Tonk Man last week. Are we looking at a horse that next year could develop into a 13:51 sprint candidate if that progress continues?
Yeah, obviously there's a lot of water to go under the bridge between now and then. But as you say, the manner in which he's beaten Sunset and Vine is very similar to the manner in which Cool Front did last week. So Jcsa. Clearly, connections will be thinking of that sort of race next year and working their way back from it.
And of course, Jimmy blessed as well with a couple of really good turf sprinters, not just this horse, but the horse who was second last week as well.
Indeed, yes. Jcsa could be next season's Honky Tonk Man.
Good performance there in our fourth race of the day, as we see Jcsa go on to win. We stay on the turf, John, for race 5.
Race 32, gents, and this is 0 to 85 handicap, but over the 2,100 metres. So for the middle distance horses now, horse number 1 is Loving Feeling in the hands of Mohammed Al Daham. 2 is Tafish, Luis Morales. 3, Emirates Currency, Camilo Ospina. 4 is Mutashim, Mohammed Al Shamari. 5 is Prism, Abdullah Al Hussein. 6 is Taking Names, Alexis Moreno. 7 is Freshwater Cliffs, the last start, well, 2 starts ago winner, I should say. Horse number 8 is Najid, jockey to Abdulaziz Al Musa. That's news coming hot off the press. Abdulaziz Al Musa rides that one. Horse number 9 is Wathig. Jose Rodriguez is aboard that one. And the information I'm getting is that the 10 has been scratched, but the 11 Travoli runs and will be ridden by Fahed Al Faredi. Fahed Al Faredi aboard the 11. Breaking news here on the English version of the Saudi Jockey Club channel as they make their way into the parade ring. That is Loving Feeling, who is the 7-4 favourite last time I looked on the international markets. Very strongly fancied. The one horse got to come out of stall 8. Where will he feature in Rory and Martin's summation? We'll find out very shortly. Here they are.
Well, I've got him on top, John, to be honest. Loving Feeling, second last time out. That was over this very near trip. 2,100 today, it was 2,000 last time out. And was a winner in Open Company prior to that. Formerly, actually started off life, didn't he, in the UK with the Gostons Loving Feeling?
He did, yes. One of quite a lot of ex-John Gosden horses I've seen here in the last few weeks. He's got plenty of ability. He's very well bred, being a son of See the Stars as well. And that was an eye-catching run last week behind Year of the Dragon. Makes him the obvious one to be with in this course and distance event.
Tam Al Dahani, of course, doing well with these silks. We've seen that numerous times through the season and again in recent weeks.
Yeah, they seem to. We see these silks quite a lot in the UK, and they tend to flit around from yard to yard. But Thamar Al Dahani seems to have exactly the right idea of how to place these horses, and he's got a very good record with them in recent weeks, and we've just seen him climb onto the leading trainers table as well with a very good run from essentially from the new year, really. So he's been in sparkling form.
You can see in shot there, number 2, which is Tarfish. 1 from 9 so far this campaign. Comes back up in trip to the 2100. Does have turf form in the UK for Richard Hughes.
He does. He's slightly patchy form, I thought, and I wasn't massively keen on Tafish based on what he's done his last couple of starts. He's turned out quite quickly after running moderately last week. Maybe the change of scenery will do him good, but find him hard to fancy.
Loving Feeling was second last time out. Just in behind on that occasion was Emirates Currency, one from 13 for the campaign, but a 6 times winner in all.
Yeah, he's a bit of a veteran, Emirates Currency, now 7-year-old. He was back to form when third at a Year of the Dragon. He's got five lengths to find with Loving Feeling. He is £4 better off at the weight, so that does give him half a chance of turning the tables.
We do stay on the turf then for the second race of the day. We're very much enveloped by the loving feeling here, Shamila.
Yeah, can you feel the love tonight, Martin? I certainly can, because I'm going with horse number 1 as well, Loving Feeling from Mohammed Adham. He is chasing that double. I've been a big fan of this horse ever since his win at meeting 87. I thought he was ultra impressive, a really nice type, and Dharma Dehani is dominating at the moment, doing really, really well. One of the best stables around for sure. This is a 4-year-old gelding by See the Stars, bred for the turf, absolutely. I absolutely love him. He is so well put together, and I don't think there's any beating this horse in this race. Another horse that I was really looking forward to seeing in the parade ring and didn't disappoint is horse number 3, Emirates Currency, who will be ridden by Camilo Ospina. Third last time out at meeting 93, but I just don't think Loving Feeling is going to have any competition to worry about in this race, and Mohammed Adham is going to get that double.
Confidence oozing from Shamila about Loving Feeling. We've touched on the top 3 on the race card. Let's move down to number 4. Mutassim, 1 from 7 so far this campaign, and a winner over 2,000 last time up.
Yeah, I thought he bettered his previous efforts when beating Wathig in that 2,000 metre 0 to 80 on dirt last time out. He did win back in his younger days at Redcar for Ed Dunlop, so he does have turf form going back. This is his turf debut in Saudi Arabia, but he comes here in form. He's got that back form in turf. I mean, the form he was showing to win at Redcar wouldn't be good enough to win this, but it did at least show that he was as effective on turf as he was in the all-weather. Most of his good form, it has to be said, was on artificial surfaces in the UK, and it has been here as well, but he's one to consider.
And his form given a bit of a boost as well. His win last night had Milwaukee back in 4th, and that horse was the winner here yesterday. But let's have a look at Loving Feeling, staying on well from off the pace.
Yeah, this is Year of the Dragon and the blinkers going clear. And winning in good style, but you see Loving Feeling in the noseband in those familiar Al Saba colours coming through strongly to get second place. In behind you will see Emirates Currency sort of plugging on into third, but this is Loving Feeling seems in really good order here. He's done well to close Year of the Dragon down. Year of the Dragon got first run and had the race sort of sewn up early in the straight, but you'll see the gap closing all the way to the line, and Loving Feeling clearly coming here at the top of his game, and not easy to oppose, I thought, in this field.
No, I'm with Shamil. I think it's going to take the world of beating today, but we could have a look further down the list at Prism, who has got form that ties in with a couple of these. Prism is 0 from 6 for the campaign and has been cup company the last couple of starts.
He has. This is an easier task than he's had of late, but he has been well beaten. Only 2 starts in Riyadh at King Abdulaziz racetrack, where he's been well beaten. But he finished tied rather tamely, having finished a promising second at meeting 30 there. So while he's turf bred and he's got the ability to go well here, I didn't think he was in a particularly good place to give his running at the moment.
6 is Taking Names, the winner of an apprentice handicap at meeting 75. Steps up in trip today.
Yeah, he's running really well, Taking Names. He was second in an 1800 not to 85 last time out, leading most of the way and getting run down late. He'd won the not to 80 handicap 2 starts back over that trip, and he clearly just about gets 1800. But if you watch this race last time out, you'll see that he just comes to the end of his tether. The rest of the field are beginning to close him down, and I thought the step up to 2100 was a particular negative for him.
Freshwater Cliffs was back down to the 2000 last time out. Prior to that, number 7 had been in good form over 2400 and beat a Dramatic Device who was second here yesterday.
Yeah, he's hard to rule out, Freshwater Cliffs. A little bit of a law unto himself. You know, he looked quite hard to win with, but was largely consistent. He got a really nice ride from a different jockey to win 2 starts back, where he got to the front, slowed the pace down, which is unusual for dirt races, then kicked before the home bend and got most of them in trouble. He wasn't in the same sort of form last time out. He has won over course and distance in the past, though, so track and trip were fine for Freshwater Cliffs. Just a case of whether he's able to control it. I'm not quite sure he can do that, but with that course and distance form and with the win recently, he'll appeal to plenty of people.
Nudged is 5th best on the international markets. The recent form hasn't been quite so good, but does have course and distance winning form on turf here early on last year.
Yeah, he was a course and distance winner last March. That was his final start for his old yard, and he hasn't really hit the heights since changing stable. There's 2 runs this season. Well, again, one was at Taif way back in meeting 15, then he had the longest break before finishing 10th here last time out. Another break since. I think they've just been struggling to get him spot on. It may well be that the last break he's had has corrected any issues he may have had, but the breaks between his races since last season are a little bit of a concern.
And Warthig's been second on his last couple of starts, and he has tried turf elsewhere over in the UAE, not from 2 on the grass.
Yeah, he was just behind Mutasim, beaten half a length in that race in meeting 92. Clearly very little between them on form again. He was conceding £7 that day, but I think it'll be the same because I think Mohammed Al-Shamari is still claiming £7. So although you see Mutasim giving half a kilo away, the jockey's claim will come into account there as well. So Warthig is slightly better off at the weight, so he's got a reasonable chance of turning the form around, given that he handles the turf, and it's just a case of who gets the luck of the draw here.
The international markets have Loving Feeling as a very strong favourite here, from the 3 Emirates Currency and the 11 Trivoli, and of course they were 2nd, 3rd and 4th in that clip we saw before, and it's hard to see how the 3rd and the 4th could get anywhere close to Loving Feeling today. If that's the case, Loving Feeling should win this 2 in handstands.
Yeah, there's a slight turnaround at the weights, but you watch the race again, and the 3rd and 4th are just sort of plugging away and running, solid enough races. But Loving Feeling almost looked unlucky not to win. He was really going on nicely at the finish. He looked in good terms with himself, and even a slight rise in the weights really shouldn't be enough to stop him confirming the form of those who were behind him last week.
Well, Shamila's with Loving Feeling. I reckon it's the most likely winner of the night. The international markets reflecting that as well. And is that reflected by Mr. Delagi?
Yes, I'm going to go for him. I like being a little bit contrary at times, but I'm struggling to find any good reason why Loving Feeling shouldn't win this.
Well, John, we're all full of the Loving Feeling. I hope you are too.
Well, usually, Martin, they're about to put them in for this 5th race on the card, over markedly further than our first turf race, of course. I wouldn't totally rule out Freshwater Cliffs from gate 1. It was interesting to look at his price on the international markets. Thought it was a bit too big. He's around about 20 to 1. I thought that was a bit on the big side. He is a trifle inconsistent, but stall 1 here might just be able to get a very nice position, and lots of turning in this 2100 metre race, and getting that nice posse at the early stage of the race could be handy, and he was able to boss things a couple of starts ago. Might, if not be able to boss things, get a very good position, and that might just be too big of a price. We will see. Mutashim goes forward, Warthig to go in as well. Here is the jolly old favourite, Loving Feeling, into stall 8. Looking to try and make it another win in just the 5th Saudi start for Loving Feeling. Formerly of the Gosdens, of course. Emirates Currency, Camilo Ospina, riding once again for Rafai Sanat Al Ghuraban. The 2 is Tafish to come forward. The 11 is Trivoli, who gets a run here after number 10, Assimilation, was somewhat ironically taken out of the field. Trivoli with a blindfold on. Emirates Currency waiting patiently. Also still to load, we have the 8, which is Najd. 2 is Tafish to come forward into stall number 9. So still Najd to come forward. Also waiting for Trivoli. Oh, very lively there in the starting gate was Prism, rearing up rather badly. Abdullah Al Hussein trying to keep that one under control, but Prism isn't behaving herself in the stalls. The rest wait patiently. Emirates Currency has won 6 from 44 in Saudi. Very, very consistent type. Plenty of placed efforts as well. It was a decent 3rd last time out. Taking names, Alexis Moreno. Now this is Trivoli, who's taken a bit of loading. Quite similar colours to Freshwater Cliffs. Trivoli's got a sheepskin noseband on. Freshwater Cliffs got a white face. Trivoli goes in next to Mustashim. 3 is Emirates Currency to come forward. Emirates Currency's in. Naj to come forward. Taking Names goes in. Looks like Prism's been taken out. And I think we're going to go without Prism here. Rest are all in. And Prism, now, is she being vetted? Or is she just going to be taken out of this race? We have to wait and see. No news as yet. Looks like Prism's being taken away. So stall 5 empty at the moment. All the rest occupied. Doesn't look like Prism's going to take a chance here. They're off and racing. They've gone without Prism in this 2100 metre handicap, and Freshwater Cliffs got into a nice posse early in the orange and blue colours. Another one that now presses on is Taking Names. So it's Taking Names in the green that goes on to, in second position, Tafish. They're followed in third by Emirates Currency. Wathig is racing in fourth there in the pink jacket, the pink cap. They're followed towards the outer by Najid as they come to the first turn. Then Freshwater Cliffs up the inside of Trivoli. Loving Feeling, the international market's favourite, is last but one, and Mustashim is at the back of the field. So they're taking the turn. Noticeable that Taking Names, having got to the front, is now just slowing things down markedly. Leads by a couple of lengths, but the rest all getting stacked up in behind. Up the inside in second is Tafish, the yellow and blue colours, followed by Naj towards the outer, the white and blue. Coming very wide to get into a prominent position is Loving Feeling. Now moves into a sort of share of third, but has come via the Cape to do it. Wathig is after that in pink colours. Trivoli still towards the rear of the field at the moment. Emirates Currency, Cavillo Ospina is taking things easy with that one towards the rear of the field, and also towards the back is Trivoli. And one that's now just lost a place or two is Tafish, but it's a very, very well grouped up field that makes its way down the far side of the track, and it's Taking Names. Alexis Moreno, who's been in front since just about flagfall, to in second position Nudge towards the outside, Loving Feeling, who's had quite a torrid trip. In between those three now making a little bit of headway, we've got Freshwater Cliffs, who got a good start, went back through the field and is now trying to advance. Then Trivoli, as the speed begins to go in as they start to make the turn. Taking Names out in front, are driven along Loving Feeling in second as they go inside the final 3 furlongs. Freshwater Cliffs is in third, followed by Al Naj. Then right up the inside is Trivoli, the reserve, who's trying to get involved as well. But it's Taking Names that continues to lead here as they really speed up down the centre of the track. Loving Feeling, then Trivoli, who's down on the rail. Trivoli, the reserve, has hit the front to Loving Feeling, who's now just beginning to flounder from the back of the field. Emirates Currency is getting into a pretty good stride right down the centre of the track, but it's Trivoli that leads as they go deep inside the final furlong. Trivoli to Emirates Currency, who's finishing very strongly inside the final 100 metres. Trivoli and Emirates Currency. Trivoli just hangs on to Emirates Currency in second. Third or so was Loving Feeling, and the fourth across the line was Tafish. Victory there for Trivoli, who has scored a late addition to the race, and, well, another horse who was quite prominent, taken back in a race where they really jammed up in the middle part of it. I haven't got the sectionals in front of me, they weren't on screen, but I suspect they've gone fast early, really slowed things down mid-race and then sped up again in the latter stage. I certainly felt that those were the race dynamics. Trivoli the winner, Emirates Currency in second, well clear in the end of Loving Feeling, who had a torrid trip, wide the whole way, tried to make ground in the middle part of the race. I think it's a ride that if Mohammed Al-Daham could have back, I think he might. Tafish has finished in fourth there. That was the 1, 2, 3, 4, but it's Trivoli who's now won 5 from 19, who scored there in a time of 2 minutes 13.22 seconds. Emirates Currency's run a pretty decent race given the pace dynamics there to stay on as well as he did, and they were well clear of the third there, Loving Feeling, with Tafish in fourth. That was the 1, 2, 3, 4 in race number 5. Hats up to Trivoli, the super sub.
Well, a bit of an upset. I said before the race, there's no way that the horse who finished it behind Living Feeling can reverse the form. Well, they have done so. Not just one of them, both of them. And Travoli, who was a progressive horse in the UK for Ivan Furtado a couple of seasons ago, hasn't quite hit those heights in Saudi Arabia since, but he wins here on the turf, beating into the minor honours Emirates Currency and Freshwater Cliffs. Disappointing Loving Feeling, but Travoli, who got into the race with 10 assimilation coming out, has managed to do exactly that. Turns the form around in comprehensive style.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think the weights turnaround was enough, but I think John made a very good point in commentary. I think he said if Mohammed Al-Daham had a chance to ride his race again, he would have. He's ended up making a big early move very wide into contention. This is a horse with a good turn of foot, but he used it up very early in the race and ended up running it a bit upside down as a result. I think he needed to trust to luck a little bit in the early stages. Hoped he got a run closer to the rail and then try to finish off well, but he made his move early. He got himself into a good position as a result, but he had nothing left for the finish. And the pair who finished behind him last time out, Emirates Currency, was 5 lengths away, and Travoli, who was just behind that. I mean, in fairness, the pair of them were actually stepping up markedly on previous efforts. They were getting back to form in finishing 3rd and 4th last time out, but watching a replay of the race didn't suggest they were ready to step up again and beat Loving Feeling. But the impression is that Loving Feeling didn't run the same race this week as he did last. There's absolutely no reason to chase Taking Names. Taking Names was never going to stay this trip, in my view. Stepping up from 1,800 metres, did look like he might have got loose in the lead, and his rider tried to slow things up. Alex Moreno. But stamina is definitely needed for this 2,100 metre trip. Even if you do manage to slow it down a little bit, and Taking Names has faded quite tamely. Loving Feeling has committed himself to tackle that one, and as a result, he's not quite seen things out either.
And Loving Feeling, we can just see they're sort of one of the slowest away towards the back of the field. From this stage, he's already kind of missing out on the action. He's got about 8 lengths to make up, although the eventual winner isn't too far ahead of him.
Well, yeah, I think that's the key. The winner is just ahead of him. At this stage, you can see that they're Taking Names from what might have been a tricky draw in stall 10 has gone forward and got to the lead. And Alex then has tried to dictate the pace. He's gone fast early on, tried to slow things down mid-race to keep a bit back for the finish. But as I was saying, much as I like Taking Names, the son of Arrogate, he really seemed to coming to the end of his tether over 1,800 metres on his most recent start. So his stamina has given way here. But at this stage already, Mohammed Al-Daham has made a decision to move forward and make sure that if this does turn tactically, it wasn't too far away. But the rider of the winner, Fahad Al Faradi, is not panicking at all. Still in last place at this stage, but travelling well, and he will get through to win the race. And the other horses towards the back of the field will also come through and grab a place. So essentially, a few of these riders are guilty of making a move a little bit too soon.
They've all gone. They must have gone hard at this point of the race, because you look at where the eventual seconds come from.
Yes, what I always find in races like this, people think if you've got 3 or 4 pacemakers in the race, they're going to go hard and it's going to suit hold-up horses. For me, it's when jockeys decide halfway through a race they need to step the pace up. That's when the pace ends up collapsing, when they try to quicken too far from home.
Because that four there have got into a battle a long way out.
They have, yeah. Yeah, and they've ended up falling in a hole. And as you said, as we joined the picture just a furlong or so ago, Emirates Currency was in last place with loads to make up, but he's run on to the second.
Well, we can see Emirates Currency, the old-timer, pick it up down the outside as the winner nips through on the rail. Travoli and Loving Feeling, not today for that unexposed horse. Probably the most disappointing run that horse has put in of late, staying on well last time out, but used up the gas far too early, and it's Travoli who comes good, having been progressive in the UK a couple of seasons ago for Ivan Furtado. So we're approaching halfway. We've got race 6 upcoming. We're to open company for 3-year-olds. This for local and imported horses, runners and riders over the 1800s. Back with John.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, looking forward to the 6th race on the cards, and we can look at the roll call. Horse number 1 is Al Abjar in the hands of Eddie Castro. 2 is Croco Gate, Naif Alanazi. 3 is Maluk Alanaya in the hands of Alexis Moreno. Forest Damis, Camilo Ospina, looking for his first winner of the day. And then we have World Without End, horse number 5, Mohamed Al Hubail. Number 6 is Ocean Cruiser, Fahed Al Faradi. Number 7 is Kia, Ali Al Mutib. And number 8 is Quintus Maximus. And that's the mount of Abdulaziz Al Azari. Horse number 9 is Manea Al Khair, Ayad Al Turizi. 10 is Bateric, in the hands of Jose Rodriguez. 11 is Alaham, Asid Al Sahani. Horse number 12 is Jofan. That's the mount of Nawef Al Mudiani. Number 13 is Mushterek, Ricardo Sosa Ferreira. Number 14 is a non-runner. Number 15 is Lahab. That's the man of Abdulaziz Al Musa. And horse number 16 is Light the Road, Rayan Al Toesh aboard that one. So a field now of 15 going to the 1800-metre post for this open contest. And right on cue, they're making their way into the parade ring. And so we can get the thoughts of the guys now, Rory, Martin, and indeed Shamila.
Yeah, race 6 then, this open race for 3-year-olds over the 1800 metres. Number 1 is Al Abjar, who I think, Rory, this 1800 just could be the ideal trip. Has been either side of it on the last couple of runs.
Yeah, it was a tough old task for him last time out, 8th in the Saudi Derby qualifier. We saw Horse finished 8th in the Saudi Derby qualifier, built up in our penultimate turf race. It was 2 lengths third to Al Jude in a 2,000 metre, not to 92 starts back. And as you say, this intermediate trip it gives him a decent chance. He ran perfectly well in that Saudi Derby trial on balance of form, and he'd been coming into this in pretty good form. He's got a rating of 71, which you'd think is normally a little bit low to be winning a race like this, but there's actually only 2 horses rated higher than him in the contest, and he's got strong claims of hitting the frame again.
And when he was third here at meeting 89, Matt Snook was in behind and finished 4th. That horse franked the form yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, Matt Nook wasn't entirely pleasing in the way he did it yesterday, but yeah, it's always nice to see form franked, and the previous bit of form is solid.
Crocker Gate, snappy pedigree?
Snappy pedigree. I expected it to be quite a nice pedigree, and I dug through it. The dam has managed to produce 10 previous winners, which is pretty impressive, including the Grade 2 placed Scotland. So that's an interesting pedigree by not this time. The mare's called Varus. Newcomers in these colours have to be watched. They almost always are ready for debut. It's been a little disappointing. I thought that some of the horses in the Al-Qatani colours have looked really good on debut. Haven't quite come forward this season from first start, but you do have to give them lots of respect first time on.
Maluk Alanai is number 3, a rating of 82, and has been keeping good company to earn that rating, and has got winning form going back to meeting 66.
Yeah, very much so. Mile maiden, a winner in meeting 66, probably a career best effort, went 3.5 lengths 4th to Sahar in the course and distance Prince Mohammed bin Abdul Rahman bin Faisal Cup last time out. That's a very solid piece of form, and Maluk Alanaya is one of the leading contenders here. Alaham was second in that contest, for example. So clearly, Maluk Alanaya and Alaham is number 11. They tie in very closely there, and they're bringing cup form to the table.
I thought there was little to recommend to number 4, Damis, by the booking of Camilo Ospina.
Yeah, see, Damis is the kind of horse you wouldn't mind picking up from Saudi Arabia and sending back to the UK to race on turf at shorter trips. Loads and loads of the family. The Dam Bikini has produced about 7 or 8 winners, all over 5 furlongs. So you'd have thought the Damis actually might be worth trying like that. He's not really built like a powerhouse sprinter. He's shown ability in his starts today, but he looks to be biting off more than he can chew here, and the 1800 metre trip doesn't seem particularly suitable.
World Without End rated 59, 3 goes so far. Little to recommend really, and Ocean Cruiser, similar comments really. 2 starts over 1200 and 1600 in maiden company. Yeah,
Ocean Cruiser's better effort actually was that 7th last time out in a mile maiden, but that still gives him plenty to find here.
Number 7 is Kia. 5 goes so far. Again, an awful lot to recommend. So let's skip down to the 56 rated Quintus Maximus, horse number 8, who has been running in handicap company over 2,000 metres.
Yeah, so stamina is not really a problem for Quintus Maximus, but again, while the rating of 56 is very fair, what he's been showing recently, he's not been disgraced on his last couple of starts. It'd be a surprise if he's good enough to win this. He needs to be stepping up a stone on what he's been doing.
3-year-old filly is Manaya Al Khair, who's winless in 9, did place here though at meeting 79.
Yeah, she's consistent. The vast majority of her form has been over 6 and 7 furlongs. She needs, like one of our previous winners, to step up markedly for the longer trip to be successful. And again, it's not been obvious that she needs it, but we did say that about a winner earlier on. And trying something new can give scope for horses to improve.
Alaham is a very warm favourite on the international markets, close on even money for Alaham. Are you with Alaham, Shabila, or taking on the red hot market leader?
I'm indeed with horse number 15 in this race, Lahab, who will be ridden by Abdulaziz Al Musa. Second last time out at meeting 91. Really nice looking 3-year-old by Collected for the Sharam stables. I couldn't take my eyes off him. He is a little bit on his toes, but he isn't getting hot or sweaty, anything like that, because it's absolutely Baltic out here, Martin. I've got my ear muffs on, and it's going to be freezing by the last race. You might find me just frozen in a corner somewhere. But I am going with Lahab in this race. He looks really nice going around the parade ring, cool, calm and collected, and Abdulaziz Al Musa has already had a winner this weekend, so hopefully he is going to keep that luck up. I do have to say the debutant in this race, horse number 2, Croco Gate for FMQ Stables, looks stunning. But when you have a horse, a debutant coming up here against these really experienced horses, sometimes that can be really difficult. So I will be sticking with horse number 15, and a little shout out to horse number 1 for looking good as well. Mamdou Al Ali has got the monkey off his back with his first Riyadh winner yesterday, so hopefully his luck continues.
Well, I know you're very much accustomed to Middle Eastern conditions, Shabila, but 16 degrees, Rory, to us, pasty-faced European and English people, so positively Mediterranean.
Indeed. Well, this is my kind of weather, to be perfectly honest. It makes me feel of Cheltenham and things like that there. And much like Cheltenham, when the sun goes down behind the stands here, the temperature does drop a fair bit, and you need to be hardy to get through it.
It certainly is, though. Despite what the pictures were showing earlier, that is a very, very cold wind here today, and plenty of people standing around the fire warmers that are around the track trying to keep warm here today. So let's just continue our run through the field then. We got down to Quintus Maximus. Let's move down to the 10 here, the 70-rated Batterick, who has had 6 goes so far, maiden company the last couple of outings, and steps up in trip today.
If you go back to meeting 32, he was second in a strong maiden in Taif behind Laila Alem, who's gone on to better things since. And there have been some good horses in behind. Sahari, who won a cup race last week or the week before, was in behind that day. Macho Boy was behind Batterick. Hasn't quite built on that yet, but he's running pretty respectably. He's only had the 1 run in Riyadh since the end of the Taif season. I think he might just be a little bit under the radar here, and he could hit the frame. What sort of price are they looking at him in the international markets?
International markets have him down as the 4th favourite at around 8 to 1.
No, they're not completely full there. I think he will definitely hit the frame, Batterick, and I think although he's got £17 to find on the ratings with Alaham, he does get £2 from that one. I can see him getting reasonably close, although it has to be said, Alaham does have very obvious credentials on paper. There's no particular reason to think he won't give his running.
Well, he is top-rated, Alaham. He was a 2,000 metre handicap winner 2 starts back at meeting 87, and was second over the course of distance in Cup company last time out.
Yeah, I mean, the Prince Mohammed bin Abdul Rahim bin Faisal Cup, probably not the strongest of the Cup competitions all year, but it still is a Cup race, and Alaham wasn't popping up from nowhere in that. He'd come on the back of a career best effort on his previous start. This is only his 9th run. There's a lot to like about him, and he's been found a very good spot back in open company today. He's got £5 in hand of his nearest rival on the official figures, and the pair of those are at least a stone clear of the others. So again, you're looking for something a little bit left field. The left field one for me is Batterick, but I still think Alaham is by far the likeliest winner.
Big price on the international markets, considering connections, is number 13, Mushtarek, formerly trained in the UK by Richard Fahy, now with Tam Al Dahani. Ricardo Souza Ferreira is on board. 3 runs here so far, Rory. Steps up in trip today and could improve for the extra distance. He's around 16 to 1 on the international markets.
Yeah, he's not that obvious an improver for the trip, but yeah, he's probably underrated on the form. He was beaten 15.5 lengths last time out, but the horse who beat him was Alwakad, who's unbeaten here this season and looks an absolute superstar. He's going to the Saudi Derby next time out. He's rated 101. So Mushtarek that rating of 70 is not at all flattering, and he's capable of a little bit better than that if he stays the longer trip. I noticed that he's officially, according to the race card, out of the mare called Zambezel Queen, but I think that's Zambezi Queen.
Zambezi Queen.
The I's become L's very easily here in Saudi Arabia.
That's a kamikaze mistake.
Indeed, yes. Kamikaze typing.
14 is out. Shamila's with the 15. Lahab, who came across from Americas, had the one run here over the 1600 in maiden company and wasn't beaten far.
No, that I thought was a good effort. He was a half-length second to a horse called Yadar. I think Yadar is promising. He's the son of Cracksman. We don't see too many of those out here, but he belied greenness to win that day, and Lahab was a good second. You'd like to think there's a fair bit more to come from him. He lacks experience for a race like this, but again, he's found himself in an open race first time that isn't particularly deep, and he's is he second or third in the market? Can't be a big price, Lahab, can he?
He is. It's 11, 12 to 1. So
oh, really? Okay. Well, that's
2, 3,
bigger.
4, 5, 6.
I wonder if that's because he doesn't have a handicap mark, but certainly he ran very, very promisingly first time out.
As we take in a bit of form as well for this, and we can see Alaham finishing in second place down on the rail there.
Yes, this is his career best behind Sahar in the Prince Mohammed bin Abdul Rahim bin Faisal Cup last time out. Really solid effort. He's headed a furlong and a half out and looks beaten, but he actually rallies and runs on really well to the line, so it shows a really good attitude to hold second place. There are plenty of horses not that far away from him for you not to get massively carried away with the form. Worth pointing out that the winner there had been behind Baterik earlier in the season.
Okay.
So that's a piece of form worth looking at. But Sahar's clearly improved an awful lot since then.
And here's Lahab as well. The debut here in the Kingdom just touched off in second place.
Yeah, obviously this is only a maiden race, and this open race is stronger company, but there aren't that many with proper open race form in this contest. So the fact that Lahab has run so well, only getting run down late in the day by Yadar, that's the horse in the centre, I thought this was a very good performance, because the horse who won that is very well bred indeed, and a horse who's going to do well up and trip. And Lahab was just showed signs of greenness himself before getting headed close home. But that's a good race on paper, and I thought he makes a fair degree of each way appeal on the back of it.
Well, Alaham is the international market leader, close on around even money. It's around 4 to 1 for 3 and 1. Maluk Alain I, and also number 1, Alabjar. It's around 8 to 1 for number 10. Bataraku we've touched on as well. Davis number 4, a similar sort of price. And then 12 to 1 and bigger than They include Lahab. Runners arriving down at the start. The sun has set, the lights are coming on. It's only going to get colder outside with that wind blowing around. So as they head behind the stalls, Rory, in summation.
Yeah, there are a few of these who are capable of improving, but I think Alaham set a very good standard. Comes here off the back of 2 really solid runs, and it's hard to get away from him.
Okay, Alaham, the international favourite for Rory Shamila, with a bit of value at around the 12 to 1 mark with Lahab. And I thought number 1, Al-Bajar, would have a pretty good chance as well. Just the 8 goes so far. Was mixing up with a couple of places over 2,000 metres. Ran well last time out in the Saudi Derby qualifier, dropped back to the 1600 and comes up to the 1800 today. This just could be the ideal trip for it. Number 9 having tack adjustments down at the start. Manaya Al-Kahir. As we do approach post time, we're still around, in fact we're just past post time. They're running slightly late here for this. It was due off at 5:35 local time. We're now at 5:37. So the first of these will start approaching the stalls very shortly. We're racing here over the mile, the 1800 metres, the race to be called once again by John Blatt.
Thank you, Martin. We've got a dismountee here in the shape of Damis, Camillo Ospina, another horse that's not overly fancied in the international markets with Camillo Ospina aboard, but it's only a matter of time before he gets another win. And it wasn't a bad effort last time out, but I do like Lahab here in this spot. I was taken by the price in the markets internationally, and it was a decent run on debut and showed good speed over the mile to get a nice position, so should be able to do that here. Obviously bit up in trip, but I thought if you're going to play the exotics as well internationally, or play each way, then that could well be the way to do it. Lahab for Abdulaziz Al Musa, who takes them out. Obviously gate 15 is a little bit of a problem, but that's kind of factored into the price. I'm happy to take gate 15 at that sort of price. Putting them in, this is Mushterek to come forward, Damis as well to go in. In goes World Without End. Horse number 11 is Alaham. Alaham to move forward. The 3 horses Maluk Alanaya. So at the back, we're still waiting for Quintus Maximus. Croco Gate to go in. Also the 15 Lahab, I should say. There is Lahab just being jig-jogged around in the background. The foreground there, Quintus Maximus. And goes Lahab. Quintus Maximus just a little bit reluctant to come forward. Lahab in to stall 15. The 4 Damis still to go in. And Camillo Ospina. Damis moves forward. Quintus Maximus is in as well. They're ready. Gates back and away they go, racing over the 1800 metres, and a nice start was made by Damis. The green colours there for Camillo Ospina. Also pushing on is Maluk Alanaya in the early stage. Another one that wants to get into a prominent position is Baterik, one of the other quite fancied runners here, as they make their way onto the racecourse proper very shortly. Slow start from Croco Gate, who's having its first run and just struggling to go the pace at the moment. Also towards the back of the field, Quintus Maximus, and another one towards the rear is Joe Fan, as they sort themselves out in the early part of the contest. And it's Maluk Alanaya towards the near side. Alaham has got a pretty decent position as well. Also prominent is Baterik, 2 of the market rivals. Then Joe Fan towards the outside is also prominent. Then right round the outside is Light the Road into a prominent posse. In the white and green colours, around about mid-division but quite wide, is Mushterek. Then very wide on the track is Lahab, who's just being nudged along. Then towards the inside, Damis, who's lost a good position there, then followed by Manaya Al Khair as they start to make the turn and head on round this bend. And it's Maluk Alanaya that leads them by about a length. 2 in second position, Alaham, who's just being nudged along now in that spot. One that's making a bit of headway is Al Abjar around the outside. They're then followed in 4th position by Mushterek. Towards the outer, trying to make a little bit of headway is Lahab, but has had a tough trip. Then after that, Baterik. They're making the turn for home, and it's Maluk Alanaya that leads to Alaham, who's been driven along for a little while now, hasn't yet got past the long-time leader. They're followed in 3rd by Al Abjar. The rest are all staying on at pretty much one pace inside the closing stage as they go, and it's Alaham who now comes through to pick off Maluk Alanaya, who's tried to battle back. Al Abjar down the centre of the track is trying to get going as well, deep inside the final furlong, and it's Alaham just about the leader. Maluk Alanaya is battling back. Al Abjar is on the scene late as well. Maluk Alanaya and Alexis Moreno is battling hard. Alaham has not found a great deal. Maluk Alanaya, Alaham one last go, but Maluk Alanaya has won it. Alaham in second. The 3rd horse home was Al Abjar. They were miles clear of the rest. Ocean Cruiser staying on very strongly to possibly nab 4th, but it's Maluk Alanaya who's won this in the hands of Alexis Moreno, who was very slowly away and wide last time out. Not slowly away and wide today, I think it's fair to say. Alaham has had every chance. Possibly last time out, when second, was towards the front in a relatively slowly run race. This time they have gone quite a gallop, but therefore it's probably a good effort from Maluk Alanaya to get back up there in a time of 1 minute 54.91. Alaham was second, beaten the neck. Al Abjar has stayed on in 3rd there. They were well clear, that front trio of Damis, who's actually stayed on for 4th. Ocean Cruiser has finished in 5th. And then in 6th spot, the white and green colours there of Mushterek. So that was the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in the 6th race on the card here at Riyadh this afternoon. And Maluk Alanaya looks a bit of a sitting duck for the international market's favourite there. Alaham has battled back and has now won 2 from 8 here in Saudi and shown terrific resolution to do so, despite hanging a little bit in the closing stages as well. Has scored. Alaham couldn't quite seal the deal, just the 1 win, lots of good efforts, but so far still just the 1 career victory, and Al Abjar has finished in 3rd. Not a bad effort at all. Eddie Castro steering that one into a position from a little way off the pace in the early stages. But it's Maluk Alanaya who's won. Alexis Moreno, the winning jockey.
Alex, congrats. Thank you, Salah. الله يبارك فيك. مبروك تو دكتور طارق النايا المدرب محمد. Well, good. You know, he kept the pace. He's a nice horse, actually. Last time he finished 4 in the cup. So today was the same level horses. He did well today. Yeah. Thank you, buddy.
Oh, the highs and lows of racing, because Alex in the previous race, I should say, took a bit of a fall off taking names after the line. Thankfully, he is all okay and has won the next race. There's a 6th race of the day, open contest for horses for 3-year-olds. And really well done as well. The last time we saw this horse in the winners' enclosure was back at meeting 66 over 1,600 metres. This contest is over 1,800. Took to the distance really well, was 4th last time out at meeting 92 over the same distance, 1,800 metres, and has gone a few places better today under Alex Marino, and very well done to the trainer as well, Mohammed Al Khalifi, for that training performance. And of course, a good friend of our channel, the owner, Tariq Mohammed Anaya. Very big congratulations to them. Alex has just weighed out, and I suspect he's getting a bottle of water just after that performance. And then he can give us a quick rundown of that race and what he thought about it. But really good performance there once again from horse number 3, Malouk Al Anaya, for the 6th race of the day. Big congratulations to Alex Moreno. The highs and lows of racing. You had a fall in the last race. I suspect you're all okay now because you've had a winner.
Well, yeah, that fall wake me up, you know. I'm just, last time he finished well, finished 4. And today was the same level horses, so, I did well.
The last time we saw this horse in the winner's enclosure was over 1,600 metres. Do you think he prefers this distance better, maybe, a longer distance horse?
Well, I think he can go longer or short. He got the speed and he got the stamina,
And how was the race for you in the last 400 metres?
Well, I was a little bit scared when the horse is outside, he just gone. But I know my horse, he will come back, so that's why he did it.
And out of all the rides you have this weekend, probably one of the least expected wins of today.
Yeah, I think it was my best chance today, We'll see after.
And good training performance as well from Mohammed Al Khalifi.
He's doing well. He have a good horses this season, so I hope he can have to give a chance again.
Did he give you any instructions for the race?
Just win.
Well, just as well you did it. Well done, Alex.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, Alexis Marino strikes with Malouk Al Anaya to beat into 2nd place Alaham, and back in 3rd was Al Abjar. They were the top 3 down the stretch, and the positions didn't really change. It looked, though, for Rory, for much of the closing stage, that Malouk Al Anaya could be overhauled by the 1 or by the 11, but in the end, neither could get past.
No, a very game performance from Malouk Al Anaya, who was 2nd top rated in the contest, was held, strictly speaking, by Alaham on form in that Prince Mohammed bin Abdul Rahim Cup last time out. But proved very, very game when joined by Alaham. They got into a battle early in the straight. It looked like Alaham was going to get the better of that, but the longer it went on, the gamer Malouk Al Anaya was, and got his head back in front. And as you said, Al Abjar was sort of looking to pounce on the pair of them late, letting them beat each other up, but he couldn't quite get there after looking very dangerous a furlong out.
Disappointing, really, from the 2nd Al Alaham, who was better rated than the eventual winner, that he couldn't manage to go through and get his nose in front.
Yeah, I mean, obviously he's run a perfectly decent race, and the fact that the first 3 have come a long way clear suggests that they all might be actually posting better efforts. But yeah, the way the race panned out, you did think that Alaham was going to get the job done, and on balance he had slightly better form than Malouk Al Anaya coming into it, but whether he just wasn't good enough or whether he wasn't willing enough to win that battle, I'm not entirely sure. But the winner's been very well ridden. As you said, looked vulnerable out in front, but kept finding a little bit extra, and you've got to give credit to the jockey for keeping a little bit left in the tank there.
But it has been keeping good company, the winner, but was it a surprise to you that he's been able to replicate that again over this 1,800?
No,
his best has been over 1,600.
His best has been at shorter. I've stopped being surprised about what happens over 1,800 metres. We saw a winner earlier on at this trip who we thought didn't look an obvious stayer. Yeah, I'd be wary of horses who form up to a mile trying the 2,000 metres, but they seem to get away with it more often than not over the 1,800. Possibly because the way races are run early over this trip, it's slightly different. You know, the approach to the first bend, for example, is very different, and they cross over the junction of the track, and whether that changes the early tempo of races, I'm not sure. But a lot of horses seem to get away with the 1,800 metres, who then disappoint over 2,000.
You can just see there, Al Abjar's trying to get on terms, but doesn't really have a change of gear, just plugs on at the one pace.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he's refusing to go past. I think he probably does get his head in front for a little while, but he's unable to put the race to bed. And the winner is very game because he does dig in. When the runner-up doesn't get away from him, he then uses that as a target and fights his way back to the front. They're all getting a little bit tired in the closing stages. The front two did commit for home a fair way out. You could say maybe the third, who the race was set up for in the end, because they did have a battle in front and they clearly were tired late on. I thought he might sweep past the pair of them, but his run has petered out a little bit in the last 100, 150 metres.
And a no-show as well from Le Havre, who were expecting big things from, based on that debut run, but hasn't really carried that forward into better company.
No, and no real excuses for Le Havre. He got away on terms of his, as we see the picture there, he's actually, looks in front because of the angle, but clearly broke quite nicely from his draw. The newcomer, we said, was worth watching. Krokoget actually broke last, so wasn't able to give his running as a result. But yeah, as we see the pictures now, as they head away towards the opening bend, you see how the race is panning out from a fairly early stage, with the winner taking up a very prominent position, the third also tracking that one through, and not an awful lot happened in behind really through the race.
We do reach the halfway point here at King Abdulaziz this Friday. Back again with more racing tomorrow. 12 races once again tomorrow. The Saudi Cup meeting just a matter of a few weeks away, but yesterday was significant as regards the jockey standings, as Adel Al-Faradi managed to land a treble. His main rival stood down for the day, picked up a couple of spares, and that's seen him Rory move on to 81 for the campaign.
Yeah, he's clearly not giving up, Adel Al-Faradi. He's a very talented rider. As we said yesterday, he's picked up a few bands since the switch from Taif to Riyadh, and they were neck and neck for a while towards the end of the season in Taif before Camilo really started picking up a gear. But essentially the ammunition that's been there for the White Stable, they had an awful lot of sort of unraced 2-year-olds that came out towards the end of the season, and they were mopping up maidens, and that gave Camilo an awful lot of ammunition, and he pulled clear at the end of the season there and has maintained his progress through this. But Adel was champion jockey last season. He's not going to give up that without much of a struggle. And
Alexis Marino moves on to, I think, probably 66 after that win. I mean, that could get quite tight, could it, between the second, third and the fourth, if Marino Morales continue to have plenty of winners over the next couple of weeks?
I don't think... Luis Morales will maybe... He can pick up the occasional high-profile winner, but he doesn't take as many rides as either Adel Al-Faradi or Alex Moreno, so I don't really see him moving up places-wise. He'll pick up plenty of prize money, I would have thought, in the remnants of the season, but... Lewis just doesn't get the Thursday and Friday, the big the rides that produce winners on those days. They do call him Big Race Louis because of his habit of picking up big races on the Saturday. But I think he'll struggle to improve on fourth place there.
Wow. That's the jockeys. As regard the trainers, and a significant name moving on to the list at the bottom. A man who's been in good form over pretty much the Riyadh season and has enjoyed winners over the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, he's probably got the best strike rate of any of the trainers. In fact, there's no probably about it. He definitely has the best strike rate of any of the trainers on the list, with the possible exception of Saad Mutlaq with the Pure Bet Arabians, which are almost a separate subject. But Thamer Al-Dahani operating at something like a 28% strike rate since the end of last year. And you consider how competitive the races that his horses are running in, that's a remarkable stat. And they're going from strength to strength. Wasn't massively well represented in Taif. A lot of the horses who are with that stable were still running in the UK actually during the Taif season, and have come out here particularly for the Riyadh campaign. And as a result, he's stepped things up markedly since then.
there's not an awful lot between himself and Gareth Elgaith as well. I mean, he could well be on the rise through that leaderboard over the coming weeks.
Yeah, I think in the next 2 weeks you'll see Tamer Al Dahani come past. I say the next 2, but obviously we've got a break in racing before the Saudi Cup, of course. But in the next few weeks, I'd be surprised if Tamer Al Dahani doesn't actually move up a place in that table. Obviously, it's quite difficult to break into the top 3, but his momentum at the moment is notable.
Yes, indeed. And as regards the owners, well, the White Stable running away with things here. 2 Group 1s, 2 Group 2s and a Group 3. And they've got total points of 153 from Prince Faisal, who's there on 68. And, well, they're the 2 dominant stables. No surprise that they're still 1 and 2 as we come towards the back end of the season.
Yeah, I think that's pretty much how it's going to stay. Sheikh Abdullah Al Sabah obviously is going to get his share of winners, but I can't see him breaking into the top 2.
That's the Owners' Championship as we move on to race 7 here at King Abdulaziz this Friday on the English channel for the Jockey Club of Saudi Arabia. And race 7, John, is an Arabian horses handicap for those rated 80 to 95 4-year-olds and older.
Thank you very much, Martin. Nice shot of some of the local bird life here as well for all you ornithologists out there. Horse number 1 doesn't go here. Number 2 is Amir Al-Cham. Nawaf Al-Fayrouz is aboard. Number 2 is Hashem, French bred with Mohammed Al-Hubail riding. Number 4 is Jessan, Alexis Moreno. Number 5 is Umran, Ricardo Sosa Ferreira. Horse number 6 is Joy de Montaigu. Still waiting for a jockey on that. Abdulaziz Al-Yesh will be aboard Joy de Montaigu. Horse number 7 is Asaf Al-Khaladir. Horse number 8 is Al-Suwaida. Rayan Al-Tuesh rides. And horse number 9 is Mr. Grisu Tariq Al-Mansour. Horse number 10 is Our Mir in the hands of Abdullah Al-Hussein. Number 11 is Fertile de Croat in the hands of Jimmy Carrion. Number 12 is Al-Daifa Jorda Abdullah Al-Kradis. Number 13 is Bayrak Al-Azam Asal Al-Sahadi. Number 14 is Kaka Al-Khaladir. That's the mount of Rayaf Al-Fayroz. Number 15 is Al-Hajjaj, Mohammed Al-Nasser. Number 16 is Madkur, Ayad Al-Turisi. Number 17 is Al-Nibras, Naif Al-Anazi. And horse number 18 is Kazaz, Yasser Al-Bakawi is riding. So that's your roll call for this Arabian horses handicap. Can be quite tough Arabian races anyway. A handicap, though, could be extra tough to try and find the winner. The horses making their way into the parade ring. And to assist you in the goal of trying to find a winner, we hand you back to Martin, to Rory and Shamila.
It is extra tough, John, as the bell goes for jockeys to mount for this. This is why we have Rory Delagi alongside us, because he is going to unpick this Arabian horses handicap for us over the 2,000 metres. Number 1 is an absentee. There is the bell going for the jockeys to mount. And number 2 then is Abba Al-Sham, who, like many, I think we've got 4 of them, in fact, in this race, coming through from one of the qualifiers last week.
Yeah, he was well held essentially in that Al Manifa qualifier last time out. But in the grand scheme of things, that wasn't a bad effort. And he's got chances in his earlier form. He's very prominent in the international market.
Well, so the bell has gone for jockeys to mount, so while the horses are still in the paddock, let's nip back down and rejoin Shamila.
Thank you very much, Martin. I'm not walking alongside this horse because all the Arabians in this field seem to be pretty wound up for some reason. I have more paddock negatives in here than I do paddock positives, but I will be sticking with the horse in shot, horse number 5, Umran. He always runs his heart out. I think he's been pretty consistent this season, and I think he is deserving of a winner for sure. He was 3rd last time at a meeting 93. He's under Ricardo Ferreira today. He was being a little bit naughty in the preliminary stages, but a lot of the horses were as well. So he's definitely my eye catcher. He's a lovely grey 7-year-old, and I think that he's definitely deserving of a winner. Another horse that caught my eye is horse number 12. Abdullah Al-Khuwaidis is on board for Abdul Rahman Al-Farhan. They had a winner yesterday, so hopefully their winning streak continues. As for horses on the naughty corner, I think the worst behaved one was definitely horse number 6, Joy de Montgau, being very coltish, difficult to handle. The poor handlers are having a very tough time, even in the saddling area. And horse number 18 just does not look happy in his coat whatsoever. But I will be sticking with horse number 5, Umran.
So Umran for Shamila as we continue our way down the list. Hashem is horse number 3, just had the one start back so far this campaign, and ran in the other qualifier, the Obeya qualifier, last week to finish 10th.
Yeah, well down the pack there. That was his only race in Saudi Arabia. He could well be a little bit better than that, but he doesn't seem to be attracting much support in the markets at this stage. Two wins elsewhere. I think he's got 2 wins in France, Hashem, but a little bit to prove here, although he looks perfectly well on his way to post as we see at the moment.
Jcsa is horse number 4, comes from stall number 11. Alexis Marino is on board. 1 win from 6, and that was a handicap strike over 400 metres shorter.
Yeah, he was a winner 2 starts back in a 75 to 90 over the mile trip, but he was second in a similar event to this over course and distance and back in meeting 74. So he does stay the trip perfectly well, Jcsa, and I think he's one of the most likely winners in the race. A lot of these do have stamina doubts over them. You know, a lot of them are the best form at 6 and 7 furlongs, and this 2,000 metres is a bit of a question, but not for Jcsa.
Well, that's a question mark I've got against Shamila's pick with Ricardo Sousa Ferreira on board. Umran, a winner from 15 starts this campaign, 1 from 15, was an open company last time over 1,200, but I've got the 2,000 down as a big question mark.
It is. He's won at a mile. His other winners at 7 furlongs. His good run last time out came at the sprint trip, the 6 furlongs. And his other decent run this season came over a mile, but he doesn't have any form at 2,000 metres, and it's a little bit of a question mark. As I said with the previous race, I don't really mind horses stepping up from a mile to 1,800. They seem to be almost interchangeable at times, but you do need to stay 2,000 metres when you're stepping up to this, and I struggle to support Umran given his lack of form at this trip.
Good jockey on board, and he's 5th best on the international market at around the 7-1 mark. Asaf Al Khaladia is winless in 5, but did finish second in maiden companies, ran over 1,200 and 1,600 on the last couple of runs. Comes up in distance as well today.
Yeah, it was 4th in an 85 to 100 handicap back in meeting 77, and then ran a better race when runner-up in a mile maiden last time out. Again, I should say he's stepping up and trip. Less evidence that he's unsuited to it than Umran, and he's not an easy one to rule out given his likely race profile.
Al Suwaida is number 8, not from 4 for the campaign, and beaten in handicap company the last 2 at meetings, 89 and 74.
Yeah, not a perfectly respectable 5th in a 75 to 90 handicap over a mile last time out, but again another one has tried this trip and hasn't looked to stay at in the past. It was well beaten at his only try at 2,000 metres. You're never sure with the purebred Arabians when they're beaten out of sight in races whether they don't stay, because some of them, when they're not competitive, they just decide that's enough for them and take it easy. So you do see a lot of odd form turnarounds, but I would be concerned about stamina for Al Suwaida again.
I guess similar comments would apply to 9, 10 as well. Maybe the 11 though has got a bit of form over 2,000 metres.
Yeah, First Hill de Croat is interesting. Mr. Greasy was running over 6 last time out, dropping back from a mile, and I had concerns with him, and as you said, Al Wamir similarly, but First Hill de Croat is pretty consistent. His last 2 runs have come over course and distance and handicaps, and he's finished 4th.
As we take in a bit of form as well, we do have a non-runner. The horse who finished 4th this day is out, but here's Umran finishing 2nd.
Yeah, he runs on well, Umran, from a poor position over this six furlong trip to be 3rd in the end, behind slightly better rivals. Now you watch the way he finishes and you think, well, okay, well he might stay a little bit further, but this is 6 furlongs. Yes, he would have benefited on this day from either a stronger pace or an extra furlong, but I don't think he wants 2,000 metres, and although he's got a touch of class about him, that has to be a concern.
Yeah, he was 3rd that day, had finished 2nd previous on in the campaign. Of those down the bottom, Rory, 12 down to 18, anything worth throwing into the mix?
Al Dafar Jawda is the only one of those towards the tail end of the field who's of interest. And the handicapper is worth pointing out, thinks he's of significant interest. Well, he's rated 90 and he's receiving weight from those who are rated lower than him, but that's weight for age. As a 4-year-old, he's getting lumps of weight. But we saw a handicapper a week ago where the horses getting weight for age finished 1st and 2nd, and I think when horses are showing reasonable form in maiden company against their own age group, the weight for age scale in purebred Arabian races is generous enough to those who are mature, and Al Dafar Jawda is definitely mature enough. He ran well when 3rd in a 75 to 90 over 1,600 metres last time out. He's got a fairly consistent profile, and he shouldn't be far away. But I find it difficult to make a strong case for many of those below him. Madkur, I suppose, number 16, was a winner 2 starts back, but that was in Taif.
And it was over 2,400.
Yeah, over 2,400 meters in a really weak contest. A lot of the horses moved to Riyadh before the end of the Taif season, and we saw some rather ropey races in the last.
He was picking up the pieces, was he? What was left?
And that was one of those.
On the international markets, Rory, at 25 to 1, I think the international market may be overlooking the chances of Kaka Al Khalidi, number 14, has been running over shorter, 1,400 and 1,600, but go back to last year, has got winning form in handicap company over the course and distance. On last year's form, big price.
Yeah, not that easy to fancy on this season's evidence, but again, he's a horse who's had breaks between his 2 races this year, was ninth in meeting 60 over shorter, and then, as you said, ran midfield again at meeting 80. With question marks over quite a lot of those at the head of the market in terms of stamina, finding something that definitely stays the trip at a bigger price is a sensible move, and I certainly wouldn't put you off Kaka Al Khalidi.
Okay, well, I'm going to go big, 25 to 1, Kaka Al Khalidi from stall 5. Rory, you are with?
I'm with Fertinelli de Croat. We didn't quite get to finish talking about him. We pretty much laid it out there. He's unsexy but solid. He was a winner of a 7 furlong handicap earlier in the campaign, but he showed he says this trip well with 2 placed efforts on his last 2 starts, and he might not need to improve to win.
And Shamila was with?
She was with Umran, I think, wasn't she?
She was Umran, that's quite, yeah. Who has got it to prove over the distance?
But was the pick of our VT crew, and they have a remarkable record of finding winners with the few horses that are featured in these video previews.
And Aldafir Jorda, who has 1 from 15, that win coming over 1,400 in maiden company, is the international favourite, and John well supported into around the 3 to 1 mark.
Yeah, never ever write off the VT department. I've learnt that in my time working in Saudi, as the last 2 or 3 are going in here. We've got Mr. Grisou to come forward. Down at the 2,000 metre start, which is right at the top end of the back straight. Going forward, the black distinguishing cap there for Fertinelli de Croat. White cap for Umran, both in the same ownership, of course. There's Kazaz going in, horse number 18 to stall number 1 in this Arabian bred handicap. Lined up, they're off and racing as they make their way through the early stages. Awamir has made a pretty good start. Also prominent in the early run is Jcsa, and it's Jcsa that's just about the leader to Aldafir Jorda, who's making headway right up the inside rail as well. They spot the blue blinkers. That one very prominent in the run too. Also there is Asaf Al Khalidi, who's racing up with a pace. And then just in behind that one, we have Mr. Grisou in the red colours. That's not too far away, getting a nice posse up the rail as they make their way past the cutaway and onto the racecourse proper at the moment. Madkur is the back marker, and also towards the rear of the field is Umran as they head on through the first couple of furlongs or so. And the lead towards the inside is with Aldafir Jorda, the white cap there, the blue headgear, followed then in second position by Jcsa in those very bright colours. Towards the outer there in third spot is Nibras, who's racing quite wide at the moment, or will be when they come to the bend. Then up the inside, Mr. Grisou still got a nice spot there in the red headgear. Then right round the outer, we got Amir Al-Sham getting a first mention. Also there prominent is Awamir, who continues to race pretty prominently, but 4 or 5 wide here, 5 wide at least as they start to make this long sweeping turn, and the lead is now in the possession of Jcsa just about going on here to in second position up the inside Aldafir Jorda. Then towards the outer, getting that little bit nearer now towards the outer, is the black and white colours of Al Nibras, who's just being niggled along but is getting a bit closer to the action. Al Hajjaj in the yellow and black colours, the yellow headgear is another one who's getting into this, and so too Kazaz from right up the inside. But as they swing for home and go inside the final 400, it's Jcsa who's carved out quite an advantage now to Mr. Grisou in the red headgear, who now moves into a clear second. Quite a bun fight for third at the moment, but they're all playing for places behind Jcsa, who's 4 or 5 lengths to the good thus far. Now in second position and beginning to get going down the centre of the track is Bayrak Al-Hizam as they go towards the final furlong now. It is Jcsa and Alexis Moreno who's still well clear to Bayrak Al-Hizam, who's broken out of the peloton to move into second, well clear of the rest, racing up towards the line. Jcsa could really rather do with it, is just about to fall in, I reckon. Jcsa gets over the line in front of Bayrak Alizam, who finished in second. Anybody's guess for third. They finished in a right old phalanx there for the bronze medal. That's one for the judge to sort out. But Jcsa has scored, always prominent, set sail for home a long way out. But in the end, although tired in the closing stages, that manoeuvre has proven to be a sensible one from Alexis Moreno. Bayrak Alizam has come from out the pack. They were really all grouping up in behind. Bayrak Alizam, though, has emerged from that to go into a clear second, 3/4 of a length beaten there into the silver medal posse. And then 7 3/4 lengths back to Kaka Al-Khaladia, who got going late. Martin Kelly, take a bow. Al-Hajjaj has finished there in third. But it's Jcsa who has scored there for Alexis Moreno. Good day for him. Bayrak Alizam in second. Kaka Al-Khaladia in third. Hajjaj has finished in fourth. That is the confirmed 1, 2, 3, 4 in our first Arabian race of the day, race number 7. Plenty more still to come. Stay tuned.
جيسان قدم شوط
شكرا سلمان. مبروك تو خالف ربا الشمري تتشمر Lawrence, Asim, the groom, everyone, well done to everyone. He's a good horse. Plus last year he won 2000 and today he did again. So just congratulations to everyone, Thank you.
Good job, go kidda.
A very quick double there for jockey Alexis Moreno in the 7th race of the day. The Arabian handicap 80 to 95 rated, and Jcsa gets in front. Horse number 4, jumping out of stall number 11. We last saw him at meeting 95 when he came 14th over 1,400 meters in the Golf Cup. But Alex rode him to victory at meeting 89 over 1,600 meters. So this horse is very good over multiple distances, as we've seen. I think you can definitely disregard his last run. It was a very competitive, tough contest, as is this. But Jcsa adds a 6th win to his name, one of the highest rated horses in this race at 90, and very good training performance from Laurent Lozoil as well. So very, very good from everybody. Was first over 1,600 meters, as I said, at meeting 89. But I'd say that Alex is definitely happy with that. He had a fall, then he had a winner, and now he's had a double. So fantastic for him. He's definitely right when he said that fall woke him up a little bit, as he had. I think it was 3 seconds he had yesterday, so he was definitely gunning for a few winners today. And it's not very often we see him in other silks than Uthba silks in these Arabian contests as well. So good for him to get a different kind of Arabian winner as well. So very well done to all involved there with this beautiful 9-year-old grey colt by Majd Al Arab. So we can say congratulations to Alex Moreno for your double.
Thank you. I told you, I just wake up.
Yeah, the fall definitely woke you up. Huh?
Yeah.
And tell me a little bit about Jcsa, because you won on him at meeting 89 over 1,600 meters.
Yeah, he's good. Last year, I think he won 2,000. 2000. Well, he was really good today.
Were you expecting him to do as well as he did? Because there was a lot of really good horses in this race.
Oh, yeah, but he was with 57, you know, so you have to take that advantage. So he didn't well today.
And it's not very often we see you winning Arabian races, not in the Athba silks.
Oh, well, they don't put any horse, so I have to look around, you know.
And what were you feeling jumping out of stall number 11? What were your tactics?
Well, he almost left me in the gate, you know. I don't was prepared to jump. So I was expecting to go on the front, but there is a horse. So just let him run. Just keeping an easy pace, you know. After 600, just try to go.
Only the 7th race of the day. You have a few more rides left. Anything you're particularly looking forward to?
Well, I have on the 8th, but he have a chance to be placed, you know. On the last race, I think I have a huge chance to win.
Well, very best of luck, Alex.
Thank you.
So let's take in the closing stages once again. Quick fire double for Alexis Marino and Jcsa it is who takes out the win. Not winning out of turn warrior. Shamila said the form did dip last time, but before that had been largely consistent.
Yeah, and what we said beforehand was the one thing you knew about Jcsa, unlike a lot of those towards the head of the market, was that he stayed the trip and he was ridden as if stamina was no issue, and Alex Marino wanted to ask questions to the others in that regard. Always very, had jumped out of the stalls in front, essentially, and always controlled the pace after that. A little bit of early pace from one or two others there. Out of the field ended up being trapped very wide from where he was in stall 17. He was number 2 on the card, but of course in these handicaps the stall numbers don't correspond to the race card numbers, so he didn't have the chance that the market suggested, given how wide he was hung up off this bend. But as I said, the winner had a decent chance on paper at this sort of trip, and Alex Moreno just made sure he took advantage of that and turned it into a decent test of stamina by winding up a fair way from home, but not going mad on the front either, because you've got to think about the ability of your own mount to see the race out, which he did nicely. Al Daffer Jota on the inside was trying to keep with him for a long way, but he's come under pressure now and begins to drop back. And we see one or two running on. Nebras is still there in the black colours with the white star and the white sleeves. And Bayrak Al-Zaham then sets off in pursuit at this stage, and he plugs on at one pace to finish third. It's him coming with a wide run. And your selection, nowhere to be seen for most of this race. Finally appears in picture right at the line. Kaka Al-Khaladia to nab third place in what appears to be sort of 3 or 4 way go for it. So I don't think we'll ever see him actually in the overhead shot.
No, it'd be interesting to watch if we get the chance again off the home turn, because whether the jockey, whether the jockey got a bounce or whether the horse just kind of jinked it slightly, but he goes from travelling just on the heels of the leaders and just seems to lose his pitch a bit.
Yeah, we're going to get a chance to see that again. He's the horse in the blue colours with a white face. Just sort of.
So the jockey's almost eased up on him there.
Yeah, he's
cocked his jaw.
Yeah, he's cocked his jaw. It looked like he was sort of getting caught on heels, and the jockey's eased up and almost stood up on the irons. And whether the horse has taken that as a sign that he's meant to pull up, he's pulled up properly.
But it gets going again.
He had to get after him again, and he's then run on well. He's still carrying his head a little bit awkwardly, but he did well to make up the ground that he did, given he lost quite a lot of momentum in that.
But even there, he's cocked his jaw again behind horses.
Again, he was trying to come through a fairly narrow gap. I'd forgive him that the second time round. The first time it just seemed a little bit strange because he didn't seem to be that tight for room, although the jockey clearly thought he was going to run out of room at that stage, and the horse has cocked his jaw accordingly. Well, you put him in your notebook after that, because
especially over this 2000.
Yeah, he wants this trip. He hasn't handled this season so far until tonight. He's ended up being beaten a fair way in third, and he won't have caught everyone's eye, but he was clearly better than the bare result. If you can trust him to keep showing that, because obviously I'd put this down largely as jockey error. But the horse didn't need much encouragement to sort of cock his jaw and drop the tools for a while. But he did pick up again late on, so maybe we shouldn't attach too much blame to the horse on this occasion. And I'm not sure how many opportunities he's going to have between now and the end of the season. But he's in
fact, the horse in front of him just stumbled there, didn't it? The horse in yellow stumbled the grey and came back on him, and then he's had to come around him as well. So, given a lot of these don't really stay the 2000, at least he does, and we know he's coming into form.
Yeah, do you think he'd stay further than the 2000 if there is something at 2400? It's a little bit tricky then.
Worth a try.
There are so few stayers that he might be worth a try if a race the guy comes up.
Okay, well, Alexis Marino is at the double. Malo Kalanaya and Jcsa winning races 6 and 7. Race 8 is nearly upon us. And we're going to our awards races here, John. This one over 1600.
Yeah, certainly is, Martin. This is horse or race number 8 on the card. Horse number 18, Sam Soom, doesn't go, but a bumper field nonetheless. Horse number 1 is Shamek G. Itch in the hands of Asil Al Saidi. Horse number 2 is Le Uniac, Victor Gutierrez. Number 3 is Haber, Mohammed Al Nevzi. Number 4 is Abu Jara. And horse number 5 is Yatafel, Camillo Ospina in the white stable colours. Number 6 is Thur Al Noor, Naif Al Anazi. Number 7 is Ru Al Saudia, Fahid Al Faredi. Horse number 8 is Yakil, Abdullah Al Rashed. Horse number 9 is Zawoa in the hands of Rayan Al Toesh. Horse number 10 is Here We Are. I don't have a jockey for Here We Are, but I'm sure there is one. Horse number 11 is Saud Al Khail, Tariq Al Mansour. Number 12 is Ain Al Riyadh, the mount of Abdullah Alofi. Horse number 13 is Al Gash in the hands of Ricardo Sosa Ferreira. Horse number 14 is Sultanat Al Hejaz, Abdullah Al Fayrouz. Number 15 is Tawi Al Baid, Mohammed Al Daham. Horse number 16 is Al Kawakibi, Adel Al Faredi. Number 17 is Atshar, Alexis Moreno, that man again. Number 19 is Shaikh in the hands of Luis Moreno. Horse number 20 is Ana Al Sheikar. Luis Morales takes the mount on that one. And number 21 runs Madar. Madar will be running, gets the late call up for a bumper field here over the 1600 metres, race number 8 at Riyadh.
Yeah, the Abdullah Al Bassam Award for 3-year-olds, fillies and colts, local breds here over the 1600 metres. It's a tough-looking race, this, Rory.
It is. We do have, looking at the top rated, we have a bit of a gap between the top two and the others. 93 are top rated runner in the race. That's Yatafel. Then next comes in at 89. Then a gap to the next two on 80 and 78, and a few with not a great deal of form. But the top 3 or 4 are certainly interesting, and with 20 runners going to post, it's going to be a tough puzzle to solve again.
I guess we can skip over number 1, can we?
Very much so, yes.
Move on to number 2, Leia Yunak, who has had 7 goes so far. Local Group 1 form last time up.
Yes, it was a second in a caution distance, not to 75, and then seemed to step up markedly when 4 3/4 lengths fourth to Hadouba in the Group 1 King Fahad Cup last time out. Still a maiden though, so whether you take that form at face value or not, I don't know, but she does get a rating of 80 on the back of that. She's clearly getting a filly's allowance as well, so she's getting 4 kilos, the equivalent of 8 pounds off top-rated Yatafel. So although she has got 13 pounds to find in official figures, it's reduced to 5 based on the weights they're carrying today.
Harbour was over 2,000 metres at meeting 89, drops back down to the 1,600, over which he was 4th, 2 runs back.
Yeah, he's been largely consistent in maiden company, but he does need to step up a fair bit to be competitive here, and his rating of 65 suggests that he's got his work cut out.
Abujar has also got his work cut out of a rating of 61, but one of the higher rated in the field is Yahafel off a rating of 93, who's a dual course and distance winner.
Yeah, he was disappointing 2 starts back. That was in the King Faisal Cup, but was right back to his best when a length and a half second to Azam Al Riyadh in Jcsa award over course and distance last time out, posting a very good time of 1:40.95. A repeat of that is going to make him hard to beat, although again it's worth pointing out that he is conceding weight, conceding 2 kilos and upwards to everything else in the field.
He represents the white stable and beaten by a horse last time who was banging form and has won 3 of his last 6 starts. Number 6 is the Al Noor. Just the 3 starts so far, and the last couple of runs have been over 1,400 and 1,600 in maiden company.
Yeah, I mean, he's rated 71, so he does have a little bit to find on paper. We haven't seen him since meeting 71 when he was an excellent second to Precious in a 7-furlong maiden. He finished a length and a quarter ahead of a filly called Zawoher that day. She's won twice since, won a maiden and then won an open company on her next start. So I think you can actually upgrade Thowell Noah's form based on that. He'd been running into form before that, been 4th and 3rd in his previous 2 starts at Taif, and I would have thought he might be up to 10 pounds better than the bare form that he's shown, so he comes into the equation.
He's very much unexposed. We then have Rua Al Saudia, who's 1 win from 7, a winner over 1,200 metres.
Has won a 6 furlong maiden back in the day, meeting 49 in Taif. Ran in the King Abdullah Cup last time out, so you can forgive that 12th placing, and was a winner. Was 3rd in meeting 78 as well. I would say that I thought all his best form has come at 6 or 7 furlongs, and the mile is potentially stretches him.
Yakil is number 8. This horse is winner at 8 starts and has formed to turn around with Yaharfel.
Yeah, I mean he's been running well enough, but obviously that 4th last time out, I saw him finish 10 3/4 lengths behind Yaharfel. So although it's a perfectly respectable effort in its own right and gives him a chance against most of these, not easy to see him turning the tables with Yaharfel on these terms.
Well, it is a difficult race. Let's see what is happening out in the paddock. We rejoin Shamila for race 8.
I didn't have to look too far for my 8th paddock selection of the day. Here he is. It is horse at number 5, Yatafel, for the White Stables. Camilo Espino on board. He did have a bit of a spill yesterday, but he is back in action. And he missed out on 3 winners today, so I hope he can get back in the winner's enclosure with this horse number 5, Yatafel, 3-year-old. Stunning. Last time out was 2nd at meeting 92. Can go 1 place higher. Is the highest rated horse in this race a good while, actually. So it should be not too much of a hassle for him to get this winner. I think that he is definitely the horse to beat in this race, looks-wise and talent-wise as well. The White Stables do have a really nice other horse, horse number 9 by Premium Tap Zawahir, ridden by Rayan Altaresh, who's looking to make it 3 wins on the bounce, but I think Yatafel is just going to get there just in front of him. A lot of horses acting up here in the parade ring, much like the Arabian race beforehand, and horse number 11 is actually my paddock negative, just coming past me here now. Not only do I think that he is carrying a little bit too much condition, but he is being very difficult to handle, not very nice to look at in the preliminary stages. But I will be sticking with horse number 5, Yatafel.
Yeah, Yatafel looks to hold a big chance here, holds Yakil on that bit of form as well. And number 8 is Zawoa, who is he's slightly raced and brings some decent form into this. Was a winner, as we just have a quick look at Yatafel there, the white stable colours on the inside, just been picked up late.
Yeah, been run down by Azam Al Riyadh in a Jcsa award over course and distance last time out. The pair of them come a long way clear here, and Yatafel is a deserving favourite on the back of this effort. The winner is a fast improving horse, and in fairness to Yatafel, he didn't give up when he was passed, and he was trying to come back at the winner to the line and maintaining his margin over the rest of the field, which includes Yakhil, who was 4th that day, and 10 3/4 lengths behind the runner-up.
Well, Yatafel isn't favourite on the international markets. This horse is around an even money chance. We can have a look at this well-named Al-Kawakabi in action here, finishing. Well, it's been in good form, hasn't he? 1 second, 3 and 4 for the last 4 runs.
Yeah, he does good late work here on his most recent start, finishing 4th to Zaydan in the King Abdullah bin Abdulaziz Cup, a local Group 1 last time out. And obviously this looks very good on the figures. His last 3 runs has seen him finishing in the frame in cup races. He was a winner back in meeting 67, but up in class for the last 3. And you've got to give him credit for finishing in the 4 in all 3 of those contests. And I suppose that it makes sense that he should be well supported. But I thought on balance, there was very little between him and Yatafel. Now Yatafel, when he steps up to Group 2 to that group company, as he did 2 starts ago in the King Faisal Cup, he was disappointing. But because he wants to dominate his races, and I think when horses who need to dominate are out of their pay grade, they tend to disappoint. Horses like Al-Kawakabi, he does his best work late, and he's actually well suited by those races where things fall apart a little bit and he can run past beaten horses. But I think in a race like this, where Yatafel has a class advantage over most of them, with the exception of Al-Kawakabi, he'll get first run. And I think that might make it a lot harder for Al-Kawakabi to run him down, and that's why I favour the white stable runner here. Yeah,
that was the trophy they're running for here, which may well go the way of Yatafel. Are you surprised the international market's got it the other way around? They've got Al-Kawakabi as the even money favourite. It's around 2-1 for Yatafel. I'm not massively surprised. I thought Yatafel might shade favouritism, but I can see the argument.
people will look at this and say the horse with the most solid form, the horse who's capable of holding his own in better company is Al Kawakabi. Yatafel has shown that he's got a bit of a class ceiling, but as I said, a lot of these white stable horses, their style of running is to go out in front and try to run the rivals into the ground. When you're trying to do that against cup horses who are rated 100 plus, it's just impossible to do, and they end up running disappointingly. But drop them back in class. I know this is a good race on paper, and it should be, you know, in terms of the prestige of the race. But there's not a huge amount of depth class-wise, and I don't think it'll be that difficult for Yatafel to dominate early. The question then is whether he's able to get first run on the strong running Al Kawakabi, who's come from a very unpromising position to pick up fourth there. He's not ever looked like winning that race, and that tends to be his style. There's little between them on paper. Al Kawakabi also carrying 59 kilos, so the handicapper believes there's 4 pounds of a difference in favour of Yatafel. But that cup form is obviously going to appeal to a lot of punters who like to see class. They'd rather a horse with theoretically a lower rating, but he's able to hold his own. In this particular instance, I take the opposite view.
Okay, we're racing for big purses now towards the back end of the card. 130,000 SAR for this race. We've got 150,000 reals for the next. Then we're up to 300,000 for the final 3 races, as they arrive down at the start then for this. And as we've been talking, Rory, there has been money for Yatafel closing in the international markets on the international favourite Al Kawakabi, who is currently around even money. They also have the 2, 9 and 12 and the 17 quite prominent in the betting as well. So we are down at the start. Gone.
We should probably touch on the 9, Zawuher. I've mentioned her before because she ties into the form of Thawal Noor, who was actually ahead of her in meeting 71, but she's improved to win 2 starts since. And the latest being a course and distance Fillies Open, so she's running at the top of her game at the moment. She's got a slightly different run style to her stable companion, or the owner mate Yatafel, if you want to say that. And her winning time last time it was 141.69 compared to 140.95 for Yatafel. She's got a little bit of find on that form, but given her profile, given she's won her last 2 and she's beginning to step up, she's not one to ignore.
And any chance for the number 19 King Farhead Cup? Last time out over 1600, did win over the 1800 prior to that.
Yeah, it's easy enough to ignore the last run for Shayak. There was a non-winners of 3 that he won over, or she won over 1800 meters last time out. So stamina not a worry. And again, I'm more than happy to throw out a run in much stronger company, particularly as that only came in her 3rd career start. She might still lack a little bit of experience even for a race like this, and stall 19 will see her wide in the early stages. But yeah, I've definitely ignored the last run and hope that she could build on the promise she showed in winning that non-winners of 3 2 starts back.
Okay, selection time. I think we're both going to be in agreement here.
Yeah, very much on Yatafel. I'd make him favourite. I understand why other people would favour Al Kawakabi, but I'm hoping that Yatafel is able to get loose on the lead, and Camilo Ospina can try to control fractions from there, get first run on his main market rival Al Kawakabi.
As we see the first one go forward into the stalls, 2 minutes out then from post time, 16 and 5. Very strong in the international markets. I think it's around the house selection here. Yatafel, Shamila, Rory and myself, John, here, all with the 5.
Well, I'm going to go with Al Kawakabi. So there we go. We will just differ slightly on that. But yeah, those 2 horses taking the vast majority of the international market with them. Abu Jarrah goes in. Al Kawakabi, I think that ability to pick his way through a field will be quite handy here as well. Obviously, there's quite a bit of, I wouldn't say deadwood, but horses that really aren't up to anything like the kind of races that Al Kawakabi and Yatafel have been running in this spot. Al Kawakabi, I suppose that you've got 2 that are really strongly fancied. One's got a much better draw than the other. You are probably taking your punting life in your hands by going with the one drawn 16 as opposed to the one drawn 5. But Al Kawakabi has got some very, very solid form. And if there is a bit of pace generated here, which there should be, hopefully he will be doing his best work at the finish in the hands of Adil Al Faradi. But regular viewers of my shows will know that I have been wrong before. Sultanat Al Hejaz to go in. We've still also got Yakil to go forward. Yatafel wears the first white stable colours, i.e. the green cap, whereas Zawoa wears the red cap. The 8 there is Yakil in shot, the maroon and yellow colours. Atshar to come in as well. Atshar to move forward. Atshar is in. Yakil to go in too. Horse number 6 is Tho Al Nur. The 12 is Ain Al Riyadh. Horse number 9 is Zawoa. The 5 still to go in is Yatafel. The 7 is Ru Al Saudia. And the 13 is Al Bagash. Sheepskin noseband for Zawoa to go in the turquoise saddlecloth of 9. Zawoa is in, 3 to go. Yatafel for Camillo Ospina, yet to ride a winner, not yet to the 8th race, and Camillo's not had one. Al Bagash to come forward as well in the light blue and red colours, just leaves the Ru Al Saudia. Ru Al Saudia to come forward. Big field here. They're all lined up. In goes Ru Al Saudia to stall number 7. Off they go. They are racing slowly away. Al Bagash, very awkward away from the gates. Also, Harbour could have started a good bit quicker. Towards the outside, making good early progress is Shaikh. One of the wide-drawn runners, also prominent in the early stages, is Yatafel. Look at Camillo Ospina. There he is on the rail from gate 5. Thank you very much. He's the leader just on the inside towards the outer. Zawoa, who's also prominent, as indeed towards the outer is Sultanat Al-Hejaz. Another one that's very wide on the track. Shaikh is prominent in the run, though. They're followed by the grey colours there of Tawi Al-Baid. There's quite a bun fight on as far as early pace is concerned here. Al-Kawakabi is in mid-division at the moment. Spot the black cap in around about 12th or 13th posse as they make the turn, and the leaders with Shaikh the leader, 2 on the inside, and second Yatafel just being nudged along by Ospina. Now getting a little bit closer is Ru Al Saudia, the black cap. Right round the outside is Zawoa. Then even further wide, the grey jacket there of Tawa Al Baid. Wider still is Anna Al Sheikha as they start to make the turn for home. None goes better than this leader at the moment. Out in front is Shaikh by about 3 lengths to Yatafel in second. Then in third position, driven along Zawoa. Now trying to get going, the international market's favourite, Al Wakabi, but has got plenty to do from there. Down towards the closing stages they come. Over on the far side at Shaikh. Here comes Al Wakabi, though, who's now reeling in this long-time leader. And quick as a flash goes past Al Wakabi. Well clear. Going 7-8 lengths clear in the closing stages. This race was over in the twinkling of an eye. Al Wakabi, the very easy winner to Leunyak, who finished in second. Third horse home was the 12, Ain Al Riyadh, another fast finisher. And the fourth across the line was Harbour. Al Kawakabi and Adel Al Faradi, a very easy winner in the end. And if you're a follower, supporter, backer of Al Kawakabi, you were very happy to see that early pace bun fight. There were about 7 or 8 horses who wanted the lead. Ospina wanted it, obviously, aboard Yatafel, but others wanted to go forward as well. And Al Kawakabi has proved himself very good at unpicking big fields in very high-class races, and not to win them, but to finish in pretty prominent posies. Well, he had no problems getting his way through this particular field here, and is now 3 wins from 10 starts in his career in Saudi. Leunyak finished in second there. Ain Al Riyadh was in third. Horses that have come from mid-division to even further back there to fill the first 3.
Alka Wakabi has settled out in a matter of strides. He was pulled towards the outside, surges clear, and wins by over 7 lengths in the end. Beats into second place a couple of horses who've stayed on from off the pace. A&L Riyadh and also Leia Alunak, both running particularly well. But this was a one-horse race in the end, Rory. Group 1 local form advertised here last time out, and this horse into this equestrian club race has really come clear in the end and was well valued as the international favourite.
Yeah, and this has not worked out the way I expected it. I thought Jcsa would be able to get himself to the front and then try to dominate it. But
he couldn't get there, could he?
If you were with him, you only had to watch them go to the bend, like 10 horses deep going to the bend, trying to get to the lead. And that was absolutely setting things up for Alka Wakabi. As we said, his stock in trade is running through horses in these well-run cup races and finishing in the frame. Well, this race was run like a cup race. So everything in the field, apart from him, was going too fast for their own good, trying to dominate, and that was absolutely setting things up for him. I didn't think that would be the way the race was run, but it was very clear after a couple of furlongs that we were seeing an absolute burn-up here, and a burn-up was what Alka Wakabi wanted, and he's ended up massively impressive. Interesting to listen to the commentary back, because John was spot on. He saw the horse making progress, and he said he's got work to do from there, but he hadn't got the sentence finished before Alka Wakabi had actually breathed in the front runners and hit the front. So the moment you could see him, often you see a horse coming the back and you're working out, well, can they get there in time? You had no time to think about that with him, because he absolutely flew past them. They were weakening just as he was hitting top stride, and he ended up running out a very impressive winner. The markets were absolutely spot on with him, and you can see this is a real pace burn-up. Plenty of them wanting to go forward, and Alka Wakabi happily sitting right at the back of the field there. He's just passing the tail enders just at the moment. This pace has been unrelenting. You see Camilo was off the bridle on Jcsa, trying to get a position on him, and although he got into a challenging spot, what we said about him was he wanted to dominate. That's the key to him, like a lot of white stable runners. And
he was out of his comfort zone from a long way from home, wasn't he?
So although he's worked himself into position, he was run out of things by the time he got himself there, and you just see the winner absolutely sweeping past most of the field. We sometimes talk about them going 2 to the 1 of the others. He was going 3 to their 1 in the closing stages, and Alka Wakabi has posted an impressive performance. Worth pointing out that the time he actually posted for this race was marginally slower than he did over course and distance last time out. Just this race wasn't run to produce the very best time, but it was run to suit a horse with abundant stamina and a horse with a strong finishing kick.
And as regards the jockey stand-ins here, Camilo Ospina yesterday stood down. He's yet to hit the frame today, but Adel El Faredi with a 3-timer yesterday, and he's on the mark again today.
Yeah, he's really making hay while the sun is shining, and we're used to seeing Camilo among the winners here. We're used to seeing him with an easy smile on his face. We saw him scowling yesterday, looking very unhappy. He was then signed off for the day after just getting beaten on that horse who played up and caused him to get the split lip. He had to sit out the day and miss 3 winners. 3 horses that he was due to ride ended up winning on the card. So, as I've said about another jockey here, I wouldn't want to be his cat in the evening, but he'll bounce back. He's too good a jockey to be down for very long. But yeah, you can understand why Camilo might be feeling a little bit sorry for himself just at the moment.
And on the winners' podium there, collecting the trophy then for the Abdullah Al-Bassam Award. This 3-year-old race goes the way of Al Wakabi. Well done to Connections, who take home that prize of 130,000 riyals in total. The winner picking up around 65. As we take in the closing stage once again, just spot the black cap there, just starting to bob his way into contention. But you've got a whole wall of about 12 or 15 horses there turning in.
But anything parked more than about 3 wide here is going to lose a lot of ground coming round the bend, or a lot of momentum. Whereas Alka Wakabi just appears through the middle, travelling easily and powers away from them. Just, as I said, you could pick him up at the top of the straight and notice he was coming on the run, but before you could make any mention of it, he was away and gone. Very impressive performance, and as you said, it was horses picking up the pieces late in the day. Leo Yunak ANL Riyadh running on late, who grabbed the places, and those who pushed that early pace really suffered for it late on.
Yeah, Al Kawakabi first, the rest nowhere basically in race 8. Race 9 is the El Imam Mohammed bin Saud Islamic University Cup. This for fillies and colts over 4-year-olds and upwards. It's for Saudi breds over the 2,000 metres. Small field for this, just the 8 runners, but it's a competitive affair. And John, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of these have all got interlinking form as well.
Yeah, they certainly have. And, well, you can maybe pick your way through that form if you're watching this broadcast somewhere in the rest of the English-speaking world and try and find the winner. Ibn Habdan is horse number 1. Abdullah Al-Kradis takes them out. Winner of 4 of its 35 races. Sultan Al Anayr has won 3 from 23. Abdullah Al-Rashed is aboard. Badr Al-Elia, Naif Al-Anazi, 8 wins from 26. Good strike rate from that one. Horse number 4 is Mosafira. Luis Morales aboard. 1 win from 11 starts. Number 5 is Ibn Laboon. Ricardo Sosa Ferreira taking them out. Just the 1 win from the 16 in all for this one. Decent rating, though. Horse number 6 is Najabat Alays. Adal Al-Furedi. 10 wins from 36 in all. Motha Wekar. Rayan Al-Tuesh is horse number 7. And horse number 8 is Ashkana, the man of Fahed Al-Furedi. So the dead 8 go to post. Good for each way players around the world. And the horses making their way into the starting stalls very shortly. Well, starting stalls, parade ring. They'll be doing the starting stalls soon, but they're in the pre-parade ring at the moment as they make their way round there. They'll be coming into the main parade ring later. Now we can get the thoughts of Rory and of Martin and of Shamila for this Ben Saud Islamic University Cup over the 2,000 metres. Over to you guys.
Yeah, still, as you say, John, in the pre-parade, yet to make the way into the parade ring and then down to the start. Post time for this race is just over 15 minutes away. And on the international markets, Badr El-Alaya is the favourite currently, just under 2 to 1. It's around 3.5 to 1 for the number 5, EBN Laboon. Najbat Alays is just under 5 to 1, a similar price for EBN Hadaban. Sultan Al Anayr is at around 7 to 1, that it's 8 to 1 and bigger the remainder. But a few of these had clashed, and it was Badr Al-Alaya who came out on top, beating EBN Hadaban in that race at meeting 87.
Yeah, it's a story of 2 races here. In meeting 93, several of these ran in the mile-and-a-half Prince Saad bin Abdul Rahman bin Faisal Cup, won by Al Mubir. On that occasion, Sultan Al Anayr was 5th, beaten 9 3/4 lengths. Ibn Hadban 6th, beaten a total of 12 lengths, and Badr Al-Elia 7th, beaten 13 lengths. That was a mile-and-a-half contest. Obviously, not that many get the trip here. So Sultan Al Anayr sort of comes out on top, although they were all also rans. But they all met in meeting 87 as well, over this course and distance. And on that occasion, Badr Al-Elia came out on top, beating Ibn Hadban, who had Ashkarna back in 4th, and Ibn Laboon back in 9th. Sultan Al Anayr, who was the best of these in meeting 93, was 5th on that occasion, beaten 5 3/4 lengths by Badr Al-Elia. And on balance, the pick of these is Badr Al-Elia, although that run last time out shows that these things can be turned on their head in slightly different conditions. And we've seen a couple of races tonight where previous form has been turned upside down, particularly in that turf race we had where 3 of them had met the previous week, finishing 2nd, 3rd and 4th, and this time they were 1st, 2nd and 3rd, but in the opposite order.
And not on the order one would have imagined they would be. Well, let's take them in turn then. And Ibn Habban is the top one, then a rating of 92 for this horse, and as you touched on, has got form with the 3 horse on those last couple of outings.
Yeah, it's a course and distance winner, and going back, Ibn Habban was 3 3/4 lengths ahead of Ashkarna in that Jcsa award 2 starts back, won by Badr Al-Elia, and then split Sultan Al Anayr and Badr Al-Elia last time out over the longer trip. He's solid, he's consistent, he should be thereabouts again, but if you believe the form of the course and distance run where they met 2 starts ago, then Badr Al-Elia should have the beating of him again.
Sultan Al Anaya then has had 3 wins from 23. Another one that's got the form that ties in with those two, but has yet to win in 4 starts this campaign.
Yeah, been there or there, but been in the prize money essentially all 4 starts this season, and is the one who comes here having finished closest of a trio who met on the Prince Saad bin Abdul Rahman bin Faisal Cup last time out. That was over 1.5 miles, and he fared best of them, but to be honest, none of them really threatened to win that. Sultan Al Anaya was beaten 9 3/4 lengths in the end, and was 5th, was worst of 4 of these who met in meeting 87. But he is capable of slightly better than that on his day. On balance of form, he's probably 3rd best or 4th best of these.
Badr Al Alaya then, who was 7th over the 2,400, but had won 2 from 3 previously, including that win at meeting 87, beating 4 of today's rivals.
Yeah, as we've mentioned, he's had Ibn Hadban, Ashkarna, Sultan Al Anaya, and Ibn Laboon, who we haven't mentioned yet, number 5, behind him in that course and distance event. 2 starts to go. That was a well-run race. It looks like believable form, and back at track and trip, Badr Al Alaya is the likeliest winner based on that run and based on his overall form.
Ibn Laboon's got form that ties in with them, but is 0 from 6 for the campaign. And the sole win for this horse, 1 from 16, was over the 1,600 metres back in December of 2021.
Yeah, and obviously he needs to do an awful lot better than he did in that course and distance event 2 starts ago when he was only 9th. But he did bounce back to form when 2nd in the Mishrif bin Motlaq bin Shanan Cup last time out. That was back over 1 mile though, and that maybe is his ideal trip at the moment.
Najbat Al-Aziz is number 6, a course and distance 2nd last time out.
Yeah, that was behind Abu Sheikha in the custodian of the 2 Holy Mosques apprentice contest last time out when we were here. And he was also very good 5th in the Prince Badr Cup 2 starts back. So he's been 2nd twice and sandwiched that with an equally good run in a strong cup contest in between. So with a rating of 90, he can't be ruled out. He's got 7 pounds to find with Badr Al Alaya on the official ratings, but he is getting 2 kilos, so 4 pounds today. That brings them reasonably close. So Badr Al Alaya, as we said, is the one to beat on form, but can't afford to slip up too much. And Najbat Al is getting a useful. She's getting a useful £2 weight for age, sex allowance from Badr Al Alaya today.
And turned out 7 days after that good run here in the custodian last week. We then moved down to number 7, Motha Wikar, who is 3 wins from 19 starts. 3 goes so far this campaign. If you go back a couple of runs at meeting 65, only beaten a head and a nose on that occasion over the course and distance.
Yeah, that was a non-winners of 4 and making 65, and only just came out worse than a 3-way finish. Wasn't at all disgraced last time up in class. That again was in the Prince Badr Cup over the 1,800 metres last time out when finishing 6th, just ahead behind Najbat Al-Aziz, and she has franked that form since with that excellent 2nd last week. So not much between the pair of them. They're both rated 90 now. They're both on the same weight of 56 kilos. So there's not much to choose between them, and you get to see that despite the fact we've only got 8 runners, I think you can make some sort of case for 7 of them.
You could indeed, and Ash Khan is the final one, 4th in that Jcsa award race over the 2,000, and the winner of a 1,600 metre handicap back at meeting 64.
Yeah, and he is another one who ran well last week. He ran in the 0 to 80 handicap, the Lexus handicap, where the winner
Took the
got
car.
the car. He was a very good 3rd in that contest. So comes here in good form. Maybe better over slightly shorter, and held in a couple of lines of form, but not entirely out of this Ashkarna.
And then we can see in shot Ibn Laboon, who is looking to get off the mark at the 7th attempt this campaign. So as you say, you can make a fair case for a few of these, but the overall impression I think is that Badr Al Alaya just could come out on top and probably is the best of over this 2,000.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, when you're getting involved in this, you're aware that the run of the race is going to be of some significance. Connection's obviously looking for a double, having been successful in the last race. The Badr Al Alaya, owned by Al Sharif Hazab bin Shakir Al Abdali, who's winner in the previous race was so impressive, Al-Kawakabi, and they'll be looking to have a double celebration here. And Badr Al-Alia certainly has what it takes on paper. Races aren't run on paper, though, are they?
No, they're not, unfortunately. International market does give the 3 as the leader, currently at around the 2-to-1 mark. 3.5 to 1 for the 5. The 6 is currently at 4.5 to 1. 5 to 1 for the 1. The 2 is at around 7 to 1. It's around 8 to 1 for the 7. And bigger prices the remainder. So jockeys are in the paddock. We're just under 10 minutes in from the off time of this. Still 3 more races to come on the back of this. This is the Ben Said Islamic University Cup with a total prize fund of 150,000 riyals, and we have double that available for the final 3 races. The championship finals, we've got the fillies race over the 1800 metres. We've got the Arab contest over the 1800 metres, and our 12th and final race, which comes up in around an hour and a half's time, is the final for the fillies and the colts over 2,000 metres as well. And of course, we are racing back here again tomorrow. Your final stint here tomorrow, Rory, for a few weeks.
It is, yeah. It seems like I've done quite a few in a row, but I suppose that's probably because I have. I've been here it's the longest the longest time I've been here since I started. 4 weeks on the trot, even though I've had the occasional stint at home in between. But yeah, coming to an end tomorrow, and be able to see what my children look like for a change.
Well, you come and go. One permanent fixture here is Shamila.
Thank you very much, Martin. I am indeed a permanent fixture here, part of the furniture at this point of the season. 9th race of the evening. Hopefully I can get a winner in this horse number 6, Najbat Alez, who is partnered with Adel Al-Faredi, who's already had a winner today in our previous race. I really like the look of him. He looks like a really strong type going around the parade ring here. And I actually fancy both of the Al-Faredi brothers' mounts. I really like the look of Fahad Al-Faredi's horse at number 8 in this race. I think that his rating is 90, horse number 6, that is for Gaith Al Gaith. I think it's a good team, a good pair up for this contest. Only 8 runners in this race, you have to remember. And Adel Al-Faredi is on a winning streak, so Najbat Alez for me. But I would love horse number 3, Badr Alaya, to win highest rated horse in the race under Naif Al Nazi, but I think Adel will get the quick double.
As the jockeys then get mounted, Shamila very much with Adel Al-Faredi to continue his winning streak on the back of Al-Kawakabi. Adel had a treble here yesterday. And this is a tight little race, only the 8 runners, but hard to rule out any of them as they start to make their way down to the start over the 2,000 metres. And the fur is given an outing tonight, Rory, given the cold temperatures outside. And it's unusual, the sun comes out, it does really lift temperatures, but there's a real cold northerly wind blowing around.
Yes, even this morning, although it was quite clear and bright, there was a bit of a nip in the air, wasn't there?
There was. Very much a nip in the air. I had to even sit in the sun in shirts and chinos this morning. It was that cold to sunbathe. You had to have the full body armour on. Right, there is number 3. This is Badr Al-Alaya, who is the international favourite. The horse who comes here with a win, 2 starts back, beating several of these and finishing 7th last time. Form reversed, but that was over 2,400.
Yeah, we joined this race, and Badr Al-Alaya has gone to the front already, making the best of his way home. You can see Sultan Al-Anaya in the yellow and black colours in behind him running on. But that only finishes 5th in the end. Ibn Habban in the red and black on the inside fares best of the others and finishing 2nd. And we've also got Ashkarna coming through with the white face into 4th place in the end there. So plenty of these meeting again. We didn't get to see Ibn Laboon. He ran one of his poorer races on that occasion, but he's quite likely to bounce back. And indeed, he actually did bounce back over a mile last time out. And here he is in glorious Technicolor in front of us now.
Finishing 2nd here last week, as we'll see in a second. Overall, he's won one from 16. He's yet to win this campaign in 6 goes.
No, but this was a lot more like it on the back of a poor run, bouncing back to finish 2nd in the Mishrif bin Mutlaq bin Shanan Cup last time out. He doesn't shirk the issue here, runs on strongly to the line, unable to get his head in front, but that's a return to form, dropped to a mile. You can see that he stays beyond a mile the way he finishes this race off. But perhaps a well-run race of that trip sees him in a slightly better light than this trip. But the best of his form certainly gives him a chance here. And he is in receipt of... no, he's not in receipt of any weight at all. We're 58 kilos for Badr Al-Elia, 58 kilos also for Ibn Laboon. It's just the fillies in the race. Najabat Alays and Mothawika, who are receiving, Mosafira, also a filly, receiving the 2 kilo allowance.
Yeah, just with a horse like him, that was a good run last time out over that mile trip or the 1600. But the fact he's won from 16 and hasn't won for 2+ years, I always have that as a negative when you've got banging form horses like winning machines like Badr Al-Elia.
Yeah, particularly, I can understand when horses are racing in open company and their rating is sort of in the 70s. I understand why they run up losing sequences then, because it's very easy to run into a horse who's just a bit better than you. But when you're rated in the 90s and you've only got one win to your name, it suggests that you're perhaps not as reliable as you should be.
Well, David on the chat feature on YouTube is going for number 5, Ibn Laboon. So good luck to him. I was looking to double the career tally. So it looks well heading to post.
Yeah, looks in good terms himself. He's clearly looking for a second career in dressage. The way he's pointing his toe on the way to post. So that's certainly not a bad sign. The way he's going about it. Clearly he's feeling well, but not many negatives. I thought Mosafira was a bit of a negative in the pre-parade. She got a little bit upset at one stage and had to be taken into the centre. Otherwise, the rest of them have been showing perfectly good signs.
Okay, well, they are making their way down to the start. Shamila with Najbat Al-Ayas, number 6. I'm very much with the international favourite, Badr Al-Elia. I just think coming back in distance, we saw the VT there, Rory, a comprehensive win. If he can run up to that level of form, he should be hard to beat.
He will be, yes. There might not be quite that much between them, but as you said, a repetition of that form means the others have to raise their game to beat Badr Al-Elia. It's not always that straightforward, but again, it's not a bad price, and it's difficult to argue that he shouldn't be the market leader. So I'm happy to row in with him as well.
Okay, coming down to the start then, we are 2 minutes to post for race number 9. Still 10, 11 and 12 to come as well. We do race back here tomorrow and 3 meetings next week. Tom Collins will be here in Rory's position for those 3 meetings, and the Saudi Cup meeting itself as well here on the 23rd and 24th of February. The International Jockeys Challenge takes place on day 1, and news coming out today from the Jockey Club here that there's a star Australian name. We saw Glenn Boss a couple of years ago coming out of retirement to ride in the International Jockeys Challenge, and Rory, a star name who retired just a few weeks ago, has also been named today, coming across here in a few weeks' time. Manor Road Winks.
Oh, that man.
Yeah.
Oh.
Damon Oliver.
Yes.
Recently retired. He's going to be here in the International Jockeys Challenge. He actually won on his very final ride in a race named for him, I think, in Perth, I think it was.
Yeah, I saw that. And it's a proper fairy tale finish as well, wasn't it?
It was, yeah.
Yeah.
They had a race named after him as well in Melbourne at the back end of the Spring Carnival. All the jockeys came out. He had a guard of honour, and no sooner has he retired, he's following Bossy and coming out to ride here in the Jockeys Challenge. So that's going to be here on the 23rd. Winks' jockey here in action. So going forward,
not quite the Leicester Legends, is it? Or the Ledger Legends, right?
The Doncaster.
Yes. Yeah.
Well, we wait to see who else is going to be named in that International Jockeys Challenge. Last few heading forwards. All yours, John, for race 9.
Thanks so much, lads. The not retiring thing seems to be catching. Ibn Laboon to come forward. Also still to come forward is Najabat Alays and indeed Ashkana. There is Ashkana in the hands of Fahad Al-Faredi. I'm going to go with Ibn Habdan here. I think this is the absolutely epitome of international each-way thievery. Ibn Habdan has a bit to find with Badr Al-Elia, as we saw, but is around about the 5-1 mark on the international market. 8 runners, 3 places, gate 1. Obviously had gate 1 the last time as well, but the draw gods have smiled at Ibn Habdan here, and I think can make the 3 anyway. Anyway, that's just about ready for this 9th race on the card. 2,000 metres the trip, and away they go for the Ben Saud Islamic University Cup over the mile and 2 furlongs. Good start by the international favourite Badr Al Elia into a pretty prominent posse. So too is Sultan Alanea. Towards the left, as we look at them at the moment, Ashkana is quite prominent too in the sheepskin moustache and sideburns, the check jacket and the white cap. The white stable colours of Motha Wakea is also prominent as they make their way past the cutaway and onto the racecourse proper. Towards the back of the field at the moment, Ibn Habdan got a pretty good start but has been taken back. So too Mosafira in the orange colours, and also towards the back is Ibn Laboon as they make their way towards the final 7 furlongs or so. Lead is with Badr Al Elia, and he's got the lead without having to work desperately hard. Sultan Alanea racing in second. Motha Wekar is in third, the green cap, followed then by Ashkana towards the outer in 4th position. Then in 5th spot is Najabat Alays, who's got a nice trail into this, followed then by Ibn Habdan up the inside, and then we have Ibn Laboon towards the outer, then the orange colours of Mosafira, who's right at the back. Down towards the end of the back straight they go, and this Badr Al Elia, the international markets favourite, has got out and tried to grab this race by the scruff of the neck. To Motha Wekar racing round the outside in second. Then in 3rd position Sultan Alanea. Ibn Habdoon is just picking off them towards the inside rail, followed then by Najabat Alays. Now one that's dropping away is Ashkana. Towards the outer is Ibn Laboon, and the back marker is Mosafira. Starting to make the turn for home, and it's Badr Al Elia who leads, continues to be the one to catch to. In second position Motha Wekar, who's now being driven along. Then in third, pulled out for a challenge, is Najabat Alays. They're then followed by one that's trying to stay on in the shape of Ibn Habdan. Down the centre of the track, Ibn Laboon is getting going as well. The leader is Badr Al Elia, but they are queuing up. Here comes the green jacket of Najabat Alays, who hits the front, but wait, here comes Ibn Laboon down the centre of the track as well. These two are paired off, Najabat Alays and Ibn Laboon. They're well clear of the rest. Najabat Alays by a neck, by half a length, and racing up towards the line. Najabat Alays has won it. Ibn Laboon finished in second. Third horse home in the end was Ashkana, who stayed back on, and the 4th horse home was Badr Al Elia. Another winner for Adel Al Faradi. He's really picking up a head of steam, isn't he? Towards the top of the Jockeys Championship, of course. And Shamila, she knew, as if we would ever doubt her. Ibn Laboon in second, and they were well clear of the rest. Those two quickly went away from the rest of them. And Ashkana has battled back to finish in third. Badr Al Elia looked to try and get out in front and boss the race, but wasn't able to do so. Well, was for a while, but clearly maybe doing things a bit too much out in front. And the 5th horse home there was Motha Wekar, and my clever each-way thievery could only finish in 6th. Ibn Habdan there in the hands of Abdullah Al Kradis. But Najabat Al Ays has scored a filly by Sleeping Indian, who prior to today had won 10 from 36, a very good strike rate in anybody's language. Now 11 from 37, had been in pretty good form leading up to this, but has finally got ahead in front this season and done so very nicely indeed. 2 minutes 8.57 seconds the winning time, and 3/4 of a length the official winning margin. That was the 9th. 3 more races still to come here from Riyadh.
Well, there's the winner in shot. Adel Al-Faradi makes it 5 winners over the last couple of days. A treble yesterday at the expense of his main rival, but he's ridden 2 today that he should have been booked for in the same colours as well. Well, in the previous race, certainly similar colours to this, but it's Najbat Al-Ayaz who does the business here. And a boost for the custodian of the 2 Holy Mosques apprentice race from 7 days ago.
Yeah, she was a very good second to Abu Sheikha in that race last week. And interesting, I'm reading the ratings off my my race card. I noticed that since we printed the race cards a couple of days ago, the handicap had actually raised her to 93 again on the back of that good run last week. So in receipt of £4, she was actually joint top rated with Badr Al Elia effectively. But she's beaten that one by a fair way in the end. He got to the front, Naif Al Anazi on Badr Al Elia, but he was always working, wasn't he?
It wasn't easy for him.
And although he was able to get the better of the early challenges, the winner in the second came from last and second last. They were settled off this pace, which was contested, and often with a contested pace like this, the best place to be is waiting to pounce late in the day, and that's exactly what happened. To be honest, I think Ibn Laboon should have won this. I thought he's come through with a run that's from off the pace. He could see all the other runners. Ricardo Sousa Ferreira reduced him to go win the race. I don't think he was that keen to go past, to be perfectly honest. He met a very game mare in the shape of Najmat Al-Ayaz, and she just worried him out of it. And you talked about it beforehand. She's won 11 now of her 37 career starts. He's won 1 from 17. And there's a reason for the difference in strike rate there, and it's because she puts it all in, and I don't think he does.
And he really did travel. You'll see him in a minute coming up onto the shoulder of those up on the front end, but he travelled powerfully through the race. He did, yeah, and I thought it was going to be a decisive move. You see that Najbat Al-Ayaz and Adel Al-Faradi are just moving through the centre, while Ricardo is waiting on the outside with Ibn Laboon. I think Ricardo Sousa Ferreira knew that he wanted to produce his mount with one run, and he's just working his way to the outside now, coming past Ashkarna. The eventual winner, Najbat Al-Ayaz, is now just about moving into 3rd place past Sultan Al Anaya. He can see that the front 2 are hard at work. At this stage, it's still Badr Al Elia who's in front. Mothaweka is the challenger at that stage, but now comes the big run from Najbat Al-Ayaz, and at the same time Ricardo Sousa Ferreira comes with what looks a withering run down the outside on Ibn Laboon. He's made up a lot of ground pretty quickly to get pretty much alongside our winner, but once he gets to within a neck, that's as far as he wants to go as far as I'm concerned. And this mare is very genuine, and she's worked her way back to the front in the last 100 metres to win by what looks like 3/4 of a length to me. It gets with a neck, and then eventually the winner pulls away again in the closing stages. If you were with the international favourite, Badr Al Elia, you could just see at this stage it maybe just been softened up by doing enough up on the front end.
Yeah, both Mothaweka under Rayan Altwash and also Sultan Al Anaya wanted to make sure they didn't get things his own way, so they put a bit of pressure on him. And Naif has worked hard on his mount to make sure they didn't get past him, and he's ended up just working the whole way through the race, and eventually that's going to tell. And although he manages to beat off those early challenges, the 2 who sort of waited in the wings for that little skirmish to come to an end have had too much running, and they've dominated the finish. And could you argue that the international favourite has been well beaten, has been busy, maybe he's just had the edge taken off him as well? Yeah, it's possible. I mean, it's never easy to tell at this stage of the season. You could say much the same thing about Najbat Al-Ayaz if she'd disappointed here. She's run a meeting 80, meeting 89, then turned out and had a really tough race last week, which has turned out just 6 days later and has run right up to that form to score. So some of them will take this fairly busy schedule very well, and some of them will just run the occasional flat race. As we've seen with Badr Al Elia in the past, he bounces back from a moderate run. His form figures 7-1, 7-1, 7 coming into this. We were hoping that he was going to come back with another one, but he's ended up finishing 4th in the end. Well, it was his sequence for a 1, wasn't it? Yes, it was, exactly. It was set up for that, but it doesn't always work that way. And again, like in the previous race, we thought the top-rated horse had a fair chance of getting loose in the lead, but when the other jockeys are aware of that, you know, when it looks like the favourite is going to get an easy lead, someone always thinks, right, I'll make sure he doesn't get an easy lead then, and it doesn't take too many to think that way to spoil the chance of a horse like that. And although he's not run badly, you can see he was just pestered throughout and wasn't able to run to the level that he did 2 starts ago. And that form with Ash Carna's turned around. Ash Carna was 4th behind him, and meeting 87 has finished in front of him today. Again, just picking up the pieces late on.
So double up for Adele Alfaredi, double for Alexis Marino as well. Well done to Jimmy Jerkins as well. Just been highlighted that Jcsa, who won a little bit earlier on turf, was Jimmy's 20th winner since leaving America to come here to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So well done to Jimmy. 20 winners up here in Riyadh and Taif with Jcsa. Looks at an exciting horse back on the turf next season. We do stay with the dirt for the remainder of the card here this evening. Races 10, 11 and 12 over the 1,800 metres for the next couple of races. And then over the 2,000 for the final event. This, though, is the final champions of the race courses from the Jcsa. This a race for fillies, John, for 4-year-olds. And Saudi breds, race 10 over the 1,800 metres.
Thank you very much, Martin. Yep, we'll be seeing the runners and riders for this very shortly. Coming onto your screen now, and news of a late scratching in this race as well. But horse number 1 is Hezam, the man of Mohammed Al Daham. 2 is Jadael Kher, Adel Al Faredi, that man Adel Al Faredi. Now, the news is we're getting that number 3, Saneha, is a non-runner here. Number 3, Saneha, has been scratched. Horse number 4, Batu Lati, is next. Number 5 is Hodia, or Jodiah. Pays your money, it takes your choice. Abdullah Al Fayrouz is aboard. Number 6 is Kalahat Delmon, in the hands of Mohammed Al Shurima. Number 7 is Dalal Al Fard, Ali Al Mutib. Number 8 is Kabrat, Abdulaziz Al Musa. Horse number 9 is Wadat Seba, Rayan Al Tuesh. Number 10 is Zalawiya, in the hands of Victor Gutierrez. Number 11 is Tathkir, Abdullah Al Kradis. 12 is Sabahat, Ahmed Al Shra. Number 13 is Alamira Aryam, Nawaf Al Fayrouz. Number 14 is Ujawanaya, Camilo Ospina. Number 15 is Shiblat Cloud, Tariq Al Mansour. Number 16 is Nazrat, Abdullah Ralofi. Number 17 is Kafjea, the mount of Sultan Al Mimoni. And horse number 18 is Angelina, in the hands of Luis Morales. Those are your runners and riders for race number 10. Back to the boys in the studio.
Yeah, thank you, John. They're just starting to come through into the main parade ring then for race 10. And I thought this was probably the... I know the handicap earlier on, Rory, was very hard, won by Maluk Alanea, but I thought this was probably the hardest race of the day to try and pick out the most likely winner.
Well, to be honest, I've been finding every race quite hard to find the winner of so far, so it can't get any tougher, surely. All the obvious things have been getting turned over. Although I have to say, I saw a fairly obvious one again here, and hope that he could get the job, or she could get the job done rather. So I'm gonna be heading down that path again with Hizam, who I thought just improved the step up to 1,800 metres last time up to win the equivalent race of this in December, the primary championship of the racecourse, and I saw no reason why she wouldn't repeat that. She was very strong at the finish that day. It was her first ever try beyond a mile. And if she runs to that level again, I think she's hard to beat. Although it's worth just throwing this in there early on. The size of the fields today and the fact that the races have been really competitive means that, you know, it's very hard to guarantee that you're going to get a run through in these races, and you need to trust your luck to a little bit. Or as we saw with Al-Kawakabi, you know, you have a horse who's suited by a bit of a burn-up, and they tend to come to the fore. In fairness to Hizam, she sort of hugged the rail last time, came from behind, got to the front halfway down the straight, and then powered away late on. So a really strongly run race seems likely to suit her here. So I'm hoping that the old luck can change.
Well, the old luck can go one of two ways quite quickly. She does have to carry the same weight as the 2, Jeriel Kia, who is rated £5 her superior.
Yes, and Jadelle Kerr will see the pair of them in action. She was a bit disappointing last time out, but I think you can forgive that because she's been in group races her last 2 starts. Prior to that, she was second to Hizam in that primary championship of the race courses. She is slightly better off at the weights. There's not much between them. They're carrying the same weight. She's 1 pound better off for the beating that she got last time out. I just think you can probably rate Hizam a little bit higher. I think she's full value for the win last time. I thought Jadelle Kerr wasn't too far below her best form. She's a winner in meeting 71. But although Hizam's got 12 runs and had sort of established that her rating going into her last race, I do think she improved a little bit more than the official figures give her credit for. So she isn't the best of these at the weights, but the issue is that she's actually beaten the best horse at the weights on her last start, and that one's been disappointing. Well, not disappointing twice since. She's been beaten up twice since in tough company. So I just thought Hizam had all the right credentials.
Well, let's try and pick out some of the main dangers. Let's have a look at Judea number 5. Is 1 from 10. Has finished 3rd and 6th in a couple of runs so far this campaign. In a winners of 1 at meeting 71, and last time in handicap company, the sole winner did come over the 1400 in maiden company.
Yeah, she wasn't disgraced and went 6th in the course and distance, not to 75 last time out. But I think the important piece of form is her 3rd in meeting 71. She was 3rd to Jadelle Kerr in a non-winners of 2 over this course and distance, beating 7.5 lengths. And although she's got a better chance than most of these, it's not immediately obvious how she's going to turn the tables with a filly rated 12 pounds. Her superior, who's only giving her 2 pounds.
Okay. Anything else on that first page of runners who we could give a good mention to?
No, I did make a note on Cabrat, but by the time I finished making the note, I wished I hadn't started.
Well,
number 10 is
her maiden form was okay, but
her maiden form's okay, but yeah, she ran badly in a course and distance, not to 70 last time out. Even if she did come back to her maiden form, she's rated 65, and she would have something like 16 pounds to find with Jadelle Kerr, and there's no obvious reason for her to do that. But yeah, she's better than the ones immediately above her. Wardat Sabre is impossible to fancy. Zalawea was worth a note. She doesn't have a rating at the moment, but she did improve from her debut effort, went 3rd to Abura in a 7-furlong maiden last time out. She's unexposed, so she might do a little bit better. I didn't think the bare form of that maiden effort was particularly strong, but there's always the possibility she improves to step up to a mile here, and given she's only got the 2 runs and she's been going in the right direction, she can't be ruled out entirely.
Well, the international market has this down as a 4-horse race. 1 and 2 are well clear on the figures. They also bring into the mix 5 who we've touched on, and the other one is Urjuwania, who is available currently at just over 5 to 1. This is horse number 14, 1 from 12 this campaign, 15 runs overall. And that form, well, she was a winner 2 starts back at meeting 71 in a course of distance locally bred fillies maiden.
Yeah, I thought that was okay. She did that in a time of 1:55.46. It was a hands and heels race, so no whips carried there. I always think the result of those races can be a little bit different because some horses respond better than others to encouragement. She was 7th here last time out, but I don't think she was discredited in a stronger race. That was a 1 mile open here last time out, won by Batulat. She's beaten 6 3/4 lengths. I thought that wasn't far away from the form that she showed on her previous start when winning. So she comes here in reasonable form, and she was 3rd best on my card.
And if we just look at jockey buckets, well, Camilla Ospina's on board her, and Louis Morales rides number 18, Angelina, who's a 4-year-old filly, winless at 8 starts and well held in maiden company last time up.
Yeah, she has form from last season. She's fourth and 3rd in a couple of races. The 3rd coming in a 1 mile maiden here towards the end of last season, but she was beaten a long way on her return in October. I wouldn't have minded if that was like 3 weeks ago, but the fact she's been off for quite a long time since then, that was like it was the 2nd day of the season here in Riyadh, and for her to disappear again since, I took as a bit of a negative. Luis Morales obviously a very good jockey on board, but although I tried to make a case for her to make this a little bit more competitive, I struggled.
Yeah, it's a pretty weak contest. Shamila, numbers 1 and 2 on the race card are well clear on the international markets. Are you with one of those two, or have you managed to spot something else in the paddock that's got a bit of a chance?
I've managed to spot a slightly bigger price in this parade ring. It's horse number 5, Jcsa, who will be partnered with Abdullah Al Fayrouz, trained by Abdullah Al Mansour. 6th last time out, 3rd the time before that at meeting 71. She's just a really nice looker. And actually, one to note, horse number 2, the highest rated horse in the race that will be partnered with Adil Al Faradi, just looks to be getting a little bit hot and sweaty in the parade ring. Maybe she's just getting a little bit nervous. However, I couldn't not choose Jcsa. I think she's a really nice looking filly, and definitely my paddock selection for this race. A few others that stood out to me, horse number 10, Jarawela for Victor Gutierrez, who's already had a winner today in the first race, so he's chasing that double. We don't see him very often in the winners enclosure, so that would be great to see him back again. And horse number 15 as well, a really nice looking filly who was second last time at a meeting 91, but I think it's Jcsa and Abdullah Al Fayrouz for me.
Zalawaya was the horse you were touching on there as horse number 10, Victor Gutierrez, who scored in our very first race of the day aboard Henna Al Jude. One of the less exposed in the field, just the 2 runs so far, 6th and then 3rd. If that horse was to carry the progression forward, you could maybe see this one getting involved.
You could, yeah, and a more progressive profile. Well, I'm not sure I'd quite call it progressive, but it's certainly a more attractive profile than most of these in the race are exposed as being fairly modest. The one benefit that you have with Azalawea is she's had just the 2 starts. She improved for the first of them, so there is the prospect of her improving again from start 2 to start 3. And she wouldn't need to have to improve massively just to make the frame here, but to get amongst the top 2, particularly Hazam and Jadal Kir, that does take a fair bit of progress.
Okay, she is around 20 to 1 on the international markets. 1 Hazam is the clear favourite. 2 isn't far behind. The 14 is available just over 5 to 1. The 5 Jcsa at around 8 to 1, and it's 20 to 1, and bigger prices the remainder. As we wait for jockeys to get mounted for this, our 10th race of the evening, chasing big prize money for the next 3 races. 300,000 SAR available over the next 3. And a reminder, we are back here, of course, again tomorrow. And you kind of give us your selections on the Jcsa YouTube channel. Just head to the chat section there. Somebody just mentioning, as you were saying, Rory, in the previous race, that the runner-up in the previous race was worried out of it in the closing stages. Yeah. Very perceptive comment. David said this race looks hard to find a clear favourite, but goes with number 5, Jcsa, as they are in the parade ring with around 5 minutes to post time. Jockeys should be getting mounted, so David in agreement with Shamila, with Jcsa. I was going to pose a question earlier on, Rory, to John Blant, which I might do when we go back to him as well. The 13:51 sprint, yeah, the turf race, is so-called 13:51 because
it's 1,351 metres.
Yes,
yeah,
there's a reason for it.
Why is it 39?
Why is it 13:51 metres?
Is the year 1351 particularly significant?
It is.
Right. And then the next question is,
why?
Which I can't answer. Is
well, John Blant normally knows most things. I'm sure he might know this.
I'm getting Saudi history, obviously, isn't it?
He's not there. He's not there. He's maybe gone to Google it, has he?
Is everyone wearing different silks in this race than they're listed as wearing? It certainly looks that way to me. But all the stable lads have got the right silks, and all the jockeys are wearing different silks. There must be a reason for that, but I don't know why.
I don't know either. Pass.
But they're all plainish silks, aren't they? Maybe a different coloured cap, but I don't think there's anyone wearing any pattern as such, and there must be a reason why they're doing that, but I haven't heard why. It's not because they've left their kit at home. It's a very concerted thing. It's not going to be fun for John Blant if he wasn't aware of it, which might explain why he's not answering our questions. He's seen the state of the jockeys and thought, how am I going to manage this?
Maybe Shamila could go and find out. Right, let's have a look at a bit of form before we go to John and pose this question. Here is Hezam, your selection, Rory, coming from third place, picking up well in the closing stages to take out the win last time.
Yeah, and the horse on the outside with the red noseband who's running around a little bit is Jadale Kerr. Hezam, I thought, quite brave to come through this gap late in the day to get to the front. Jadale Kerr runs on past the horses that the winner has passed to get into second place. But this was the first try that Hezam had at this 1 mile, 1 furlong trip, and she seemed to improve for it. I suppose it's worth pointing out, if you want to be a little bit negative, that they ended up finishing in a little bit of a heap there. But I thought Hezam picked up well off the bridle. On her first try at the trip, seemed to stay up very well, and that gives her scope to do a little bit better.
And here's Joanne as well. We just saw Camilla Ospina there in the all blue colours. He should be in the blue sleeves and green colours, as we can see here.
Well, not in this particular case.
No, different again.
He is actually wearing, she is wearing red colours with a green cap, the grey. She finishes off pretty well here to win that Hands and Heels Maiden 2 starts back. And she's changed ownership since. Very well on top on that occasion, and then finished 7th to Batulat in a warmer 1 mile open after that.
So jockeys aren't wearing different silks. Why so, those, Shamila? You've got the answer for us.
I absolutely do have the answer for you, Martin. It's the question on everyone's tongues. Why are the horses wearing different silks as to in the race cards? And that is because this race is the final championship of the race courses. So they are representing each race course. There are about 10 race courses here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and each horse that's qualified at their own track is representing the colours of that track. So that's why you see the pink colours, the green colours, the red colours. They'll have different caps. However, they are representing the different race courses that they managed to qualify at for these final of the championships of the race courses races.
Which poses the question, Rory, which is the Riyadh colours?
Hezam was a winner here last time out. Has she qualified for the race by doing that? Look for number 1, and that would tell you what the Riyadh colours are, I'd imagine. But obviously, those other racecourses, aside from Taif, we don't see the official form, so it's guesswork for us, I'm afraid.
And poor old Blancy has spent hours doing the form and the colours and 12 races and 20 runner fields, and he's faced with a last-minute colour change of a whole field of 20-odd horses. But
who'd be a commentator, eh?
John Blanswood. Well, that's our carry on keeping warm. Good luck to him. It is pretty cold here this evening. But John, 13:51 the sprint. Why called so?
I don't know. It's the honest answer to your question, Martin. There's quite a lot I don't know about the next few minutes coming up here on the Jcsa English channel. And this is going to be interesting. The saving grace for me is that the saddle cloths are all as they should be. So that is going to be probably what's helping me through this, to be perfectly honest. But there you go. Obviously, when the colours were published, they were all going to, or appear to be, running in the colours of their owners, but they will be running in the colours of the race courses that they are representing. But there we go. You think you've seen it all in this game, and then something else comes along to take you by surprise. That's Wadat Sabre going forward. Your blue colours, I think, are Ujo Wanaya. And there's horse number 2, that's Jadal Kerr in the all light blue colours. And there is horse number 14, Ujo Wanaya. I was talking about. The 15 is Shiblat Cloud, who would normally run in dark green and maroon colours with a yellow cap, but isn't today. Nice artistic shot of the horses making their way behind. So, yes, there's going to be some last-minute cramming going on here, lads. I can't hear them, Greg. I can't hear them, Greg. Yes, the horses are behind the starting gate. There's the 7-inch shot, Dalal Al Fard. But yeah, this is where your saddlecloth knowledge comes in very handy. And it's one of those things that's generally pretty much the same around the world. There are one or two variations, but certainly sort of saddlecloth numbers 1 to 10 are pretty similar. There are one or two little variations here once you get to the bigger numbers. There's 13 in shot. That's Alamira Aryam. And there is the one Hezam. So, be interesting. Obviously, the 11th race and the 12th race are also final champion of the race courses races as well. So, no rest for the wicked, as we say in English. 15 is just away from them a little bit. Shiblat Cloud, as the rest of them are now going to be loaded up. Looks like Batulati going into stall number 4. And it's a pretty cold old evening now in Saudi. Doesn't happen very often, but when the wind's in the wrong direction at this time of the year, it can get pretty chilly. Dalal Al-Fard was in shot there. Very quickly back to Martin and to Rory.
Yeah, thanks, John. Yeah, so the answer to the question, 1351 sprint is so called, Rory, because you found out.
1351, I was thinking that's a long time ago, because it's not in the Saudi system, the Hijri calendar. 1351 would be 1932 or 1932 to 33, and the Saudi state was formed, Saudi Arabia was united by King Abdulaziz back in 1932, because as we find out with the National Day celebrations in Taif.
Indeed, and just goes to show what a relatively new country it is since it was united nearly 100 years ago.
Indeed, yeah.
So there you go, John, there's your answer.
Excellent. Every day a school day, as the last 4 or 5 are being loaded up here. Is horse number 16 going in, Nasrat, into gate 1. Just to throw an extra fouisson of difficulty into this. Of course, they're not coming out of their corresponding gates with a saddlecloth, so Dalal Al-Fard still to go in, Jad Al-Khair to move forward. Also there to go in is Judaiah. The 8 is Kabrat, and the 12 will be Sabahat. So Judaiah goes in. 3 left to load. Kabrat, Abdulaziz Al Musa rides. Dalal Al-Fard in the hands of Ali Al Mutib. And the 2 is Jad Al-Khair. Red noseband for Jad Al-Khair. Kabrat to come forward in the black and red colours, the yellow colours of Dalal Al-Fard. $1,800 metres in front of them. Full complement here. Stand by, they're ready, and they're off and racing for the final champion of the race course's fillies contest over the 1,800 metres, and one that's getting into a good early posse is Angelina. Also prominent in the early stages is Judaiah. Very, very slow starter there was Kalalat Delmon, who trails the field quite spectacularly, and also towards the back is Ujo Anaya as they make their way onto the race course proper through the first furlong and a half or so. And the lead, well, is now being contested by Sabahat. Sabahat, the 12, moves forward. Dalal Al-Fard is also prominent. So too towards the near side is Angelina, who's racing in a prominent posse too. They're then followed by Tathkir, who's also up at the pace, and then Judaiah, who's not too far away up the inner. Right round the outside, looks like Batulati. Also there is Kabrat in the black colours there with the red cap through the 800 metres in 49.66 seconds. Once again, quite a lot of competition for the lead here as they start to make the turn. Angelina just about the leader. To in second position now round the outside, that's Sabahat, who's the 12 horse. Then racing in third spot right round the outer as well, and not too far away is Zalawaya, getting a good bit closer. And here comes Jad Al-Khair, who's getting into good position as well, circling the field. And Jad Al-Khair, that's just about going on here now. To in second position, Angelina, who's boxing on. In in between those two. Still trying to stay on is Zalawiya. They're down the lane now. Hezam is staying on from the back as well. The grey horse with the yellow sheepskin noseband. So Jad El Khair that goes on. Here comes Hezam, the two that have dominated the international markets. Jediah is still there as well, though, in between the pair and battling on. Inside the final furlong they go, and it's Jediah, the 5-horse, who's hit the front from the back of the field. Getting going is Urjawanaya, but as the race up towards the line, it's going to be Jediah who defeats Urjawanaya. Jad El Khair has finished in third, and the 4th horse home there could well have been Tafkir getting going a little bit later on. Shamila's been in great form today, and she's given you another winner in the shape of Jediah, who scored at a time of 1 minute 55.83 seconds. Urjawanaya was second, 1:55.93. That was miles off the speed in the early stages, Urjawanaya. Jad El Khair has finished in third, and Hezam was fourth. So that was your 1, 2, 3, 4. Jediah, quite well fancied on the international markets prior to today, had won 1 from 10, had an overall rating of 73, which put it a little bit behind 1 or 2 of these, but not too far behind them. And she was too good here. Urjawanaya in second, and Jad El Khair has finished in third. 4th horse home, Hezam, and the 5th horse to cross the line was Tafkir. That was the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in the final champion of the racecourses fillies contest. We've got 2 more of those races still to come. I'm off to invest in a new set of felt tip pens.
Well, a very happy jockey, Abdullah Al Farouz, as Jediah gets the better of a couple of more highly rated opponents to win our 10th race. The final champion of the racecourse is this fillies event over the 1800 metres. Jediah doubles the career tally, wins for the first time over this trip. The sole win before had come over 1400. Beats one of the higher rated runners, the highest rated in the field, into the minor honours with Jcsa as well, also proving a hit for the minor runners, with the international favourite Hezam only finishing back in third place. But Jcsa had a bit to find with the principals, Rory, but has seen this out well.
Yeah, I mean, she had a reasonable chance of hitting the frame with a rating of 70, an official rating of 73, putting her clear of most of these. But she had been put in her place by Jcsa when the pair met a little bit earlier in the season. That was back in meeting 71, where Jcsa was a good third, but 7.5 lengths behind the winner, Jcsa, on that occasion. So she was turning the tables. I don't think she'd been no more than £2 better off from that race as well. So she's apparently shown improved form, or Jcsa hasn't quite run to hers. But to be honest, the right horses came to the fore here, so there's no reason really to doubt the form. But yeah, it's an interesting little competition. I haven't really been particularly aware about the whole background to the championship of the race courses here. I didn't realise there was a series between all the race courses we have here. Obviously, Riyadh represented by the fillies who came third and fourth in the end, yeah, Jcsa and Hezam, who qualified with that their first and second place here in December, but other tracks are
And as you say, it's a hard race to explain, because you expected, and especially the international markets really thought 1 and 2 would fight out the finish, but it was the 4 who were the top selections in the international markets, with the ratings of 80, 85, 73 and 75. They have been the first 4 home, as you may have expected.
Not necessarily in the right order.
Correct.
Like Morgan and Wise.
As we take it back to the early stages, the eventual winner was never far off the speed.
No, always pretty well positioned. We did see one particularly slow start, and obviously I can't pick out who that is now, because I didn't manage to get all the colours down. I think it was actually Cahelat Delmont who was very slowly away, but the winner was well positioned. Jcsa. The one thing we can spot with her is she tends to wear that red noseband. Also won her today, and Hezam wears a yellow noseband. So those two are easy enough to pick up if you're aware of that in the latter stages of the race. And obviously you've got if you know your saddle cloths as well, that does help. But yeah, I thought you see Hezam trying to get out of a pocket there and makes good ground on the outside. She's widest of all in the pink colours with the yellow cap. I thought this run was going to take her right into contention, but I think she's probably done a lot of running to get up to the leaders, and when she gets a little bit closer, just flattens out late in the day. But Jcsa we see in the red colours coming through the centre now with the yellow cap, and she comes between horses, challenges between the two Riyadh qualifiers, as it were, and goes on to win nicely, turning the tables, as we said, with Jcsa from earlier in the season. Hezam had every chance, but as I said, she had to make quite a big forward move to get into contention, and didn't have anything left in the final 100 metres as a result. And we saw Jcsa running on very well in the blue colours to take second place. She was very impressive, as you saw 2 stars to go over this course in distance in a hands and heels contest.
It'll be interesting to find out which race course exactly Jcsa was representing today, then.
Yes, it would, and exactly how what the qualifying contest there was. I saw YouTube footage from the Jockey Club here of racing in Rima a few weeks ago, because there was a race there where one of the leading riders here won a race after losing his stirrups, so it was deemed to be sort of noteworthy. But normally we wouldn't see that action. But in my downtime, I might do a little bit of research on the minor tracks here and see what's going on there and what else we can pick up.
And that's maybe worth mentioning for the international audiences, is that the Saudi Cup's been around now for the last 4 or 5 years. The next reel coming up in a few weeks' time. But it's not just racing. People think racing was new to Saudi Arabia because of that, but racing's gone on here for a long time. It's very popular. There's the 2 big tracks here, and lots of feeder tracks around as well that don't get the same notoriety or the same publicity.
No, exactly, and it's not easy finding out that information. But obviously, what goes on in Taif and in Riyadh, which comes under the arm of the Jockey Club of Saudi Arabia, we've got the Jcsa website, which gives us all that information. But plenty more equine activity going on that you have to dig a little bit deeper to find.
In a country, of course, found in
1932, 1351.
That's it.
Yeah.
And the 1351 sprint comes up in just over 3 weeks' time as well. So those connections receiving the first of those checks of 300,000 SAR for the championships finals of the race courses. That was a gentleman getting the bumps a few minutes' time. We still have 2 more of these races to come, so 2 more challenges for John as regards the colours. Race 11 is sponsored by the Jockey Club of Saudi Arabia. This is the final championship for the 4-year-old fillies and colts. These are Arabs, the Arabian horses, and then the Saudi-bred version to come as race number 12 as well. But once again, well done to Shamila. If you listen to her paddock picks, we went down to Shamila and she highlighted the chances there of Judaya, and Judaya has come out on top under a very happy Abdullah Al Fariz. So 2 more races still to come. Over the 1800 next, the Arabian horses come into play for their race courses final, John.
Yes, they do, Martin. And, well, Vizier is going to be pretty tough to beat, you'd have thought, on all known form in this Arabian contest. Horse number 1, Vizier, in the hands of Mohammed Al Daham. Horse number 2 is Al Hareth, Abdullah Al Lawfi rides. Number 3 is Wale Al Dahab, Mohammed Al Shurima. Number 4 is Shibal Gouda, Ahmed Al Rashed. Horse number 6 is Tawak Al Khaladia. The 5's a non-runner, Tawak Al Khaladia, Adal Al Faradi. Horse number 7 is Amiral, Nawaf Al Fayruz. Horse number 8 is Melk, Mohammed Al Hubail. Horse number 9 is Kara Al Khaladia, Mohammed Al Nevzi. Number 10 is Fandim, that's the mount of Mohammed Al Habib. Horse number 11 is Baghdad Gouda, Tariq Al Mansour. Number 12 is Alpha Mega. No news yet on the road. Naif Al-Anazi. Naif Al-Anazi is aboard. Next up is horse number 13, Azar. That's the man of Ayad Al-Turisi. Horse number 14 is Hazem Al-Burak. And that's it. The 14 doesn't go, and the 15 and the 5 are also out. So it's a smallish field here. Looks as though what hesitates to use the phrase, it's a penalty kick for Vizier here of all official ratings. Certainly the international markets seem to think that as well. Will it work out in practice? We'll see very shortly as we go back to the boys. And Shamila, who's been in absolutely roasting form today.
John, don't say she's roasting. She'll not be happy because she's freezing outside. It's probably colder here than it is in the northern hemispheres in other parts of the world at the moment. There's certainly a very cold wind, despite us being here in the centre of Saudi Arabia. But the market does certainly suggest, international markets make Vizier a very, very warm favourite here. And you can see why, Rory, in those last couple of runs.
Yes, he seems a much improved performer. Vizier was third in meeting at 69, beaten by Shibal Gouda. And you can argue that Shibal Gouda's got a good chance on that piece of form, but the horse that was second that day ended up being beaten 19.5 lengths by Vizier next time out. So he's taken a big step forward from meeting 69 to 75, and then step forward again, won the primary championship of the race courses, the purebred Arabian version, by 5 1/4 lengths from Al Harith last time out. And I don't want to say he's very hard to see past, because there's been a few of them have been hard to see past tonight. But he's got a massive advantage in terms of the official ratings. Rating of 123. Al Harith, who we beat last time out, is second top rated at 106. And obviously it's fairly clear that the others have to raise their game to get involved there. Shibal Gouda, obviously, who's got that verdict over Vizier, is rated 105. Tawak Al Khaladia 106. And that quartet are miles clear of the others on form. There is a possibility of those who qualify from other tracks are showing form that's better than the official figures, but
it's unlikely of 123.
It's a little bit unlikely that there's an absolute superstar completely hiding the light under a bushel.
So Vizier is the long odds-on favourite on the international markets. The second favourite is the number 2, the Danger, who's rated 106, second top rated against Vizier, 3 wins from 10 starts. But Shamila, you're very much looking forward to seeing Vizier in action here this evening. How does he look out in the paddock?
he looks absolutely stunning, Martin. I've been a big fan of this horse ever since the Taif season. He's just a really nice looking type, and Al Khalidia usually dominate all of the Arabian races, but he is such a nice horse. I've said this all along. Ultra consistent. He's looking to make it 3 wins on the bounce now, and I tipped him up at meeting 81, and he did me really well there, and I just love him. He's really nice and powerful. He almost looks like a thoroughbred. If he wasn't a little bit taller, you would definitely get him confused with that. And Mohammed Al-Daham, of course, has already had a winner today, so he is chasing that double down, and I think he's going to get a 100%. The horse is rated 123, miles above everybody else, so Vizier is the horse for me. Now, I have tried to do some digging for you, a little bit more about the silks that the jockeys are wearing. So the silks for Vizier and horse number 2, the pink ones, they qualified in Riyadh. The white silks in horse number 3 qualified in Jeddah. The red silks of 6 and 7 qualified in Al Qasim, and horse number 11 qualified in a place called Grayat. So I am piecing the puzzle together, but those are just a few tracks for you, a little bit more information on the races for today.
Thank you as always, Shamila. And Vizier and taking Shamila's eye in the paddock as he bids to continue that winning run. Those last couple of wins over the course and distance, and winning by 5 1/4 and 10 1/2. On the international markets, number 6 has got a bit of a chance, rated 106, 1 win from 6 so far. That's Tawak Al-Khalidia, I should say. Third best currently at just over 4 to 1.
Yeah, it's a 2,000 metre maiden winner, and as you said, it has that rating of 106. Was off 21 months before her reappearance 6th in the Jockey Club Cup meeting 69. That was a very competitive listed contest. She was below that form next time out, but again, that's not a massive concern, because when you've been off for that length of time, again, big run, first run back, finishing 6th, turned out quickly in the back of that, didn't quite run to the same form. Having a break since should allow Tawak Al-Khalidia to get back on track, and as a result, she certainly can't be ruled out for those, particularly those who are considering this race from an each-way perspective.
And Shibble Goodar, who beat Vizier by 3 and a bit lengths when they clashed, steps up to the 1800s, 3 from 7 for the year. Could that be, if you're looking at the prices, Vizier long odds on, given he's got the beating of that horse available currently at 7 to 1 on the international market, around that sort of price? Yeah, and it's interesting enough. Obviously, it seems clear that Vizier has improved a fair bit since that run, but we haven't seen Shibble Goodar since, and given that he's pretty lightly raced as well, he's had 1 less race than Vizier. Why wouldn't you think he might improve as well? This is Vizier last time out, coming clear of Al Harith. Al Harith the grey in second with the green sleeves, running on late in the day to be beaten 5 1/4 lengths, but similar sort of conditions today, and he's got a little bit of work to do to get there. If you want to pick holes in the winner, he does flash his tail when giving a tap with a stick about a furlong from home, but he swamped the others for pace in that contest. This track and trip, clearly no bother at all. Flashing his tail going to post as well, actually. Giving a little bit of a buck and a kick. I'm hoping that's a sign that he's in good form. Maybe a sign of well-being, yeah. Yeah, the tail flash. See, the tail flashing normally would be listed as a negative with thoroughbreds. It's something that's more common in the purebred Arabians and doesn't usually get taken as a negative. I'd always just look at it in terms of whether the horse is running on or not. If a horse isn't running on and flashing the tail, then the tail is a sign of that reluctance. But a lot of them run on perfectly well while flashing the tail anyway. On that big check of 300,000 rials for the winner of race 11. So they're arriving down at the start. Is this just Vizier to go around and win? Well, I hope so. I can't make a strong argument why he won't. We have seen a few favourites turned over today in races that have panned out differently tactically, but he's a powerful galloper. He's well suited by track and trip, and he's got a big class edge on the others. So really, he should get it done. But by the confidence I have in him getting it done has drained slightly from early in the day when I thought he was pretty much a point and shoot job in this sort of contest. Could you suggest on the international markets, say it is pretty much a forerunner affair, it's 66 to 1, and any price you want about anything bar the 1, 2, 6 and the 4, maybe the 4 could be the value play? Yeah, because we haven't seen Shibble Goodar again since getting that verdict, and the form has worked out pretty well.
So there's no reason why we wouldn't think that he could improve as well. I thought, I mean, the blindingly obvious one is Al Harith, who followed his second to Vizier by running into the great Asfan al-Khalidiyya in the listed Imam Turki bin Abdullah sword last time out. That's one of the strongest races of the season, and he wasn't beaten that far when sixth in that contest. So he's already backed up that good effort behind Vizier, but he's also more exposed. He's had 19 tries, and although he's won 3 of them, you don't see any reason why he's going to improve from his current rating, whereas Shibal could, I suppose.
Yeah, okay. Well, it's a pretty much a 4-horse race, but once again, John, your mettle to be tested with these domestic colours.
Very much, Martin and Rory. I've been saved. Well, not saved, but I've been thrown a bit of a lifeline here. A, by our excellent coverage, where you can keep track of the numbers because of the chips in the saddle cloths, but also by our wonderful, benevolent producer, Mr. Greg Duke, who's actually sent me a picture of the race card with the correct colours in as well. So that just has kept me on the straight and narrow, hopefully, for this afternoon. Shibal Gouda about to go in. Horse number 4 in those green colours. The 2 Al Harith still to go in as well, and Al Amiral to come forward too. Shibal Gouda is in. 10 is Fandim. Still waiting for the 7 to come forward, Al Amiral and Al Harith. Al Amiral goes in. All in, they're ready for this Arabian contest. Off they go for the final of the Champion Racecourses Arabian race for fillies and colts over the 1,800 metres. Slowly away was Wale Al Dahab as they make their way through the early stages. Good speed in the early part of the race from Baghdad Gouda. Also prominent is Al Zab, as we get our shot there from the back of the field. Azab Baghdad Gouda. Melk is also prominent as well. Vizier, the heavy favourite on the international market, is just floating into a prominent posse. You can spot the pink jacket with the black cap there, still rather wide in approaching the turn, but lobbing along very nicely as befits a horse of that sort of price. They're then followed towards the outer by Alpha Mega, who's in danger of taking the turn rather wide as they head on down towards the end of the back straight. Towards the rear of the field at the moment, well, Kara Al Khaladir is just about the back marker. Fandim is also towards the rear of the field, as indeed is Hazem Al Burak as they make their way towards the end of the back straight. And quick as a flash, Vizier, the favourite, has come through to take it up and presses on to in second position. We've got Tawak Al Khaladir, who's now moving into that spot, followed then in third by Melk, who's now being driven along. Staying on a bit from the back is Shibal Gouda, but plenty to do from there as it's Vizier who's leading a bit of a procession at the moment as they make the turn with just over 400 metres left to go. Vizier by about 5 lengths and still going pretty strongly. To in second position, Tawak Al Khaladir. From the back of the field, Al Harith is trying to stay on. Does have a little bit of history with Vizier, but plenty to do from there. Down inside the final 350 metres they go, and it's Vizier that leads them. To in second position, Tawak Al Khaladir, who's now just being switched off the rail to try and produce a challenge and is hanging very awkwardly. So it's Vizier who still leads by about 4 or 5 lengths as they go inside the final 200 metres here. The rest of the field strung out all over Saudi and racing up towards the line. Vizier travelled well, took the reins up, or took the initiative up with about 3.5 furlongs to go and wins easily. Tight for second, I think just hanging on there was Tawak Al Khaladir. Al Harith was staying on as well, and it was tight for fourth too. Shibal Gouda was plodding on at the one pace, but Vizier too strong for them here. It was one of those things where sometimes a horse race, whether it's thoroughbred or Arabian, looks pretty straightforward, and although Vizier had a slightly tricky draw, gate 9, just so far superior that didn't really matter. Mohammed Al Daham has had a double on the day. Good day for him. He's earned a few real. Tawak Al Khaladir in second, Al Harith in third. Tawak Al Khaladir 3 lengths down in second, Al Harith half a length down. Similar sort of gap back, or a gap between Vizier and Al Harith than there was in the previous race, and 4.5 lengths back to Al Amiral, who has finished there in fourth. But it's Vizier who came into this race, the proud owner of a 5 wins from 8 starts record, has just moved that to 6 from 9, and and is one of the highest performing Arabian horses in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia at the moment. Some very happy connections there as well. Vizier, the easy winner of the 11th race on the card.
Race number 11 goes the way of horse number 1, Vizier, and I'm pretty sure everyone on the race course saw that coming. The 123 rated Arabian by Manarch absolutely bolted up under Mohammed Ad-Daham, giving Mohammed Ad-Daham a double on the day as well. And you can just see by his face, Mohammed Ad-Daham is absolutely delighted with that performance. Was definitely going to be an easy one for him. It was a nice race to run him in. He did qualify for it in Riyadh, representing Riyadh track, and has won it in Riyadh as well. So very well done to all involved with Vizier and Al-Ajmi Stables as well. Fantastic training performance from Sami Al-Muteri. Congratulations to all involved. I know they watched the English broadcast to see the post-race analysis, so very well done to the whole team. And Vizier will go on to do very good things as well. I'd love to see him on Saudi Cup night in the Obeya Classic, taking up Asfan Al-Khalidiyah. I think that would be a great match between those two horses. They're definitely my two favorite Arabians in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia as well. Mohammed Ad-Daham is just weighing out here now, and hopefully we can catch him for a quick word before he goes and collects his prize. Everyone is just saying congratulations to him, and me. Congratulations, Mohammed, on your double for today.
Alhamdulillah, thank God.
And you had a really easy race with this one. I mean, he was the highest rated in the race. For sure you thought you were going to win, right?
Yeah, mashallah, this horse, nice horse. But I think he stay 1 month for this. Maybe today not fit. We make it fit for the next, inshallah.
So you don't think he's 100% fit today?
I think, because, and anyway, this horse, he like to fight. When come together with horse, he go more. No, like we.
And last time you rode him at meeting 81, you won. Was he any different today?
No, same. Alhamdulillah, my horse is okay. I hope to, inshallah, next time.
And where would you go with him next time? What race would you like to see him in?
I don't know. Maybe he go to the Al-Abayya Cup. I don't know.
Do you think he could beat Asfan Al-Khalidiyah?
Well, this race not easy. Asfan and Najib, two horses not easy, and I don't know which horse come outside. But inshallah, my horse is okay. Inshallah, he can do something.
Very well done. So happy for you, Mohammed. Well done.
Thank you. Me too.
Vizier takes out the win then in race 11. Tawak Al-Khalidiyah comes through for second. But it promised to be a one-horse race on paper, Rory. It certainly was. And tantalising comments there as well from the jockey that he could step on for this as well, fitness-wise.
Yeah, he doesn't tend to say an awful lot, Mohammed Al-Daham, but interesting to hear him say that this horse is essentially being geared to be fully fit next time out. That he's a horse who will will come on for this run, and a horse who will benefit from getting in a battle. Now, he hasn't been in anything like a battle recently. Last time he wasn't one, he was beaten back in meeting 69, but as we said, his progress since then has been remarkable, and he's won by a wide margin again here. I do hope that Mohammed Al Daham is right, because I'd love to see, if he could go up against Najim and Asman Al Khalidiyah. We saw a great battle between that pair last time out in the Imam Sword. If we could get one more horse in the mix to make it a three-way go, and I think he's on a rating of 123. He's only rated 3 or 4 pounds behind Asman Al Khalidiyah. So the battle between several of the top performers here would be great to see. So clearly, Mohammed would love to see that happen. He's obviously not. He's not able to call those shots, but he clearly would relish the challenge.
Well, the top Arabian horses around here, as you touched on, rated 126, 127. And let's not forget, this is only a 4-year-old who's lightly raced.
Yeah, and he's going from strength to strength, because we know exactly what Najib Al Zamam and Asfan Al Khalidiyah can do. Asfan probably pulled out a little bit more for being challenged by Najib last time out, but Vizier is very much going from strength to strength. He looked a nice horse in time. He was running on the same cards as Asfan Al Khalidiyah, but in completely different races and getting beaten as well. And now he's really come of age, and you can see he's really nicely put together. He's a solid horse, not like your typical purebred Arabian, and he'll keep developing, I think. So that's exciting for the purebred Arabian sport here, because we've been served up some very good races, and the one thing you don't really want to see is one horse just completely dominating the division, but we actually do have some very talented performers at the top of the tree at the moment.
And that overhead shot just shows the authority with which he's won, and he's destroyed the field here.
Yeah, he has. I thought he was going to run right away. I think he's probably idled slightly in front and allowed them. They weren't closing him down, but I did think he might end up really pressing on and winning by 10 or 12 lengths at the head of the straight. But he still stopped the clock at 2:03.87. I think he'd go a fair bit faster than that if he was pushed. The track record here is 2:01.43, which is going back a while since Mutawakil Al Khalidiyah set that a couple of seasons ago. But it wouldn't be at all surprising if the track record fell later in the year.
Well, that was the penultimate race of the day. Connections there again, collecting that 300,000 Riyal check after winning one of the championship racecourse finals. One more still to come. It's race 12. It's over the 2,000 metres. This time it's the local bred fillies and colts. Full details back with John Lance.
Thank you very much, Martin. We can take a look at them now. And Wafi Al A's is horse number 1, who is the top rated of these on ratings. Not by much, but certainly gets a nice position in the run, probably from stall 4. Wafi Al A's in the hands of Adel Al Faredi, who's had a good day. Mazarak Al Tayeb is the mount of Alexis Moreno, who is horse number 2. Number 3 is Walad Chrome, Rayan Al Toesh. Numbers 4 and 5 don't go. Numbers 4 and 5 late non-runners. Number 6 is Abba Al Mohitat, the mount of Nawef Al Fayrouz. Number 7 is Taze White in the hands of Ali Al Mutib. Number 8 is Wahim Mohammed Al Hubail. Number 9 is My Knife, Luis Morales rides. And number 10 is Kader. And horse number 11 is Safir Aruma, Jimmy Carrion rides. Horse number 12 is Etch Jamay in the hands of Mohammed Al Nevzi. Number 13 is Zanir, Mohammed Al Habib. Number 14 is Hailstone Pride, Ayad Al Tarizi. And number 15 is Max for that man again, Mohammed Al Daham, right down at the bottom. 13 in all stand their ground for our final race of the day over the 2,000 metres, making their way into the parade ring.
And 3 jockeys had doubles here on the card today. Mohammed Al Daham, Adel Al Faredi's had a double, as has Alexis Marino, as they come into the paddock then for our final race here over the 2,000 metres. Take out the 4 and the 5, and it leaves a field of 13 to head a post, headed by the top rated in the field, Wafi Elas, who has won twice, got the course and distance form as well, Rory, but the form is, fair to say, dipped on the last couple of runs?
This is a little bit easier than the task he's had in his last couple of starts, but yeah, he won back-to-back contests, the second of them being the primary championship of the race courses in December. I think they're sort of going into tougher races as a result of that. As we've seen with some of these, they're not they're not always as deep as they might be. He was 8th to Abu Sheikha and of course in Distance Open last time out. That form's already been boosted tonight. Abu Sheikha is rated 98. So given that Wafi Al-Ace is a rating of 77, he wasn't really entitled to get much closer than that. So actually it's a perfectly good run in the grand scheme of things. He's back in the right sort of class now, and he should make a bold bid.
Mazarek Al-Taib is horse number 2. This 4-year-old by Chief Lone Eagles had 1 win from 11 starts, a couple of runs at Taif, and came back with a 10th here at meeting 75.
Yeah, he's been second in the course and distance open in the past, going back to last season. He hasn't really fired since again finishing in the same position in an 1800 metre Jcsa award contest in March. He does have a course and distance maiden win to his name going back, but he has been disappointing since his return. Two slightly low-key runs in Taif, and then he'd been on for a while before finishing 10th last time out. Perhaps that run was needed after a break, and you can make excuses for each of those runs. Perhaps Taif not suiting him, and then not being at peak fitness last time out. And this, given the nature of this race and the prize money on offer, this is liable to have been his target. So if he's going to be fit on one of his last 2 runs, it's much more likely to be this one than the previous one.
Walad Chrome is rated 64. Got a little bit to find with the principals here, but did get off the mark in the Kingdom over the 1800 metres last time up, and wasn't winning out to turn. Had hit the frame a couple of times as well.
Yeah, I mean, you got the impression early in the season that there were high hopes for Walad Chrome, a son of California Chrome, who used to run in those silver colours, and has now changed hands. But he was off the mark, and I thought it was quite a weak 1800 metre maiden, meeting 65. The horse he beat, Tackney, is only rated 60. He won by 3 1/4 lengths that day, but you can see why he doesn't have a particularly high rating on the back of it. Perhaps that would have done his confidence good, but this is definitely harder, and he was sold subsequently.
So we do scratch the 4 and the 5. Little to recommend Abba Al Mohitat, who must have some more form that we don't know about to be here.
Yes, unfortunately, there's nothing much we can talk about. This is his formal debut, but in order to qualify for this race, he must have won at one of the regional tracks.
Okay, well, we are missing 4 and 5 here, 13 to go to post. Let's see which of the 13 is the paddock pick for Shamila.
Race of the day here, Martin, and I've decided to take a bit of a stab in the dark and go with horse number 9, My Knife, who will be ridden by Louis Morales, trained by Mubarak Theeb as well. Second last time at a meeting at 91. I'm hoping he can cut through the field and on his way to victory would be good to see. Jumps out of stall number 9, just a really nice looking horse, a little bit on edge, a little bit on his toes, but a few horses are acting up a little bit here by the parade ring and in the preliminary stages. I am a big fan of horse number 3, Walad Chrome, but as soon as I saw My Knife, I just knew that this had to be my paddock selection for the last time tonight. I have been doing pretty well, if I do say so myself, so hopefully I can find you another and last winner of the day here in the parade ring. I do have to say, one to note is horse number 7, very much on toes. Just that one, and horse number 11 being very difficult to handle in the preliminary stages as well.
Shamila, sharp as ever in the paddock.
Absolutely. Yeah, some nice punnery going on there, and a straight face throughout with that selection of My Knife. And let's hope he can take a slice of the prize money.
If not, he'll get maybe a decent cut of the minor honours.
That's the other way of looking at it.
Okay, well, the one I like here, Rory, you can try to give me a bit of encouragement here for Tyres White. 1 win from 3 starts. Had a couple of goes over the 1600, but blossomed up in trip last time, albeit that was over 2400.
Yeah, it was over further, but actually, hopefully we will get a chance to see that video shortly. That was an improved effort on the back of 2 runs over a mile last season, so there are plenty of reasons to expect a bit of improvement, maturity, coming off a break, stepping up in trip, and he beat Wafi Al-Ace 4 3/4 lengths in that maiden back in meeting 69. Obviously, Wafi Al-Ace has won 2 starts since that, but I went back to that to see if there were signs that Taze White was just outstaying a horse who wasn't cherry ripe, but I'm just really impressed with the way Taze White actually went through that race. He would have won it at 10 furlongs as well. I didn't think it was the performance of a horse who just happened to outstay non-stayers. I thought he was an improved performer. He hasn't been seen since here, but I think he can confirm the form, even though the handicapper says there's very little between the pair. I thought Taze White had a very likeable profile, and I thought he could very much put it up to Wafi Alais, who obviously does have that course and distance win last time out.
Old Tez White there, the selection for both Rory and myself. Can you give us any confidence for Jamila's selection? My Knife, is that?
Yeah, I mean, again, he's coming from a maiden race, and he was a very good second, I thought, to Umbra. We've seen that form. Frankly, already Umbra ran very well the other day. The form was represented earlier in the card as well. We did see earlier in the day that, you know, horses stepping up from maiden company to open company sometimes don't find it that easy. But I thought there was a lot to like about My Knife's effort. Again, we'll get to see that. We've got video footage of 4 of these in action, one of them being My Knife, and you can see that he does make a very promising start to his career.
And of the rest of them, Rory, only really 13 Zena worth a mention off a mark of 71 win from 8. Was in handicap company over the 1400 last time.
Yeah, I was a fair fifth and a nomination too over a mile 2 starts back, and that gives him a decent chance. His form in Riyadh last season was all right. The worry with him is he started with a moderate effort, stepped up on it to give you a bit of confidence 2 starts ago, but then ran poorly last time as well. So on balance, I find him difficult to warm to.
Well, here's Wafi Alais, who is the top rated. This is the win we can see him picking up down the outside of the field here.
Yeah, this is a nice performance. He's come from a rather unpromising position, but he finishes strongly down the outside to win the primary, as it were, 3 starts back. And he's run respectably in much stronger races than that since.
We can take in the horse that we hope will be the winner, Tez White. We've not seen him for a bit of time. This was back at the end of November.
Yes, he's on the horse in the white colours with the blue cap in second place here. Now, I thought he's travelled strongly to get to the lead. You see the horse that comes out straight after him is Wafi Alais, who we've just seen in action back in December. But Tez White, I thought, might have got closed down a little bit late on, having got first run, but I just think he looks very strong from this point. There was any real doubt about him simply being flattered by the way the race was run. The horse that he tackled early in the straight sort of faded into third late in the day. He was always maintaining his advantage over Wafi Alais, and I thought it was a very likeable performance.
And here's number 3, Wallad Chrome, his win back early November over the 1800.
Yeah, you see Wallad Chrome in slightly different colours slightly different colours to the race car, which are also different colours to the ones that actually be carrying. But he builds on the promise he'd shown in a couple of previous starts to win this 1800 metre maiden last time out. The slight downside is, although all the right stables are featured in behind, the horse he ends up beating is only rated 60, so it's not form you'd go absolutely mad about. But he'd shown form before that. He's got his head in front. He might do better still.
And here's the form for My Knife. Is this good enough to slice the opposition?
It's not quite good enough for it, but I think it's a very promising start. I mean, I suppose again we have to admit that he's clearly got form elsewhere to qualify for this. He didn't qualify for this by finishing second in a maiden here, so clearly he wasn't quite a newcomer on this occasion. But it's still a likeable performance. The winner Umbra is better than the average maiden winner as well, and My Knife only just denied. He was getting up with every stride, and he's probably in front of stride after the line as well. So he's got the right attitude as well as the talent. So
could he have been a bit rusty that day?
My Knife might have been a little bit rusty. Never easy to tell when we don't have the exact number of days layoff. But as a 4-year-old, he certainly wasn't off for a massive length of time.
And he could have sharpened up for the run.
He will be as sharp as a tack today, I'd imagine.
Okay, they're arriving down at the start. Shamila with My Knife, and she has been in very good form today. But I'm hoping, Rory, that we can team up together here with Tez White and claim a win after that really tidy 4 3/4 length win last night. Because let's face it, we could do with the winner at this stage of the day.
We could do with the winner. Obviously, we're on the back of one, but if we manage to finish the day with 2 winners, then that will blot out the memory of what went on before.
Yeah, it's not been an easy day. The international markets, they're very much with Wafi Alais, nearly the even money favourite. 2.5 to 1 for Tez White, 6 to 1 for the 2. And then have 7 to 1 for the 13. Wallad Chrome, the 3 at 10 to 1. My Knife, big price. Jamila going for the value on the international markets, showing it around 16 to 1 as they head down to the start. You can see the lights of Riyadh in the background there. They are at the 2,000 metre start. which backs onto the international quarantine barn. So that's where the international runners will appear to exercise ahead of the Saudi Cup in a few weeks' time. We still have plenty to look forward to on the English language channel for the Jockey Club of Saudi Arabia. We're back tomorrow. Rory's final stint here for a few weeks, and then we've got 3 meetings to look forward to next week as well. Tom Collins will be filling Rory's shoes, or Rory's boots, as I look at them, I should say.
I'm happy to leave a pair behind, but I don't think Tom likes it when I leave stuff in the room.
No, there is a story there. But they are wrapping up the time. So in summary, Rory, how do we see this panning out?
I'm not absolutely certain about how it will be run, but I hope that Taze White will be reasonably prominent from the outset and will again be ridden to make the most of his stamina here, making an early move. Wafi Alays will be coming from off the pace to try and run him down, but I'm hoping that Taze White can get first run and get away.
1 and 7, the clear picks on the international market as they arrive at the start for the final race. Another 300,000 Riyal available for this final, supported by the Jockey Club of Saudi Arabia. 4-year-olds, fillies and coulter action. Brilliant shot there, Rory, of the racecourse here, emblazoned in all of its glory. The light certainly illuminating it to great advantage.
Yeah, I mean, it'll look even better next month. And I've seen pictures of the track from Saudi Cup Day last year. It does look absolutely magnificent. So every effort will be made to beautify the place, but it does look very good. Even now, particularly when the sun goes down, it's lit up with the bright lights.
And that's one thing that's always really struck me on Saudi Cup night. The branding around the track is always fantastic. The logo, the green backgrounds of everything, you certainly know where you are.
You certainly do, yeah. But let's cheer on Taze White here and hope we can finish the day on a high.
Okay, we're both with Taze White, Shamila's with My Knife. John, your selection with our thanks. We're back to you for the final race.
Yeah, thanks very much, guys. Wafi Alays, not particularly strong selection. Obviously, there's some interlinking form there with Taze White, which would give Taze White the beating of Wafi Alays, but he has been running well, Wafi Alays, and gets a nice draw in stall 4, should be able to take advantage. Horse number 12 is Jcsa to go in. Still got the 7, which is Taze White, to come forward, and also Aba Al Mohitat. Taze White's into stall number 2 with the blue distinguishing cap on there, which will allow you to identify between that one and Wahim, who are representing the same track. Looks like we've got a full complement here, 2,000 metres, going the full extent of the back straight. Ready. And off. They are racing. And through the early stages, we've got some slow starters. Safia Ruma was rather tardy from the gates, and Aba Al Mohitat was also slowly away. Pressing on in the early stages, though, is Max in the blue headgear. That's just about the leader at the moment. Also prominent there is Kadir. Another one who is trying to press on from a wide position is Jcsa, as they make their way through the first 400 metres in 25.92 seconds. And the lead is probably just with Jcsa, also Max there as well. They're not too far away. Towards the inside there in the black colours is My Knife, who's racing pretty prominently as well. Right up the inside, Taze White has got into good position too. They're then followed by Wahim in the pink saddlecloth there as they sort themselves out and make their way towards the end of the back straight. 800 metres in 49.27 seconds. So it's Max that's just about the leader. To on the outside there in second, getting a little bit closer now, is Zanir, who gets a first mention. Now pushing on towards the inside is the 7. That's Taze White, who's going the shortest way. So it's Taze White. My Knife is still very much there as well. They're then followed in third position by Max, who's still there, just being niggled along to try and produce a run. Then Zanir, who's in fourth spot, just beginning to struggle a little bit as they start to make the turn for home. I'm looking for Wafi Alays. That one in mid-division at the moment is picking a few of these up, but has got plenty to do from there as they start to make the swing for home. And opening out into the front is Taze White, who's stuck to the inside very well. Two in second position, Zanier. These two have just about paired off. Here now comes Wafi Alays, who is beginning to get onto a decent stride, but has got to find 3 lengths and find them pretty quickly. Taze White just about the leader. Two in second position, Zanier, who's still boxing on, but here now comes Wafi Alays down the centre of the track to collar them. Another one that's finishing really strongly though is Safir Ruma from the back. It's Wafi Alays. Two in second position now, Safir Ruma. Wafi Alays, Safir Ruma is flying, but Wafi Alays gets in. Safir Ruma has finished in second. Taze White was in third, and the 4th horse home was Zanier. Yeah, Wafi Alays, just a horse in pretty good form at the moment, has now won 3 from 12, and another one for Adil Al Furedi. He's had a terrific day. Camilo Ospina is often the man to follow here at Riyadh. He's been a little bit quiet after his goings on yesterday, where he, of course, hurt his lip and then was stood down. But 6 wins in 2 days for Adil Al Furedi. 2 minutes 9.68 seconds there. Safir Ruma's finished in second. Taze White ran an honourable race there in third, with Zanier in fourth. But Wafi Alays, I said in the call, couldn't quite see him doing too much work early, but he just sat off that speed and then slalomed his way through to get up to score. Wafi Alays, who was quite well fancied in the international markets, and those that have invested have done so very well. Safir Ruma in second. He was absolutely flying in the closing stages, wasn't he? And he's only 3/4 of a length down at the line. Taze White did a lot of the early donkey work. 2 minutes 10.35 for that one, and Zanier has finished in fourth. Hailstone Pride in fifth, and Wahim finished in sixth. So there we go. We're all done from the commentary box here as we watch Wafi Alays putting them down in the closing stages to get the job done in the end pretty nicely for those that were on. Stay tuned for the post-race wrap-up with Martin and Rory. But from me in the commentary box, it's good night. Cheers, Greg. All the best, guys. I've got to go.
Okay, well, thank you to John for all of his hard work. Just a shame, Rory, he wasn't managed to call Taze White home for us in front. It was going well for a long way.
Yeah, he nipped. He was trying to salt 2 and he nipped up the inside, and we know he stays a bit further. He tried to draw the sting out of Wafi Alays, and at the top of the straight he seemed to be much better positioned than that one. But no sooner had John pointed out that Wafi Alays had work to do than he started to do that work and reeled Taze White in. Safir Ruma, another one who ran on well at the end. He actually ran on best of all, Safir Ruma, to be beaten less than a length by Wafi Alays in second, despite that official mark of 50.
Yeah, he's kind of improved his form to now in Safir Ruma. But Wafi Alays, maybe just having the superior turn of foot over this trip compared to Taze White, who did have that win last time over the 2400.
Yeah, and it's also it's worth pointing out, although Taze White was sort of laid out for this from meeting 69, that's a fair while ago. Slightly different conditions, and Wafi Alays has been building up his strength since that, with 2 subsequent wins. And as we said, his 2 subsequent runs came in stronger races than this, so the drop in class has done him the world of good today. And he has he's scored for those who like to stick with the form of stronger races in the ratings.
And as we can see on the overhead shots here, a treble for Adil Al Furedi. Had a treble here yesterday. That's 6 winners over the 2 days, so 24 races. He's won 6 of them. He won aboard in race 8, Al Waka KB. He won aboard Najbat Alays in race 9, and he's won here aboard Wafi Alays in the final race of the day. He's certainly been the man to follow the last 2 days.
He has, yeah. It's been frustrating for him at times here. He was leading the Jockeys Championship at one stage this season. He is obviously the reigning champion jockey here, but Camilo Ospina, with the pick of all the White Stable mounts, has been rampant over the last couple of months. But Camilo obviously having a little bit of reverse yesterday, not being able to get himself back into the winner's enclosure today. And Adel needs no second invitation to close that gap, and he's closed it in some styles. 6 winners in the last 2 days.
Yeah, he's been the man to follow second currently in the Jockeys Championship as well, but certainly plenty of jockeys in good form today as well. We had Mohamed Al Daham as well with a double, and Alexis Marino as well, also with 2 winners here today. He joins us along with Shamila, braving the cold. Well done, Alexis. Another good day for you.
Yeah, just thank you guys, I had a good chance today, so I did well.
And we could take you back maybe to race 6 and Maluk Alenaya, who looked to have a good chance coming into racing today. How did you assess that horse's chances before racing?
Well, I was looking at his video. He finished 4 on last time on 1,800. I think they pulled him back, so today just let him run, The level of the horse was different, so he did well today.
And the viewers at home just getting to watch the replay back. You had a good battle with Alahan through the closing stages. Were you aware of the danger on your outside?
Well, I was a little afraid, but I know my horse, he have a good tenor foot in the last 200. So I have a confidence in him, So he just came back again.
And he's a horse who's been running in good company. He's been around good horses on his last few starts.
Yeah. Actually, this horse he beat in the last in the cup. He finished second, and he finished 4. It was close to him,
And he seems to be quite versatile distance-wise, 1,600, 1,800.
Yeah,
seem to matter to him?
Yeah, it's not matter to him,
And also, you would aboard Jcsa as well, a horse who's held his form well. The form maybe not so good last time, but he'd been good prior to that.
Yeah, last time he was running with us fun, no chance with that horse. Yeah, he do his best. But today, he was 57.5. So he get that advantage, and he did well.
And more chances tomorrow? Anything you could particularly highlight for us that you've got to look forward to?
Well, I have Basol and Salam Al Khair. I think these 2 horses, they will win tomorrow.
Any questions from the team?
Not about tomorrow's. I haven't had a chance to get through the card as yet. We just mentioned your ride on the Arabian race on Jcsa. That horse stays the trip very well, and a few of your rivals may be better at shorter trips. You made sure that you made stamina count there.
Yeah, I think he will be better on short distance. 2,000 is a little far for him. But, like I said today, he was in a good performance. 57. He did well.
And are you happy with your form this season so far?
Sure, I have to.
And having 2 winners today must have been good after your, was it 3 seconds yesterday?
Yeah, 3 seconds. Wow, I was.
You in a good mood last night?
I have a good result today.
Maybe not. Yeah. Well, you certainly will be going home tonight anyway. It's been a good day's work for you.
Yeah, we're swearing tomorrow, and we'll see what's going on.
And all to look forward to the Saudi Cup meeting in a few weeks' time as well. Excitement must be building here for that, to see all of the international jockeys and trainers and horses coming into town.
Well, I'm just excited, I'm just waiting for somebody to call me and give me a nice ride in that day, So I'm just waiting my time.
Well, maybe if anybody's watching there in Japan or even in America,
please, can you give me good horses?
Pick up the phone, you're waiting.
Good jockeys are here.
And what's that meeting like to ride in? It seems to be a very special occasion for Saudi Arabia.
Wow. I don't know what to say.
But it's enjoyable for you to see all of the internationals coming into town?
Yeah, we have good races here, so we have to enjoy it.
And it really advertises Saudi Arabian racing to the rest of the world, those 2 days.
Well, we will be international that day, so we'll have to enjoy it.
Good stuff.
Indeed.
Well done today. Best of luck tomorrow, and hopefully we'll see you back here in the coming weeks.
Thank you very much.
Okay, guys. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There's the prize giving then for our final race of the day. And it was another win for Adel Al-Faradi, another jockey, Shamila, who's been in great form. 6 winners the last 2 days.
He's unstoppable, and it either seems to be either Camilo Ospina is having a good weekend, or it's Adel Faradi who's having a good weekend, and this weekend's Adel's, isn't it?
Certainly is, and he's not done with. We've got 12 more races to look forward to. But let's take you back to Rory's highlight of the day, and it was race 4. Rory, as Shamila highlighted by a tweet that was sent out, it was the 20th winner here in the Kingdom for Jimmy Jerkins.
Yeah, he's only been here since this summer. I think the Taif season was quite difficult, just finding where his horses were and making sure that he was finding the right spots for him. He was very patient, but things have taken off for him since we've come, well, the last couple of weeks in Taif, and then since we came to Riyadh. And Jcsa was a horse to look forward to. Very interesting to hear Jimmy talking about this horse afterwards. His form had all been on dirt up to now and had been tried at a mile. He didn't quite make the grade for the Saudi Derby last year, finishing 8th on a trial when last seen, but dropped in trip, switched to the turf. Jimmy seemed reasonably keen to think that would suit him because his sire, Motown, was trained by a friend of his in the US, and he turned into a very good horse on the turf. And Jcsa, I thought, was very impressive here. It was a 0-90 handicap, but it looked really tough. It looked very, very competitive, and Jcsa ended up blowing them away. So to do that on his first start on turf, dropping back to sprinting, and on his first start of the season, I think that augurs really well for his future. And he's a horse to look forward to over the next year or so on turf, and I think Jimmy Jerkins will do very well with him.
And did you get that impression, Shamila, that Jimmy was just sort of indicating that the best is yet to come from this horse, given the sort of interrupted preparation he's had?
I think so, and I think Jimmy is like this with all his horses. If they're not 100% sound, he won't run them. He's very careful with all of his horses, so I think he's just going to see how the horse is after the race, because he said he had no plans for him after this. He didn't know how he was going to do. So yeah, I can't wait to see what he does next.
And your interviews with Jimmy, he's never sort of jumping up and down, ecstatic and happy, but there's always something interesting that he has to tell you.
Yeah, he's probably one of the best trainers for interviews here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And that's just Jimmy's personality, but I love interviewing him, and he gives us such a great insight as to how the horses are training.
And he's got a good couple of sprinters as well, of course. Honky Tonk Man around here last weekend, has been advertising his talents with sprinters.
Absolutely. And also, I have to say, huge well done to Nawaf Al-Mudahani, who got his 50th winner today on that Jimmy Jerkins winner. And now he's a professional jockey, and Jimmy Jerkins loves him as well. Yeah,
Jimmy was very complimentary about him after he said he's a natural, said he does a lot of good work for him in the morning with the work and all the rest of it. And great to, you know, if you're a young jockey, it's great to hear your trainer speak about you in those kind of terms. And you know that he's not the kind of guy just to blow smoke, Jimmy Jerkins. Whatever he says is heartfelt.
Absolutely.
And of course, Rory, Sunset and Vine was third in the 1351 trial. He was then third to Jcsa, which gives you a good indication of the level this horse is pitching at.
Yes, obviously you've got to bear in mind that Sunset and Vine might not have been suited by the drop back to 1,200 metres, but still Jcsa's beat him a similar sort of distance to those good horses were beating him last week. And also you have to say Jcsa's going to improve for that 1351 trip as well. So I would be, you know, Jimmy's a very patient man. I'd be looking at that race next year and simply plotting my way to it from this point. And I think he's a horse who can do much better. The world's his oyster now that he's found his niche on turf.
And he's another example of horses you talk about who, especially here, trainers want to get their ratings up. That's going to be a case with him, given he's got a mark in the 80s, getting him to that rating band that's going to push him into those very top races.
Yeah, to be honest, I think he's probably heading for a rating in the mid-90s after that performance. To win a sprint by the distance that he's won it by, I think the handicap is going to be fairly harsh on him. I don't think anyone's going to complain about that either. It helps him get into better races. And, you know, although there are no immediate plans for him, that's very typical of Jimmy. He wants to make sure the horses are right first and then step up from there. So it should be fun.
Well, Jcsa was Rory's highlight. Shamila's highlights, what was that?
Oh, I don't know. You know, I've had a few winners today.
One of the many winners you picked today.
One of the many winners. I did say to our producer, you guys can retire anytime you want because racing is in good hands.
Okay. We'll go home. It's okay.
But probably out of my winners, Jodie was my highlight.
Okay, yeah, Jodie, who was a good winner of race 10. And of course, a bit of interesting information you got for us on Kamikaze in the second race.
The racehorse's name was spelled incorrectly, so in Arabic it said kamikaze, and I made sure with the trainer that it is actually kamikaze, so yep, there you go.
Because it's weird how your eyes just correct certain things. I just saw kamikaze rather than kamikaze, but an interesting afternoon, and once again some of the top jockeys coming to the fore. Adele Alfaredi with 3 winners here today, Alexis Marino with a couple as well. That's 6 over the last couple of days for Adele. Do you think we'll see him back in amongst the winners again tomorrow?
At least 3 times.
3 times?
Yeah.
It's confident selections.
A 9-winner week's a good week for anybody, I think.
Well, thanks to Rory, thanks to Shamila for all of their input. Thanks to you for joining us here on the English language channel of the Jockey Club of Saudi Arabia. 12 races down and gone. We've had 24 over the last couple of days. 6 have gone the way of Adele Alfaredi. How many will he get tomorrow? You'll find out. Another 12 race card here tomorrow afternoon.